Good morning from Edgbaston. It is 5 minutes to 11, and for the fourth and final time in this opening fixture of the Championship season here, this is Mike Taylor from BBC Radio WM, welcoming you to a sunlit Edgbaston. And how nice it's been to say that more often than not over the course of these 4 days. It has been bracing, fresh, all those chilly. So the hint of a bit of frost on the car windscreens almost just up the road last night when I went out to put the bins out. But this morning, greeted by sunshine, and it seems set fair for the day and hopefully a little bit milder as the day goes on. If you're listening, maybe even making your way to Edgbaston, then potentially you've got a smashing day's cricket to watch. If you're following us through the YouTube channel, then hopefully you have too, whatever you're doing this Bank Holiday Monday. And if you're listening through various parts of the BBC Sport website, or through the app or on Sounds, then it's great to have your company. Mark Church is with me again to open this final day with quite a lot of possibilities still in this game. Warwickshire have been making the running for most of it, but it is not over by any means.
It certainly isn't, and good morning to everybody. I think we're set up for a very interesting final day. A few people have said to me, "Oh, well, this is going to end up as a draw." I suppose yes, that is one of those possibilities. But I think actually a positive result is probably more likely in many ways. Now, favourites at this point would be Warwickshire. Need 7 more wickets. Surrey start the day 169 for 3. Trailing by 47. Already have got rid of Sibley, Burns and Pope. Jamie Smith 51 not out, Dan Lawrence 8 not out. So 7 more wickets, then a bit of a chase, you would think, for Warwickshire. But if Surrey were to bat very well in this first session today, I've seen them do it before, Mike, where all of a sudden they pull the trigger.
Can make it very uncomfortable.
And they can make runs very quickly, and then put Warwickshire in that really tricky position of, well, are we going for this, or are we seeing today out? But I think arriving at the ground this morning, you would obviously want to be Warwickshire, because, as I say, 7 more wickets, and even if Surrey get 100 ahead, you know, there'll still be plenty of time in the game for Warwickshire to get those runs. So yes, I think it's going to be we always talk, don't we, about this crucial first hour. I said it to Matt Fisher last night. We always talk about but that is very true today. It really is. This first hour is going to be absolutely pivotal, I think.
Well, it is, because, I mean, Warwickshire could move quite close to winning in this first hour.
Yes, absolutely.
But they've still got an all-England top 6 to work their way through, and they did make some inroads in it last night. The final session last night, I think, for people who, and maybe there are people taking a fresh look at county cricket at various levels of the game, I don't know, you and I, and if you're the sort of person who's clicked on this link for the start of the day today, you're probably like us, the sort of people who advocate for county cricket. So that bias being accepted, there are those who look over county cricket or look past it, maybe taking a fresh look at it. But when they question how competitive it is, Exhibit A is the last session last night, because that was the real thing last night.
I said it felt like a test match last night. It really did, but the attack going against the batting lineup, it felt like a test match last night. Yeah, it was a very long, but terrific session of cricket last night.
It was value. If you paid to come in yesterday, then you got your money's worth if you were able to stay to the end.
4-7, I think we finished last night.
Went off. Have a note here. Yes, at 7:04 was when we went off last night. There'll be some local radio updates to do during the commentary today. The first of them in a little under 4 minutes. So that being the case, do you want to take this first over?
Yes,
and then
of course.
Hopefully that might coincide nicely on time for me to interrupt. We'll see.
Well, it's going to be Ethan Bamber to get us started from the pavilion end. Dan Lawrence will be on strike. He has 8 to his name. So just a reminder, sorry, 169 for 3 in their second innings, trailing by 47. 2 slips in there. The sun is shining as Bamber comes over the wicket to the right-handed Lawrence. First ball of the day, and Lawrence is forward and pushing this one out towards extra cover. And as you would expect, lot of noise out there in the middle this morning. So it's 2 slips, deepish backward point, sweeper on the cover, rope, because of that short cover boundary. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on, short straight mid-wicket, and then the deep backward square is Alex Davis all on his own. Away to our right as we look, as Bamber is over the wicket to Lawrence, and Lawrence lets this one go. Outside is off stump, off a goodish length.
I think talking to Warwickshire last week and the people around, and just looking at the squad, they think they have a chance of taking a step forward. Last year they had good days in all the competitions, but didn't really sustain a challenge in any of them too far. So they had a solid season. This year I think they have the squad to take a step forward, and they're really seeing that followed up in this game so far.
Well bowled. That's a beauty from Bamber. Perfect length, perfect line. And Dan Lawrence pushed forward, beat his edge, and taken by Kai Smith. Absolutely. Good bowling attack. Capable of taking 20 wickets in a batting lineup that can score runs.
Yeah.
You know, that's part of the equation. That's a good mixture to have.
Well, but it's pertinent. It's Bamber again.
Comes over the wicket to Dan Lawrence, and Lawrence down the leg side gets nothing on this, looking to flick away down towards fine leg, and it's taken by a tumbling Kai Smith.
It's a point worth making, because if you want to look at why they didn't quite reach that level last year, the things they were short of really were that they seemed to run short of bowling stocks, not for the first time in recent seasons, and there weren't quite enough runs in the top order. So they've added to the bowlers, and the top 5 all made 50.
As in over the wicket goes Bamber, and driven straight back down the pitch by Lawrence. It actually hits the stumps at the bowler's end, but he struck it so hard that it's gone between middle and leg stump. He struck that hard, and it's a boundary for Dan Lawrence because it hit the stumps, but it was travelling so hard that it's burst through the stumps and gone straight down the ground for 4. So first runs of the day, Dan Lawrence moves on to 12, and it means that Surrey trail by 43, and they're going to stick another man out on that leg side boundary now, as Bamber's into Lawrence, and Lawrence pushes off the back foot, will pick up a single out there to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. So 5 off the first over of the day, and 174 for 3, and it shows there are some batters that spot everything, aren't there? And as Lawrence took that single and ran to this end that we're sat at, he pointed to the stumps and said, I don't think that stump's straight.
Maybe not.
Put the better look.
Forgive me just nipping in just now, beg your pardon. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston on the 4th and final morning of the opening championship fixture of the season here. Warwickshire trying to follow up on their promise in the first 3 days by pushing for victory today against the pre-season title favourites Surrey. The visitors resuming, still 47 runs behind, have knocked off 5 of those in the first over today, but already 3 second innings wickets are down. There's still a lot of quality in the Surrey batting to work through. Jamie Smith and Dan Lawrence, 2 test players at the crease. Chris Wokes and Ethan Bamber opening the attack for Warwickshire today. Commentary continues on the BBC Sport website throughout the day. Surrey 174 for 3, still 42 behind. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. There we go. Yes, Lawrence spotting that. Well, it's up to him to know, isn't it? Because he's going to be responsible for defending that set of stumps right now against Chris Wokes, who bowled a very strong second spell last night, really threatening, took the wicket of Burns, and he bowls his first ball today from the city end, just drifting onto the pads of Lawrence, who helps himself to a run out to deep backward square leg. This is the 45th over with this ball, so whether they can get much movement out of it, we'll see, but that means there'll be a new ball probably just after lunch, by which time at current pace Surrey might well be 50 or 60 runs ahead. So it's hard to extrapolate too far ahead in how this day might go, but that will be an important moment if Warwickshire are still looking for wickets then. Wokes 1 for 34, runs into bowl to Smith, who defends his first ball of the day on the leg side. They're not over-attacking here. There's only a slip for Chris Wokes. which is quite interesting in itself right at the start of the day, in which they're looking to press for wickets.
Yeah, but I think that shows that they know about the Surrey batting lineup as well. What they do not want is Surrey to get off to an absolute flyer this morning. So it's sort of a defensive field rather than really attacking.
It is. Wokes draws Smith forward, defending to short extra cover.
And I also think this is the way he set his field up again here, Wokes. So he's got short extra cover, short mid wicket, mid off, mid on, yes? He is going to bowl stump to stump because of that indifferent bounce we talked about. So he's hoping he might get one that's straight, that possibly won't bounce. Because we are on the last day and we saw a bit of this up and down last night.
Yeah, just 1-2. Wokes bowls full to Smith, who caresses that up to short mid wicket.
But it's a pretty orthodox field for a pitch that hasn't got a huge amount of pace in it.
Yeah.
But is now on the last day going to go slightly up and down.
Yeah, and it's the field is set for the sort of faulty drive. If Smith trying to force it miscues, mid off and mid on are quite deep for those more fierce drives. Smith is very carefully forward here in defence, though, to Wokes, who's been quite accurate. He's also got some protection on the boundaries. There's a man at deep cover on the long side over towards the Holly stand, and 2 on the leg side on the short side by where the building work's taking place, where the Priory and Raglan stands used to be. So there's a mid-wicket and a deep square leg, a bit backward of square, maybe 15 yards round. Wokes right arm over the wicket to Smith, who drives firmly, but there's time for Barnard to get across at mid-off, and it's the end of the over, and he's running from one end to the other, setting the tone. The Warwickshire captain, 175 for 3, Smith 51, and Lawrence 14.
Yes, and the other thing there is if something just holds in the pitch a touch. So you're a bit early on the drive, and then you've got your short extra cover. If it comes off a thickish inside edge, you've got that short mid wicket. But really, it's you're going to play me up the ground here, and if you're playing straight back down the ground at me, but that ball doesn't bounce, and I'm going stump to stump, I'm going to bring LBW into play here, as Bamber from the pavilion end is going to come over the wicket to Dan Lawrence, and Lawrence drives again firmly back up the ground. Bamber got a hand to it, took a bit of pace off it, but they'll get a single, and that'll be 1 more to the total. And Dan Lawrence moves on to 15, 176 for 3 Surrey. They trail by 40. It's a lovely day today, and I have good news that I saw a weather forecast where it said it's going to warm up all week.
Yes,
the temperature will be rising this week, so by Saturday it's going to be positively, well, not blistering, but it's going to be about 20 degrees.
Can't be bad.
So that's
nice.
not too bad, is it?
Nice.
That's pleasant. Now, Kai Smith up to the stumps to Bamber. We saw this last night, and Smith is forward, playing a good length ball back up the pitch. So, Jamie Smith can't bat out of his crease now. He's going to have to keep that bat foot locked in the crease with Kai Smith up to the stumps.
Yeah, they tried it for Smith, for Jamie Smith. I can't remember them really trying it for any of the others. Briefly for Burns.
They did it briefly for Burns, but Jamie Smith will bat out of that crease. But this is to just not quite get that foot to the pitch of the ball. And then you've got Sam Hain lurking on the edge of the cut strip on the leg side, and the short extra cover as well. As Bamber over the wicket he goes. Oh, that one goes the other way. That's well bowled. Very nicely taken as well by Kai Smith. Just nicked away a touch on Jamie Smith as he pushed forward, and very, very nicely taken by Kai Smith. We saw Australia do this in the Ashes. Carey up to the stumps. The master of all of this was D. Stevens.
Yep.
On flat ones.
That's it.
As Bamber over the wicket he comes to Smith, and Smith is forward and playing this one back up the pitch again. Good number in for this final day, because of course it is a bank holiday again today, isn't it? It's a bank holiday Monday. I hope everybody had a good Easter Sunday. Did you get an Easter egg?
No.
Oh,
I didn't.
Mike.
I didn't. But there was. Eldest is back from university this week.
Oh, excellent.
And it's very good. Makes good meals.
Ah, Oh.
So it made a rather nice cake for Easter.
Oh, excellent. As over the wicket once again goes Bamber. Forward goes Smith. That's off a thickish edge. That's going to run all the way down to the third man boundary rope for 4. So 36 Surrey trail by Smith's first runs of the day. He moves on to 55 and Surrey move on to 180 for 3. What, chocolate cake? I take it? Cool. Yes, for Easter. Good. That's handy. Having offspring that cook.
No, he's a good lad. So that helps.
Wow, there you are.
So that was very good. So no, there was no egg. There was. I did a piece on the WM Breakfast Show this morning, and the first question I was asked was, "Did you get an egg?" So,
yes. Must admit, I had no Easter egg. As in over the wicket goes Bamber. Forward goes the right-handed Smith. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. End of the over, 180 for 3. Lawrence 15, Smith 55. And you very kindly gave me a lift back last night because you had to nip into work. And then I nipped out to have a pint and a read of the book and found a public house that I think it must have been Caribbean night.
Jolly good.
Yes. So sat and watched some strange gyrating going on, I have to say, from a slightly older clientele. I can't talk these days, but yes.
Can you gyrate?
No, I didn't move off my seat.
Didn't you?
No. It wasn't that easy to read my book either, but I was a bit tired and I didn't really have the energy to, once I got a seat, to move off it for a while.
Here's Woke starting a new over, just slightly to the leg side of straight, to his own obvious disappointment, allowing Lawrence a single to mid-wicket. A text arrives from home suggesting that there might be a lot of Cape left when I get back to that.
Well, I doubt there will
be.
There no, well, quite right too.
I shouldn't have thought so.
Quite right too. My daughter ended up with 4 of the same bumper Easter eggs.
Splendid.
Yeah, so I believe those got polished off fairly quickly.
Nevertheless, for 3 runs, well, that was a good chase round the boundary.
Yeah, terrific bit of work out there. Nice looking shot though from Smith. You can see how determined Smith is here. Get that big stride in. Make sure that foot's to the pitch of the ball. And then let those beautiful, wonderful hands of his do the rest of the work.
He's 58. And now watching Lawrence with a similar field, just the one slip. Wokes are slightly wider on the crease to change the angle, and Lawrence is pushing this away to extra cover with his weight slightly going the other way as he hits it.
I was reminiscing about the first time I saw Dan Lawrence bat, 17 against Surrey, and it was his first 100 in his second game, and you sort of sat there and thought, dearie me,
he's a player.
Oh dear.
32 behind Surrey. Wokes bowls Fuller, and Lawrence flicks this to deep backward square leg for 1 run. That's Webster down there, who just seemed to wave his arm, and the ball came arrowing back with a smack into Kai Smith's gloves. End of the over. Another 5 runs picked up by Surrey, who moving along briskly this morning, added 16 in the first 4 overs. 185 for 3, trailing now by just 31. Smith 58, Lawrence 17. Yesterday, in that long last session, they lost Sibley for 27, Burns for 55, and Pope for 16, with wickets for Thompson, Wokes, and Bamber.
Well, it'll be Bamber to continue from the pavilion end. Both batters in shirt-sleeved order today. As Bamber comes over the wicket to Lawrence, and Lawrence is forward. Will just nudge this with those wrists of his down into the, well, with the bat, but using his wrists for a single. 1 more to Lawrence. He moves on to 18. 186 for 3. Few people in the Hollies stand, but you don't get the sun in there, do you? So it's cold in there, I would have thought. I know you have your favourite place to watch cricket. I get all that. But when the sun's shining, and it hasn't really for the first 3 days, as Bamber over the wicket he comes to Smith, and Smith is forward, playing this one out into the offside, and there's no run. But our friend is sat all on his own. Oh, I'm about to say that there's somebody walking towards him today. Now this doesn't often happen.
Might have company.
Are they? I think he may have company. Or are they going to walk behind him? No, he's not got company. They're just making their way to their seat now. As Bamber, over the wicket he comes. And Smith, straight drive. Sam Hain dives to his left to do the fielding. Very close in there is Sam Hain.
Yes, so this is a slight variation on the same tactic that Wokes is using, in that Hain has come in to that position in front of the non-striker.
It's interesting because Smith goes right side of Hain. Lawrence just stays left side of Hain as at the non-strikers, as this one's clipped away by Jamie Smith into the leg side. They'll pick up a single. That'll be one more to Jamie Smith. He moves on to 59. Surrey move on to 187 for 3. A cry of it's all going to happen quickly here from somebody in the field. And Lawrence just retaking his guard at the moment. The one slip is a second slip rather than a first slip. As over the wicket goes Bamber to Lawrence, and Lawrence covers up, gets in behind this, pushes it firmly out towards extra cover. And there's no run. We can even see the sun glinting off the windscreens of the cars parked away to our left. So yes, it's a very nice scene today. Blue sky over Birmingham city centre. Bit of white fluffy cloud up there as well. Building site will be back in action tomorrow. As Bamber is in to Lawrence. Lawrence drives, doesn't really time this. And that potters out towards extra cover. End of the over from Bamber. 187 for 3 then Surrey. Trail by 29 on this final day. Lawrence has 18. And Jamie Smith's on 59.
There are most of the other games in this first round are still in progress. There was one result late yesterday with Essex wrapping things up very smartly against Hampshire with 5 cheap wickets for Matt Critchley, so winning by an innings and 137. And to the other games in brief during this over. If you want to get in touch with us, by the way, you can email to wm.sport, WM as in West Midlands, .sport at bbc.co.uk. Woke starting another over, the 6th of the morning, and the inside edge here from Smith runs to deep backward square leg for 1. That's first one that hasn't quite found the middle of his bat today.
Critchley had a good game, didn't he?
Yeah.
For Essex, 100 as well, wasn't there?
Big 100, yeah.
So nice start to the summer.
So they're first on the board with a win. At Cardiff, Glamorgan trying to set up a finish there maybe at 123 for 3, leading Yorkshire by 199. So have to get a move on maybe, but might be some possibilities there. Wokes bowls full to Lawrence, who drives to short extra, no run. Grace Road, Leicester with a rearguard action to fight. Well, they've got Steve Eskenazi and Ben Cox to do it at the moment, taking them to 148 for 5. Target 481 against Sussex, but at least holding things up. At Taunton, Somerset 230 for 1. With centuries for Cola Cadmore and James Rue, both still in possession. They lead Notts by 240. Here's Wokes, right arm over the wicket with the keeper standing up and nips that back to Lawrence, who had to adjust late, played it firmly into the leg side. But that just nibbled, I think, back into the right-hander.
Well, it's tough for us to tell from here, but that's either kept a little bit low on him, or because Kai Smith is up to the stumps, he's stayed back in his crease.
Kept low.
There you go.
Just a little bit, but
that's what we were saying. That's what Wokes is looking for.
Kai Smith standing very close now as he tries to bring this one back in on the same line, and Lawrence again turns it calmly on the bounce to Hain at. Well, he's not quite short mid-wicket anymore. He's gone a bit straighter than that.
That game in Cardiff, that pitch is spinning because I saw some of the wickets Mason Crane took. Oh, they were good wickets. There was a reminiscent Shane Warne ball of the century.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So there might
Pitched a foot outside leg stump, hit the top of off.
might be a bit of life in that game yet then. Woke's bowls just drifts a little bit too far across to the leg stump, and Lawrence leans on it out to deep mid-wicket and takes a run. He's 19.
Good to see Mason Crane picking up wickets for Glamorgan.
Yeah, Spinner in the first game of the season getting 5 for as well. That's good. They are playing in all the games in the second division, including at Chesterley Street, which is good news after losing yesterday.
It's dried out now.
Durham 109 for 3, lead Kent by 247. Wokes passes the umpire and bowls to Smith, who defends out on the offside end of the over. 189 for 3, sorry, 27 behind. Derby, Worcestershire 77 for 2, following on, trailed Derbyshire by 236. At Lords, Gloucestershire following on as well, 127 for 3, still 102 behind Middlesex. And at Wantage Road, Northamptonshire needing 321 to beat Lancashire, a 24 for 3. A wicket for Anderson last night and 2 for Tom Bailey first up this morning. So they've made a difficult start, 24 for 3.
Kevin Howes will be delighted because he is the chairman of the Tom Bailey Appreciation Society. So he'll be very, very pleased about that. I think we've got a problem with the ball. The umpires are getting together for a natter about the ball now. See whether it goes through the hoop or not. And Kola Cadmore must have gone to that 100 this morning.
Yes, he has.
Because he was 90 odd not out last night, wasn't he? But another 100 for Rue.
Yep.
Was that stat I saw that only Bradman and Tendulkar have more first-class hundreds than Rue at that age? And that was his 12th.
Well, that would be good company to keep.
Yeah, very good.
At a time where you don't play as much first-class cricket as
absolutely. Oh, we are getting a ball change. They're getting their way here.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think we've had one in the match yet, have we, where I can think of, where the ball's been changed as opposed to getting a new ball.
Where's Bamber off to? He's jogging off now. Maybe, he's gone to get the box of balls. That's very good of him, isn't it? Although maybe he's wanting to pick the one that he wants. He won't get that. So they're going to have to find a ball that looks about 49 overs old now in the box of balls. It's very good of Ethan Bamber.
So well, he probably wants to
get going.
He wants to. Well, it's multiple. He wants to make sure he finds a suitable weapon.
Yes, it will be the umpires that will. They're all marked up, these balls, aren't they?
Yes.
With the overs on them these days.
Yes.
So,
but Bamber, look, Bamber's a very persuasive lad.
He'd have to be.
Don't you like that one?
I can imagine that Messrs. Lawrence and Smith would be pretty persuasive at that point as well, when they wandered over just to say, hang on, just a second here. Yeah. And chat between those two out there in the middle. So we have another ball. Gus Atkinson and Ryan Patel have just run out with drinks and changes of gloves and towels. Often look like when you go on holiday sometimes and people take all their bits and pieces to the sun lounger. They look a little bit like that with all their towels and bottles these days. So, Bamber getting ready to come in over the wicket to... Oh, Lawrence, this new ball. Has he got himself outside the line? Oh, now he's trying to set off for a single that isn't there, and the throw comes in. And, well, not out was the decision. Then he shot off for a leg by, was sent back, must have got himself just about outside the line there.
Yes, I think he probably did. And they were slightly loitering down the pitch as well, looking for a run.
I mean. He just sort of shot off, thinking there was a leg by, and got sent back and had to turn quickly and get scrambling back. So an awful lot going on there for no runs. 189 for 3. Bamber. Over the wicket he comes. Forward goes Lawrence. That's off a thickish edge, but all along the carpet. And it flies away down to the third man boundary rope for 4. Lawrence moves on to 23. 193 for 3. And welcome to listeners on Sports Extra, joining us this morning with Surrey having started today. 169 for 3, trailing by 47. Have moved on to 193 for 3. trailing by 23. Dan Lawrence on 23. Jamie Smith on 60. Ethan Bamber in sunshine. Coming in from the pavilion end over the wicket to Lawrence. Lawrence is forward solidly. Playing this one back up the pitch.
I think that LBW shout at the start of this over probably was going to hit off stump, but that Lawrence was outside the line of off stump as he was bringing it back.
Well, the key thing is he got a stride in.
Yes, it helped him.
But what we've seen this morning is thought there'd be a little bit of up and down bounce on this last day. So they're going stump to stump, the bowlers. As in over the wicket goes Bamber. Full of length, shout for LBW. Trying to whip this through the leg side was Dan Lawrence, but going down. And again, a shake of the head from umpire Middlebrook. But Lawrence there, he loves that shot through mid-wicket. But a couple of shouts for LBW.
Yeah, that one I think probably was going past the leg stump.
It's a lovely day here in Birmingham as well, everybody. Blue sky, bit of sun, some cloud. As in over the wicket goes Bamber, goes wider of the crease. Well bowled, well played by Dan Lawrence. Just nudges this down to the backward point region and there's no run.
It's good day to come to the cricket if you're in the vicinity and can do that today. The first LBW shout was not very far away from being like the Pope one last night. That's the sort of dismissal he's looking for,
yes.
Ducking the ball in quite late. But Pope was hitting line, Lawrence not quite.
Comes in over the wicket once again. And Lawrence covers up. Plays this one straight back up the pitch. So interesting over. 193 for 3, Surrey. Lawrence 23, Smith 60. The 3 to go yesterday. Sibley LBW to Thompson for 27. Burns caught and bowled by Chris Wokes while there was a fireworks display going on for 55. And Ollie Pope LBW to Ethan Bamber for 16.
He does bowl quite a lot of potential wicket-taking balls, Ethan Bamber. So 1 for 57 in 14 overs, so he's gone at 4 and over, but he's threatened.
Yeah, he has threatened, and Wokes has as well. Because if there is anything, Wokes will find it.
Yes.
That's the thing. He will find it, but he's sort of a change of tactic now from Chris Wokes. He's going to get a couple of slips in. So he's had the one slip, he's had the short extra cover, short mid-wicket, 2 men, 1 at mid-off, 1 at mid-on, going stump to stump. He may just push it a bit wider now.
He's starting in, and it's gone straight through the hands of Hayne at first slip. It was quite a fierce drive from Smith, the first one, and it went very high at shoulder height. And Hayne, his first ball after being put in that position, couldn't grab it, sort of up just past his shoulder, hands or fingers pointing up, and it went straight through and away for 4.
Exactly what we just said. He's put a second slip in. He's going to go a bit wider. Tempt Smith to drive. It's worked perfectly. Flew off the outside edge. I'm not even sure Hayne got a hand on that.
No, might have.
Just flew over his shoulder. So there you go. It almost worked first ball from Chris Wokes.
Yes, and Smith so far this morning has played quite carefully. It's the first one he's really driven firmly at. He's 64 and he leaves this and it ducks back quite sharply. And this changed ball, not a new ball, but presumably of similar age, we're in the 50th over of the innings, it is moving a little bit.
Well, how often do you see that? But yes, it's the first one that Smith has had to go after this morning, and he went after it and flashed off his outside edge. It was travelling.
Yeah, it might be the fact that he went after it that saved him.
Saved him,
he got to Haynes so quickly because the slips are quite close. Wokes bowls are just on the line of off stump, and Smith is pushing this away square on the offside. But they're quite close to slips because we saw when both teams were batting yesterday, 1 or 2 drops short of the slip, so they're not a long way back.
Well, there's no pace in this wicket, is there? We've had probably 3 deliveries in the entire game where the bowler has attempted to bend their back and bowl a short one, and it has either, well, flown to the boundary or looped over the batter and bounced twice before getting to the keeper.
Wokes right arm over the wicket to Smith, who stands up straight in the crease and pushes it out again to extra cover. So 2 slips now, a backward point. He's quite deep. Square cover point on the boundary. Extra cover, maybe gone a little bit straighter. Mid off, mid on. It's mid wicket on the boundary and a deep backward square leg. Now only just behind square.
Virtually the building site.
Yes, very
there.
nearly. Yeah, the short boundary that side. Only had one, I think, in the building site in this game so far. Smith, who, if he was so minded, might take it on, but he defends into the offside. There's still a breeze, but it's not quite as fierce, I think, as we had in the first, or over the weekend, certainly, when it was very strong and bending the flagpoles. Never mind stretching the flags out at the top of the press box stand.
I spoke to the gentleman on the gate today about his box blowing over.
Oh, yes.
Yes, he said that's exactly what happened.
Wokes bowls to Smith, who drives this into the pitch, back to the bowler. Wokes throws the ball, well, just rolls the ball back. So they don't mind scuffing it up a little bit, this ball. They've had 2 overs with it. 51 in the innings altogether. 197 for 3, Surrey now just 19 runs behind. 64 Smith and 23 Lawrence. So
yes, when you drive into Edgbaston, there is the security hut for the security guard.
Yes.
Arrived yesterday and it's blown over. It's still blown over
still
at the
there,
moment.
yes.
It's still there with some barriers around it. It's almost like a sort of piece of modern art now, isn't it? Just
Yes.
with some barriers around it for people to stand behind and admire, really. As Bamber from the pavilion end is into Lawrence. Lawrence is allowing this one to go outside his off stump. So this partnership now worth 48 between Lawrence and Smith.
Fortunately, it blew over in the night when there was nobody in it.
Yes, that's
whether it would have
key
blown
thing.
over in the day with somebody in it, might have been ballast.
Very
I
true.
like to think that's my main role in this commentary. Really,
sometimes
I'm here as ballast.
The way I'm going, I think in everyday life now for me, as in over the wicket comes Bamber, looking to work leg side. Is Lawrence, hits him high up on that front leg. Half a shout from Bamber.
Bamber has a sort of he appeals like he's in a boy band video. And he sort of turns and stares straight at the umpire, pointing his finger out. I could sort of imagine all 4 members. There were 4 members in Westlife.
Yes.
At the moment the chorus begins, turning and.
Well,
pointing,
I think it's that at the key change, isn't
you think
it?
so?
It's a key change, or they get off their stool.
Oh yes,
don't they? They tend to all get off their stool at a key change.
That could have been Ethan in another life.
It could well have been. And now Kai Smith is going to come up to the stumps again. So Lawrence was probably batting out of his crease a touch there to Bamber. He's going to have to get back into his crease now. As Bamber, over the wicket he comes. And this is clipped firmly by Lawrence. He'll get a single. Half stopped at a wideish mid-on by the captain, Mr. Barnard. And they will pick up one more. 198 for 3. Yes, if it was somebody like Westlife, with flying without wings or whatever it was called,
right?
Yes, they would have stood up at the key change, sat on the bar stool. But you're quite right, Bamber. It is a little like they are pointing to whatever they were pointing to. Bamber turns around and points, almost down on one knee, doesn't he, with his appeal? As Kai Smith goes back to an orthodox keeping position for Jamie Smith. He's forward and takes his bottom hand off the bat handle. And that rolls away out there to extra cover, and there's no run. Chris Wokes shining the ball up, down below us. Bamber comes marching back to the top of his mark. He must be thrilled to have Chris Wokes back as well. Bamber taking the new ball with Wokes. As over the wicket he goes wider in the crease to Jamie Smith. And again, Smith plays that as if it didn't quite bounce as much as he was expecting. Rolls away into the leg side.
It's a very light sort of adjustment, isn't there, in the ball? seems to sit down a bit.
Yeah, well,
Smith just did it then.
It's that whole thing of where are you standing in the crease, and can you get out of the crease? He can at the moment to Bamber because Kai Smith is back in an orthodox position. But again, I think that one just didn't quite bounce as much as he was expecting. Oh, this one's beaten the outside edge. He's feeling for that, Jamie Smith. Well bowled, Ethan Bamber, and definitely since they've had the ball change, there's a little bit more occurring out there in the middle. 198 for 3, Surrey. They trail by the 18 runs.
Yeah, that one ducked back quite late. Looking at the replay here, yeah, he just was feeling for that outside the off stump, Smith.
What I would say is I know a number of cricketers who think they should be in a boy band over the generations.
Yes, there's a few lads who might have been able to carry it on.
Well, they might not have been able to, but they would have given it a damn good go.
Yes.
And they would have felt that they should be in the boy band.
Is there a Surrey victory song? That's quite in, isn't it?
Yeah, there is. I've never really quite understood the wording in it.
It might be for the best.
Yes.
198 for 3. Wokes into his 5th over today from the city end. Bowls a foolish delivery outside off stump, which Lawrence tries to steer towards third man, but he hits it on the bounce to backward point instead.
Well, we were talking about this. It's amazing the number of musicians that want to be cricketers.
Yes.
And love cricket. I don't know if any of them are from boy bands, but I know there's a lot out there that they love a bit of cricket.
Wokes runs in again to bowl to Lawrence, who wants a quick single here. Mid-on is quite deep set, and he played that very cleverly. Pushed it in the direction of mid-on, but quite gently, so that it wouldn't get up to Alex Davis very quickly, and Lawrence would go through for the 50th run in this partnership, which has just steadied any nerves that Surrey might have had at 147 for 3 last night, when Pope went. Only a few overs after Rory Burns, then they might have had a wobbly moment.
Well, they've split the partnership perfectly. 25 of them to Smith and 25 to Lawrence.
Wokes trying to find Smith's outside edge again. Oh, he nearly did as well. Smith withdrew the bat very late. It would be hard to say whether he withdrew it before the ball went past.
Just held its line, I think, that one. Good bowling from Chris Wokes. Jamie Smith just feeling for that again outside his off stump.
He's 64, Smith. Yeah, was pushing at that when I think knew he probably shouldn't. Wokes looking for that line again. This time it's a bit wider, and Smith happy to leave that. He's only really tried to hit hard one delivery from Wokes so far, and he was very lucky not to be caught at slip after doing so.
Yep, and that's been the one chance so far today. So he flew off the outside edge through the hands of Sam Hain, who'd only just gone in at first slip, to be fair to him.
Yes, it was the first ball he was there. It came very fast. Wokes bowls to Smith, defends. Back up the pitch.
Well, Dermot Reeve, who was with us for the first 3 days, which was tremendous to have Dermot with us, but he was saying that he playing in a charity game with Eric Clapton yesterday.
Yes.
Eric Clapton loves his cricket. Of course, Mick Jagger's the famous one, isn't he? Yeah, he's the famous one.
Couple of, they look like magpies just swooping past the window. Wokes runs in again to complete another over, and this is Fuller, and miscued on the drive by Smith along the ground. Oh, it's very nearly fumbled on the mid-wicket boundary.
Yes.
Bamber got his feet in a tangle, and he's managed to stop it. They've taken 1 run, and Surrey go to 200 for 3 in their second innings. Now only 17 in arrears, with Smith up to 65.
It's Bamber there. He completely misfielded it as he was trickling towards him. Turned around in a slight panic, thinking it might go over the boundary, picked it up and then sprinted with the ball. A, because he's going to be bowling from this pavilion end, and B, I think he was hoping that nobody would notice.
Yes, I was just running in to start the new over anyway.
Oh, yes.
So
he is ready to go again. Here is Bamber doing battle with Jamie Smith once again. Smith on 65, 200 for 3. Bamber over the wicket to Smith. Good length delivery. Smith, solid looking defensive shot that. Pushes it out towards extra cover. So the field at the moment is just the solitary slip, and that's a second slip. It's a deep backward square, the deep mid wicket, miles away. With the boundary rope probably, what, 30, 40 metres in from the Holly stand. Then there's the mid on, straight mid off, extra cover, sweeper on the cover rope, and the backward point. As over the wicket goes Bamber, wider of the crease this time. Forward goes Smith. Again, solid looking defensive shot from Jamie Smith. Just keeps checking that bat and pad locked tight together when he goes forward. But because the boundary rope is 30, 40 metres in from the Holly stand, as I say, Alex Davis is miles away down there. At the backward square all on his own. Over the wicket goes Bamber once more, and forward goes Smith. Tucks this one into the leg side. And there is no run. Sound of a siren. Somewhere around Edgbaston. Bank holiday Monday again today, isn't it? So another day for everybody to do some DIY and gardening.
yes, well, hello to you if you're in the traffic on the way. Anyway.
Yes. Oh, yes, to one of those retail parks. In over the wicket. Oh, it's Bamber. That beats the edge again. Great length. Just feeling for that a touch is Jamie Smith, and he's just rehearsing pulling that bat inside the line.
You might be listening if you're on the way to football today. There's lots of league and non-league
Oh, is
football
there?
going on. 7,500 West Bromwich Albion fans going to Blackburn today for a big 6-pointer in the relegation battle. Not quite as many Birmingham City fans going to Ipswich, I suspect.
As Bamber, over the wicket he goes to Smith. Smith's letting this one go outside the off stump. I think I'd rather be going to that than to a retail park.
Yeah.
I cannot think of anything I'd least rather do on a bank holiday
Yes.
than go to a retail park and sit in a queue to try and then find a parking space.
But hello to all the folks working in the shops on the bank holiday. 'Cause
Absolutely.
Lots of you doing that if you've got us on in the office. It's nice to be with you.
Waits again, does the right-handed Smith. Final ball of a good over this from Bamber. He's in, and Smith is in behind the back of a length delivery, pushes it into the offside, takes a quick single. Good running. Surrey trail by 15, 201 for 3.
An email floods in from Steve in Streatham, who says, do you know when Dan Worrell will be back? If he's out for a while, can Surrey sign another overseas seam bowler?
Well, he's not overseas, so they don't
Not anymore, no, he's
not
not.
anymore. And I don't think it's too bad, actually. I think it's more just wasn't quite ready for this game. Whether he'll be ready for Friday, we'll wait to see. I saw Jordan Clark out there having a good old bowl today as well, because he wasn't well, poor chap. Gus Atkinson's been going through his paces as well out there. So I think it's Steve. I don't think it's anything to panic about. But whether it'll be ready for Friday, we'll wait to see. But Jordan Clark, as I say, and Gus Atkinson and Reece Topley, they've all been out there having a good old bowl.
First bowling change of the morning. Bo Webster, I think for the first time in the match, he's going to bowl from the City end. 6 overs for 12 from the Pavilion end last night. And his first ball, he's hit by Smith slightly off balance to backward point, but along the ground.
It was very wide, wasn't it? He did quite well to reach that. Jamie Smith, he's looking at the toe end of his bat here.
Yes.
He did pretty well to reach it. So yes, I think on the Dan Worrell front, as I said, I don't think this is nothing serious or terminal or anything like that. But whether he's ready to go for Friday, I'm not sure.
Webster bowls to Smith, who defends firmly off the back foot, and he's going to get a run out to deep extra.
But as I say, Jordan Clark, under the weather, poor chap. but was out there this morning having a good old bowl. And we've seen Gus Atkinson and Reece Topley, so plenty of options, but they want Worrell back, obviously, because he is the spearhead of this Surrey attack, really, alongside Jordan Clark.
Surrey only 14 behind now, and they'll be 13 behind after Lawrence's back foot punch just gets past extra cover, and they get one out to the sweeper.
Yeah, and then, you know, Steve talking about the overseas there with Sean Abbott in at the moment, and then Chahal coming in for those last 8 games of the season. But Surrey do have, you know, options with the bowling attack. But yes, they want Worrell back as quick as possible.
Webster rolls in again and brings the ball back, but too late to bother Smith, who was letting it go past outside the off stump. New arrivals just settling down in the barn stand, just come in. It looked like a dad and his lad who was running on ahead. Maybe a granddad and his lad, or an uncle and nephew or something. But yeah, ran in the youngster.
Well, as I say, nice way to
good.
spend Bank Holiday Monday.
Yeah, some good viewing places over on that corner of the ground when the pitch is on that side. As he's punched away by Smith to backward point, and there's no run.
Well,
the press box stand, we used to call the press box stand, I think it still is. The small 2-tier one just to the left as we're looking at the scoreboard is one of my favourite spectating points, especially if you can wrap up and go in the top half there.
Yeah, very nice. There is one spectator in the top half today.
Well, the pitch is slightly on the wrong side for it, but when the pitch is over the other side of the centre of the square, then you get a very, very good view from there. Webster passes the umpire and bowls a ball slightly back of a length to Smith. It takes one hand off the bat, but the other one holds the bat perfectly straight in defence, and it's the end of the over. 203 for 3. Surrey inching closer to parity. Lawrence 26 and Smith 67.
Yes, and those two get together for a bit of a natter out there in the middle. Bamber will continue from this pavilion end. Well, I still have fond memories of sitting on the roof at this end.
Yes,
and
the old shed.
And then there was was it a security box, which was sort of up some long stairs? And there were seats, but there was also a box.
There used to be a little box on the side of where the old Dollery was.
I did a T20 finals day from there once.
It was like an extension, so if National Radio were in the main boxes, you could go over there.
Yes, very nice it was. So it's going to be Ethan Bamber from the pavilion end to come in over the wicket to Dan Lawrence on 26. Bamber's in. Lawrence watches this one go outside his off stump, all the way into the gloves of Kai Smith, moving away to his left-hand side. I think it was the second or third T20 finals day. It was here, and it was roasting hot that day. And had to do the semi-final between Surrey and Lancashire out in the open.
Oh, very good.
Stood up.
Oh, stood up, not so good.
That was a warm old day. As in over the wicket goes Bamber, forward goes Lawrence, inside edgy that, rolls away into short mid-wicket, and there's no run. I think that was the year Leicester Foxes won it.
Yes.
With a team containing Charles Dagnall.
Never a good sign today.
And his streaks.
Yes.
So they were a good side, weren't they? Jay Snape and his moonballs.
Darren Maddy, I think,
D. Maddy,
then came
absolutely. As Lawrence waits again on 26, beats the edge. Beautifully bowled by Ethan Bamber.
Been a good spell, this.
Very good
Ethan
spell.
Bamber. He's been challenging. This is his 7th over this morning. So, but he bowls a lot of overs, Ethan Bamber. He
fit boy.
Not shy of hard work.
And he's definitely put on a yard of pace.
460 odd overs in the championship last year. Bowled the most overs in the first innings. Would be no surprise if he does the same here, because I dare say they want him to have the new ball a bit later.
And over the wicket he goes once again, and this is hitting the thigh guard of Dan Lawrence as he went across his stumps. It's an optimistic appeal, that, by Ethan Bamber. And it'll be leg byes, 2 of them. Well, yes, that's the other thing, and we discussed this yesterday. They will get a crack at the second new ball if they need it.
They probably will need it.
Warwickshire, 205 for 3.
But by then, because that's still 24 overs away, by then Surrey might be 70 or 80 runs on. So
it's all interesting stuff at the moment.
There's a bit of life left in the game.
As over the wicket goes Bamber, goes wider of the crease. Ooh, that did hop. Dan Lawrence. Just trying to work that into the leg side and just got big on him. Rolls away out to extra cover.
He's not played this over very securely, Dan Lawrence, considering he's been batting there for an hour.
Well, I think that's more Bamber, really. I think Bamber is in a very good spell, and he was bowling nicely, and then the ball change, and it's doing a little bit more for him, this ball. As he tosses himself a catch, and then comes over the wicket once again to Lawrence. Lawrence is forward. Right-handed Lawrence playing that one solidly down into the leg side, end of the over. Well bowled Ethan Bamber. That might be it for Bamber, but he's bowled very nicely in that spell of bowling. 7 overs, 1 maiden. Oh, sorry, that's Webster over there. What order is
he's 17 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 59, but no wicket for 18 in 7 this morning from Ethan Bamber. It's a good challenging spell. He was quite close to getting lost. He was correctly given not out a couple of overs ago, but that was pretty close. That 1 LBW shout he had.
Yeah, very good.
So good competitive stuff. Now Webster flinging this one in towards Smith's feet. It's all from the shoulder, any pace that Bo Webster generates, and it comes from a great height as well. But Smith defends this one firmly.
I think he's known around the circuit as Big Bo, isn't he?
He's hardly been known as anything else.
Well, it's it. But you know, with cricketers, they're so inventive.
Yeah, they'd call him Tiny or something.
Yeah.
But, here he is to bowl again to Smith. Oh, he feels for that, and they like it behind the stumps. But Webster sort of gave the game away there in that he wasn't appealing. But Smith and Yates went up for that. Whether he they thought he just tickled it, but the umpire didn't.
There's enough happening, isn't there, to keep everybody interested at the moment, without a shadow of a doubt.
He makes his way back up with a ploughman's walk to the start of his run, all 2 metres of him, and bowls again to Smith, who is defending away on the offside. He's been very careful, Smith, today. He really only played 1 what you call attacking stroke.
Yes. Ploughman's walk, which has made me think, on a day like today, wouldn't that be nice for lunch?
Yes.
Nice cheese ploughman's. Oh, lovely, with a bit of pickle. Oh, a bit of coleslaw. Quite like a bit of coleslaw with my ploughman's.
I do like some coleslaw. Webster wider of the crease, but draws Smith forward in defence. Oh, there might still be a wet bit on the pitch at Durham, by the way, because I noticed that they've declined to 121 for 7 in the second innings. Get Martin out with his hairdryer. Keith Dudgeon running through the middle order there. So, actually, despite losing a day, that game's still live with Durham only 2:59 on. Webster bowls. Smith takes a pace down the pitch to meet him, and then, but only defensively to push it to extra cover.
Well, isn't it? You know, we were saying that, but think back when we uncovered pitches. So they're perfectly used to walking out there, the pitch being absolutely sodden, it's nipping everywhere. God, do you remember Deadly Derrick?
Oh,
Underwood
yes.
on a damp one. Oh.
Proper challenge that was. Here is Webster. Oh, he gets that one to climb past the shoulder of the bat, and Smith just got the bat down out of the way. That one bounced more than any other we've seen today from a length, and it suddenly looked quite awkward to bat in the last 10 minutes. A maiden from Webster, 205 for 3, and the deficit is 11.
Yeah, good over that from Bo Webster. Hard work this at the moment. Punch of gloves between Messrs Smith and and Lawrence. But yeah, it was well, happened all the time, didn't it? Uncover pitches.
If you look back to the score cards from that era, you can almost spot the games where
Yes.
where there was a shower.
Well, yes, exactly. And over the wicket comes Bamber, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. Well, myself and Mr. Halford were having a chat this morning about a game. Got to try and remember the year now. Might have been about 1950s game between Surrey and Warwickshire that was all over in a day. Terrific game of cricket that was.
Yes.
Alec Bedser picked up 8 for Spit. I think Warwickshire was something like 45 all out. Then Surrey made about 140, and then they were 50 all out in the second innings. All done on day one. As forward goes Dan Lawrence, plays this one out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope.
Hasn't been a first-class game in this country completed like that in a day since 1953.
Was it 53?
So it would have been, but 53 was there's a Somerset Lancashire game which was a poor fella's benefit. And it was finished in a day. And he got 6 wickets, and it was finished in a day. It's quite a tale.
Yeah,
it's worth looking up. A poor Somerset player, a very popular player down there, either side of the wall, called Bertie Buse. His benefit match, it finished in a day.
In over the wicket goes Bamber to Smith. Smith is forward and plays this one out into the offside. You'd have thought he might have gone to his captain and said, "Can you take me off?"
Yes,
because I'm running and I need this to go for 3 days, please.
Yeah, Roy Tattersall took a load of wickets for Lancashire, and they bowled Somerset out twice. Worth looking up.
Then that might have been the same year. There might have been
well, it would have been about
one-day games.
It would have been about then.
Yes,
there was one at Luton in the late 90s that threatened to for a while. I think 30 wickets fell on the first day.
Over the wicket again goes Bamber. Forward goes Smith, and again that bottom hand comes off the bat handle. Just hopped at him a touch. That's magnificent, isn't it? So yes, your benefit game, and you're running through the opposition. You would go and say to the captain, "Oh, I pulled up here, Skip. Yes. Hamstring's gone." So it runs for a couple, so the buckets can go around for the collection. Waits again. There's Jamie Smith, 67 not out. Smith, as Bamber is into him. Smith is forward. Turns this one into the leg side. Bo Webster does the fielding, and there's no run.
It's worth looking up. In fact, there might be something, being man of the Oval. It's 100 years this year since a very famous Ashes Test match at the Oval, which involved a famous innings on a sticky pitch after a thunderstorm. And Hobbs and Sutcliffe made the hundreds.
Yes.
That's the 100th anniversary of that. A famous game at the Oval, worth looking up.
As Bamber is in, driven by the right-handed Jamie Smith up towards mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over, 206 for 3. Lawrence 27, Smith 67. What? Look, when people say would those players have made runs in this era, you can never ever. Yeah, they would have done because they were brilliant players. Plus, they were playing on uncovered pitches, and the ball did all sorts.
There's a good story already in that game. Jack Hobbs is one of the players makes 100. Obviously, it was a sorry man.
Oh, of course. The master.
Webster is going to start another over. The last one was very good. Bowling to he makes another one climb past the shoulder of the bat. This time Dan Lawrence, who was pushing towards that, and he's gone past his gloves. It's 3 now in the space of 2 overs from Webster.
That really has got. I'll tell you what, Mike Taylor, what we've seen so far today, 100-run lead might not be as easy to chase down as we thought. That one did take off from Webster.
Misbehaved a bit. 206 for 3. Sorry, still 10 behind. Webster just trying to get one to kiss the gloves. He's nearly done it 2 or 3 times. This is a little bit fuller, and Lawrence defends. The Oval Test of 1926, after the thunderstorm, or the following morning, the story goes that Hobbs bat very carefully against Arthur Richardson's off-spin, but makes it look really hard, so that the Australian captain keeps him on rather than bowling on the left arm spinner, who would turn the ball away.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Webster bowls and Lawrence lets it pass, going through to the keeper. And supposedly was challenged on it by a member of the Australian press afterwards, saying, was that essentially, were you kidding them on? And Hobbs just winked and didn't say anything. But the accusation was that he made the off spinner look harder to play because he didn't want to play the left arm spinner.
Clever.
Which is, see.
Of course, he was known as the master. So
yes, master of psychology as well as technique, evidently. This is brought back from outside off stump by Webster, but too late to trouble Lawrence. He lets it go.
Oh, his record is absolutely ridiculous.
100 first-class hundreds after the age of 40. Which is
what was it, 199?
Something of that. Yeah, it was a recount, wasn't it, a few years ago?
Absolutely ridiculous numbers.
And a lot of them on, spicy pitches.
Absolutely.
Lawrence has 27 and waits for Webster, and he's going to get a run here, turning this into a gap on the leg side. There'll be a local radio update coming in about 45 seconds.
It's a very polite way of Mike Taylor telling me, shut up, Church.
Dream of doing that. There's a few more people at the City End now, I think, than there were when we started. But taking in a bit of the sun. Can't see any. Oh, there's one chap there I can see, just in the block, just to the left of the tarpaulin. Looks as though he has shed his coat. He's got his white T-shirt on. Webster, that one scuttled a bit. Outside the line of off stump, though, and Smith defends it away into the offside, and it's the end of another intriguing over. And Surrey now just 9 runs in arrears. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have not yet made a breakthrough on the final morning of the championship match against Surrey. The visitors up to 207 for 3. That's just 9 runs behind, not without a few alarms for Jamie Smith and Dan Lawrence. Lawrence survived a tight LBW appeal against Ethan Bamber, who bowled a long and challenging spell, and Bo Webster has made a couple of deliveries lift awkwardly just past the shoulder of the bat of both batters. But the Bears haven't been able to dislodge either of them as yet. Surrey now close to parity, just 9 runs behind at 207 for 3. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. And this is Nathan Gilchrist coming on to bowl from the pavilion end.
Yes, as we thought there was going to be a bowling change, but Ethan Bamber's bowled an hour this morning. Bowled through the first hour, but now we get Nathan Gilchrist, who again is tall. Probably the quickest of the Warwickshire bowlers. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see what he finds as well. Because as we suspected, there is a bit of up and down bounce on this final day. Have a look at the other scores from elsewhere during this over. Gilchrist then. In, over the wicket he comes. And Lawrence, just opens the face, waits for this and guides it away down to the third man boundary rope for 4. So 211 for 3.
It's cleverly played, quite deliberately.
Sorry, trailed by 5. Yeah, that whole thing of would they have made runs in this era, I think you have to add that up with they would be using the equipment that players use these days as well, and the pitches would be covered.
Skills transfer.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, would Bradman have made runs? Of course he would have done. As Gilchrist comes over the wicket to the right-handed Lawrence, plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. So elsewhere, in sunny Cardiff, Glamorgan 154 for 4, trying to set something up here, Glamorgan, because as we saw on the replays yesterday against Yorkshire, Mason Crane, a 5 for him, was getting the ball to turn. So they are leading by 231 against Yorkshire. Bo Webster comes in over the apologies, Gilchrist comes in over the wicket to Dan Lawrence, plays this one to Bo Webster in there at short mid wicket, and there's no run. Leicestershire, well, 189 for 5 now in their second innings, require another 292.
Haven't lost a wicket today.
They haven't, and it's Eskenazi with 52 and Cox with 48. So Ben Cox and Stephen Eskenazi.
He's been playing County Cricket for a long time, hasn't he now?
As this one's left alone outside the off stump by Dan Lawrence. Well, they both have.
Yes.
Now. But yes, Eskenazi obviously making the move from Middlesex to Leicestershire. Somerset have lost a couple of wickets. Kohler Cadmore's gone for 104 and Rue has gone for 122, which means they're 272 for 3 in their second innings, leading Nottinghamshire by 281. Over the wicket once again goes Gilchrist. Short, pulled all along the carpet by Dan Lawrence. Made sure he rolled his wrists on that, but he banged that one in, Gilchrist. And as I say, it's real tennis ball bounce here. And he'll get a single, will Dan Lawrence. That'll move him on to 33. Brings Jamie Smith back onto strike. So those are all the scores from Division 1, because we know Essex beat Hampshire yesterday. Derbyshire and Worcestershire. Worcestershire following on 112 for 3 in Division 2. Still trailing Derbyshire by 201. In over the wicket goes Gilchrist. That's left alone by Jamie Smith. Outside is off stump. End of the over. 212 for 3. Surrey trail by 4. Durham and Kent. Durham 131 for 7 now. Lead Kent by 269. Gloucestershire following on 134 for 5 against Middlesex at Lords. Still trailing by 95. And Northamptonshire 33 for 3 against Lancashire in their second innings, requiring another 288 to win. And as you were telling us, Tom Bailey with a couple of wickets today. And as I said, Kevin Howes will be delighted with that, as he is, well, the chairman of the Tom Bailey Appreciation Society.
There's quite a few admirers of Bailey.
Yeah.
4 runs the difference now for Surrey. Webster comes again to try and challenge Lawrence with a shorter delivery, which Lawrence stands up and hits hard off the back foot, but close to mid-off.
Again with that shot though, he had to wait and wait and wait for the ball to get to him, Dan Lawrence. That's why it went straight. He was looking to punch that through extra cover, but he was through the shot very early.
Webster sets in again to bowl to him and just drifts that bit short and leg side, and there's a run with a straight bat turned out to mid-wicket by Lawrence. He's gone up to 34. 2-1-3 for 3. The scoreboard operators have started the year in absolute mid-season form. They must have.
Magnificent.
Very, very fast.
Well, they were almost predicting it.
Yes.
It goes up so quickly.
Yeah, the quickest around now. Webster bowls to Smith, defends away on the offside.
Do you know what I like? I put the IPL on the other night, and in this magnificent new modern world of technology and everything, and whichever game I was watching, there was still the little scoreboard with a young man putting the numbers up.
Very good. Very good.
Which I thought was lovely.
We're all in favour of that. The clanking of the numbers going round or being hung on hooks.
Yes.
She's turned away into the leg side by Smith for 1 run.
Did you ever do that job at club cricket? I did. When Dad was playing, I was put the numbers on the scoreboard.
We had a little scoreboard at school eventually. So I used to, when our team was batting, wasn't really inclined very much, very invited very often to do much batting. So spent quite a bit of time doing that. Webster bowls outside the off stump. Like to be on the book rather these days.
Right.
Now. So
right,
when
yes.
I'm watching my lads play, be on the book and then trying to get somebody to go and hang the numbers up.
Hang the numbers up, yes. Well, I used to quite enjoy that job. Although it was quite an old one, so some of the numbers that you couldn't really see what they were anyway.
Webster makes his way in to bowl Fuller to Lawrence, who drives without really timing it up to extra cover. And there's no run. It's the end of another over. 2 from that over. 2-1-4 for 3. Quite a lot of clubs now, I find, have the remote control
Yes, I
score
know
boxes.
they do.
So
Yeah,
the
that's
first one, I was sitting there quite happily scoring a game. One of my lads was playing it. And after about half an hour, a fella comes over and says, would you mind doing this? And just presented me this little console.
Ooh.
Never used one before.
Yeah, excellent.
God, hours of fun you can have with that.
Oh, absolutely. You can.
And then every now and again, somebody walks in front of the transmitter,
Yep.
so you miss a run.
Yeah.
And then you press the button twice, and you have to. Can we go back?
Yeah,
Oh no, you have to.
No, you have to go all the way
around again.
Yep. Gilchrist is over the wicket, and forward goes Jamie Smith.
Psychologists listening are probably thinking, oh yeah, he sounds like he's that sort of character. I mean, he really is. But you can have hours of fun with those.
Oh, well, one of our favourite games was if someone, when you couldn't see your score.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, but they'd know they were approaching 50 or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Well played, brilliant, and then they'd be out and come back and they were on 49. So yes, that was always a good game. That was always a good game. As Gilchrist, over the wicket he comes. Forward goes Jamie Smith, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
My short time as a club scorer, and scoring the age group games my lads played in, the really hard-working bit is because the Warwickshire youth leagues, they sort of retire at 50.
Ah.
So, and you know, most teams have got 2 or 3 quite good players, and you'll get one he's 20 not out, and then suddenly it's 6-4, 6-4, and oh, hang on a minute.
Oh, hang on, I've got to add this up.
Yeah.
As in comes Gilchrist. Oh, hello. That was banged in. Well directed as well, and well played by Jamie Smith. Just swayed inside it.
And you can't sort of be late, because when he's 50, he has to retire there and then, not the end of the over. So you have to be right. Are we sure it's right? And of course, all his mates are buzzing around. How many's he got? How many's he got? What's he on? They all go, don't shout to him. Don't shout to put him off. And then the really savvy teams will shout to their player when he's on 48. Will tell him to take a single so that he can eat a 6 in the following over.
Yes.
So that's the way you do it.
As well bowled, Gilchrist bangs this one in, and Jamie Smith, with no great pace in the pitch, was able just to get up on his toes, ride the bounce, push it down into the leg side, and pick up a single. So Surrey trail by 1 now, 215 for 3.
Have you used the ECB approved scoring app for club cricket?
I beg your
Oh
pardon.
no, it's the thing. Club cricketers, you'll know. Those of you who are involved with the club cricket, you'll know what I mean. The Play Cricket app. You'll know what I mean with that.
As forward goes Dan Lawrence, will get a single. Long single out to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. So it's Surrey are at parity now.
Yes. So you do the scoring on this app.
Yeah.
And it goes live on the internet.
Ah,
and there's an app,
yes,
and everybody
I've seen,
can follow it.
Yes,
So,
yes. Ooh, that's a bit of pressure, though, isn't it?
It is. So now, in the first couple of years I was doing it, and you'd have somebody from the other team would come and they say, "Oh, I'm doing it on an iPad." And with the club I was at, they would all say, "No, just do it in the book."
In over the wicket goes Gilchrist. Oh, shout for LBW's nipped that one back, but again, I think height would have been the issue there. Shake of the head from umpire Middlebrook. End of the over, 216 for 3 Surrey. So we're at parity. As I say, next run Surrey will be in profit here on Sports Extra.
Yeah, it's quite well across, doesn't he, Dan Lawrence? So, or Jamie Smith on that occasion. So I think he was probably always all right.
So iPad turns up.
Yes, the iPad turned up. Now, I suspect the app has been updated, but what I found the first 2 or 3 times I'll be there with a book and somebody would come with the iPad or a phone was that if you haven't got a battery pack, it was eating the battery up. So it was a magnificent game that one of those where there's some teams defending like 75 and it's 60 for 8.
Oh, lovely.
It's an absolutely belting game. And the fella's iPad, he's running, this goes off and it's, can you go back a bit? Or just, not right now. I can't right now. No. So it's been, but it seems to have been improved because that hasn't happened for the last couple of years. Is Jordan Thompson, his first ball of the day, finds the outside edge of Lawrence and goes past slip for 4. And it's just not quite happening in the right way for Warwickshire at the moment. They've found the edge. They've had a couple that have gone past the shoulder of the bat, a couple of near misses. Thompson's right on target straight away, but it didn't go to hand.
Nope. And slip in a gully. It's gone straight between the two of them. And it means Surrey lead by 4.
Proper edge, that.
Yep, it was. It was a good ball first up. Again, just a bit of bounce on that. Off a good length.
39 to Lawrence. Thompson bowls Fuller. He's going to get 4 here in much more orthodox fashion by turning this off the middle of the bat through mid-wicket. And Warwickshire are still trying very hard here, but they've been straining for an hour for a wicket. And they're going to need a little bit of a lucky break here, I think.
Well, a lot of club games are live streamed these days.
They are, yes.
The only reason I know this is, and I will tell you after this delivery from Thompson.
He's hurrying in. He's a real sprinter to the crease. This is short and punched by Lawrence, and a very good stop in the covers. They're going to get 1.
Well, had it been anybody else, that would have been 4, but that was Bo Webster with his long arms. But he struck that very firmly. Anyway, dear friend who I haven't seen in ages, very good cricketer, very, very fine cricketer. Anyway, he'd made a deal with his good lady wife. He's got two elder sons that at some point he would retire from playing.
Oh dear.
Retire from playing.
Not sure I like where this story's going already.
Yes.
Thompson it's a long run, but he gets through it quickly. Here he is to bowl again to Smith. Hits him on the page. He's a long way forward there, Jamie Smith, so I reckon he's all right. He loops away into the offside.
He's taken a couple of paces down the pitch towards Thompson there as Jamie Smith. Anyway, I hadn't seen him for a few years. Went round for dinner one evening, and this was so he could spend more time with his good lady wife of a Saturday and a Sunday, obviously, and they could, I don't know, go to the garden centre and things like that. And his 2 sons were there as well, and I sort of asked them how they were getting on with their club cricket, and they're both getting on very, very well.
Thompson arrives, bowls to Smith, just places the bat next to the pad and angles it so that he can pick up a run through mid-wicket.
And then I said to him, and how you must be missing it.
Yeah.
And he went, oh, yeah, sit down with me now and I'll show you every run of my 55 last week on YouTube. I said, beg your pardon?
Oh, well done.
I beg your pardon. Anyway, it transpired that they were 1 short in his son's game for the second team. He played, did all right, and was straight back in the first team.
Gosh.
And was playing every Saturday
Very good.
and Sunday as well. Yes. I don't think it went down dreadfully well at home.
Did his wife ask how come it was that they'd been 1 man short 6 weeks in a row?
Well, exactly, yes.
Terrible bad luck there. Thompson bowls to Lawrence, who drives a full delivery outside off stump to Webster in the covers, and there's no run. 10 from the over from Thompson, who's going to go away chuntering into the outfield, cursing his luck, I think. But Surrey now lead by 10 with Smith 70 and Lawrence 44. They're 226 for 3.
So I spent a very boring evening watching him get 50 odd, but all their games are live streamed. Anyway, this story continues in the fact that he has retired now from playing. Yeah, he's now the first team coach.
Oh, okay.
So they say it's even worse because he sits of an evening thinking tactics up for Saturday. So
Does he have charts on the wall? I bet he's got charts on the wall.
I'm sure he has, knowing him.
Very good.
As Gilchrist is in, and this is punched off the back foot by Jamie Smith. That's going to whistle off to the extra cover boundary rope for 4. Very nicely played by Jamie Smith. He's on to 74 now, 230 for 3, so he lead by 14.
He's going to end up like Richard Bryars in ever-decreasing circles, organising everything.
You know what he's looking for franchise, I reckon.
Oh, okay.
I reckon he's going to be looking for a bit of franchise work soon. Anyway, I think his good lady was actually quite relieved. As in over the wicket, once again comes Gilchrist. Forward goes the right-handed Smith. Plays this one back up the pitch and there's no run. Dan Lawrence having a long old chat here with umpire Middlebrook. Sound of a seagull going across. Well, we're near a river. I never even knew there was a river.
Yes, there's plenty
the
of those
Hollies.
around South Birmingham.
As in again goes Gilchrist. Forward goes Smith. They're thinking about a single, but there isn't one there. That ball just rolls into short mid-wicket. So Surrey lead by 14. This partnership now worth 81. Dan Lawrence 44 from 74 deliveries. Jamie Smith 74 from 150 deliveries. Settles himself down again. Over his bat to Smith, right-handed of course. As Gilchrist is in, short ball. Smith gets up on his toes. Pushes this one out towards extra cover. And there is no run.
You can follow the course of the Ray through the Cannonhill Park, which is just behind us. It sort of comes up through there from...
It's lovely, that park.
Kings Norton. Yeah, it's nice.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's a very busy park these days. There's lots of nice parks all around Birmingham, certainly in South Birmingham.
Because T20 finals day, sometimes you park in the park,
yes,
if that makes sense.
Yes, yeah.
As over the wicket once again goes Gilchrist, solidly forward. Goes the right-handed Smith.
But there's part of the river that runs through Cannonhill Park, and then it comes sort of under the road outside, and then behind the race stand, then off towards Digbyth.
I had no idea. No idea at all. Waits again, does Smith, as Gilchrist turns down below us. Over the wicket he goes to Jamie Smith. Short ball on his hip, tucks it away down towards fine leg. Smith moves on to 75. 231 for 3 Surrey. They lead by 15. And, well, we're fine for weather today. So that's something we don't have to worry about. Dan Lawrence is off. This might well be a bit of a comfort break, I think, for Dan Lawrence, the way he's sprinting down below us, up the stairs and back into the dressing rooms, which is fair enough. So the game has ground to a bit of a halt here. And here comes Ryan Patel with a towel and a drink for Jamie Smith.
Just casting an eye around the other scores while we've got this momentary hiatus. Glamorgan 173 for 4. Momentary hiatus. I think Wolves are going to sign him for next season. 173 for 4. Glamorgan leading Yorkshire by 249. Colin Ingram, I think, got runs in the first innings. Yeah, he got 100 in the first innings. He's got 50 in the second. So whether there is time to set up a finish there, I don't know. But it's a solid start for Glamorgan back in the First Division. At Grace Road, Leicestershire, still Eskenazi and Cox hanging on. A century partnership for the 6th wicket. They're 202 for 5. 279 more to win. So that game's going to stretch into the afternoon. Somerset 303 for 3. Centuries for Cola Cadmore and James Rue, both falling eventually to Liam Patterson-White. But they lead Notts by 312, so there might be a declaration incoming there. In the second division, Worcestershire, I don't think I've lost a wicket today, at 128 for 3, following on. But that's a bit of a dig in against Derby. They're still nearly 200 behind. Durham have steadied things at 150. It's taken quite an effort to steady things at Chesterley Street since yesterday morning, apparently. But 154 for 7 there, lead Kent by 292. Lawrence is getting himself back in playable order. Gloucestershire 144 for 5, trying to delay Middlesex. They're still 85 behind. Here's Thompson to start a new over. And Smith is defending on the onside. And Northants struggling along to 37 for 4 in 24 overs of their second innings. They've been set 321 by Lancashire at Wantage Road, but they're clinging to the raft at the moment. Wicket there for Ajit Singh Dale as well. Anderson, Bailey and Singh Dale is not a bad attack now in the second division for Lancs. Wouldn't imagine they'll be far away this season. Thompson bowls full, hits Smith on the pad, possibly off the inside edge first. Sounded like there were a couple of noises there.
Yes, definitely a bit of bat in that one from Jamie Smith. I think I've suffered from momentary hiatus, to be honest with you, over the years.
You can get a strapping for it.
You can.
231 for 3, the lead is 15.
And a lotion.
Thompson turns down. Don't think you can get that over the counter. This is full by Smith, pushed up to mid-on, and there is, I don't know whether tumbling stop, it was rather a tired stop, but nevertheless.
See Wokes.
Stopped it.
Yes. He's all right, though. That's the most important thing.
He's careful how he tumbles these days.
It has to be. Well, quite rightly, he's used his boot on a couple of occasions when chasing the ball to the boundary rope. But on the first day, he got a standing ovation, didn't he? And doffed his cap.
Thompson tries again and feels well in his follow-through. He's having to run along with his hands below his shins there to stop that, which is quite a tricky thing to do without falling over.
He did very well there, because that was struck powerfully by Jamie Smith. Of course, it was Thompson that struck that ball back at Tom Laws yesterday.
Yes.
And Laws, well, it was a split lip in the end, but I think he was fortunate.
He might be fun in the blast, mightn't he, Jordan Thompson?
Cool,
new to Edgbaston, because he hit that monster six as well off Ralphie Albert that went off into the barn stand, where you would think with the pitch on the other side you could have quite a sleepy afternoon if you wanted, but not with Jordan Thompson batting. Anyway, Smith defends back past him and stays on 75 as it runs up to mid-on.
Well, as in life, it's important, but he had wind behind, didn't he, as he played that shot, so it went even further. It was a heck of a strike. Oh, he's one of these all-action cricketers, isn't he, Jordan Thompson?
Yes, he's doing everything at full throttle, including running in to try and bowl to Jamie Smith now on 75, and Smith strokes this very easily up to mid-off, and it's the end of a maiden from Thompson. 231 for the 3, so lead of 15, and Surrey nailing down their position here. Whether they will try to bat with any ambition after lunch, maybe they will have a little run at Warwickshire in the last session, but in the first match of the season, I think your first objective is to secure it, isn't it?
I think they'll just keep going like this at the moment. I think Gilchrist's going to get a short leg in, because he's been banging a couple in. Now it won't be that it's gloved off your nose or anything like that, because there isn't the pace in the wicket for that, but it will just make whoever's on strike aware that there's somebody in there. They'll be pretty deep, I would have thought. I think it's going to be Dan Mosley, isn't it? He's strapping on all the bits and pieces at the moment down below us.
He might have thought, now that he's a championship centurion, that there really ought to be somebody else who's up for this duty.
Well, it's a very specialised role now, isn't it?
It is.
Whereas it used to be
whoever's the smallest.
Or the oldest.
Yeah, the oldest.
Well, I remember when G. Gooch
he
stopped being captain, and his first game he was at short leg. Same with Nasser Hussain.
Yeah.
They got the short leg duties.
He hasn't actually gone in there.
Well, it may be that they're getting ready for some spin.
Well, possibly, yeah.
As Gilchrist comes in over the wicket to Lawrence. Lawrence clips this firmly through the leg side, and as always, Mosley with his shin guards on is the one that has to go and run after it. But there, he slipped there as he picked that up. And he's pulling up his shin guards again. There is Mosley. 2 more to the total. And Lawrence moves on to 46, 233 for 3. But yes, I remember when Nasser gave up the captaincy in his first game, there he was.
Yeah.
Stood in at Boot Hill. But now it's a far more sort of specialised position, isn't it? As over the wicket goes Gilchrist again. And in behind this one goes Dan Lawrence.
He's not happy, Mosley, with this gear.
Well, he's not.
I suppose if they might be brand new for the new season, a bit stiff, and he's got them under his flannels at the moment.
He's quick, but he wasn't as quick as normal chasing that ball either. And then he slipped, and then oh dear, he's adjusting his. He's adjusting everything at the moment.
There's quite a lot of things to adjust now, but you sort of have to run with your legs a bit wider apart.
You certainly do. As in over the wicket once again goes Gilchrist. This is cracked off the back foot by Dan Lawrence, and they will pick up a single. 1 more to the total. 234 for 3. Surrey lead by 18. This partnership now worth 85. Came together late last night. Got Surrey through to stumps and have batted for the first hour and a half this morning. Having a good old natter about this. Yeah, here we go. It's for Jamie Smith. Mosley goes in at short leg. I thought that was what it would be, in the fact that obviously Gilchrist got Smith up on his toes in his last over. They're also dropping an extra man back on the hook, because Jamie Smith has been accused of hooking at everything. As in over the wicket goes Gilchrist. There's a short one. That's the wrong line though. It's on his hip. So he can just turn that away out towards deep backward square, and he'll stroll a single here, will Jamie Smith. He's on to 76. 235 for 3. Smith just rehearsing some shots out there in the middle. Dan Lawrence waits with that bat raised as over the wicket goes Gilchrist. Short one to Lawrence this time. They kept the short leg in there. He just ducks underneath it. Got to put some effort in on here to get a batsman ducking. Problem is for Gilchrist, he's going to have to go so short.
Yes.
He's in danger of breaking his own toes.
Yeah, and if he does go so short, it'll take all the urge out of the ball, won't it?
Absolutely. So. And the other thing is they know what's coming here. As Gilchrist is in, there's another short one. This is pulled all along the floor by Dan Lawrence, and they will pick up a single. One more to the total. One more to Dan Lawrence. He's on to 48. We saw Surrey on that flat pitch last year here trying this, but there was just nothing there for the quick men. And last year, you know, you'd start at 6'3", and by the time you finished your spell, you were 4'2". It was really hard work last year. Really was.
Well, it's been a very different character of fixture to last year, because in that game, the effect, whether it was by intention or not, but the effect of that pitch was that it drew all the teeth out of Surrey's attack as far as Warwickshire were concerned, but obviously did the same the other way. Whereas in this game, although it might be heading to the same result, Warwickshire have made the running for most of it. Thompson draws Lawrence forward, away on the offside. It's a bit early yet to be drawing conclusions on this game, but I think Warwickshire will be pretty pleased with a lot of their work. They certainly took advantage of the one time in which there were helpful conditions for the bowlers on the first morning. So they've shown their teeth a bit in this game, Warwickshire, although not able to really make an incision today. Thompson goes wider on the crease, and Lawrence plays that with the angle for 4 runs. A classy stroke. The angle was just changed slightly by Thompson, went a bit wider and fired it in at Lawrence's feet. And he turned it through square leg for 4, and he's now 52. A very well assembled half century from 81 balls.
Yes, beautifully constructed so far, this innings by Dan Lawrence. Yeah, Thompson knows he mustn't bowl there to Lawrence. Lawrence has gone across his stumps a touch, but with those wrists of his.
Here is Thompson waiting to bowl to him again, and Lawrence drives from just to the leg side of straight and hits it to mid-on for no run. So, looking now, there's been 2 centuries in this match, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 half centuries. So,
which says good pitch,
been a few,
really.
Yeah. It's a good pitch, but there's been a bit there for the bowlers at times as well.
Yep.
So it's actually been quite a good cricket pitch, I think. Thompson bowls, Fuller, and Lawrence drives up to mid-on.
Oh, and it started on April the 3rd. So
yeah,
it's not that easy for the ground staff to.
No, I'm sure it isn't.
To get everything ready.
And I mean, it's been such a wet winter.
Yeah, it's just been a dull winter, hasn't it? Just dull.
I think especially in this part of the world, we had a lot of rain. I was reading somewhere that, you know, the most rain in across the sort of West Midlands region generally in the first 3 months of the year since goodness knows when. This is turned by Lawrence away to the leg side for 1 run. Indeed, despite fervent efforts by another more distinguished member of my household yesterday, I think there's probably no play in the Taylor Garden until the end of June at this rate.
Ah, right.
But it's a bit slow pace, but it would seem.
Would it seem?
Yeah, I think it probably would.
If you could get through the grass to...
Yes.
Yes.
No, but no, a lot of work has been done.
Right.
Not a great deal of it by me, I have to tell you.
Wow.
76 to Smith, who's waiting. He drives one of the more elegant strokes this morning, and he's managed to knock over Bo Webster. Oh, do they think it was a catch?
It's a catch.
Gosh, it was a very hard chance if it was.
It would have been a great one because he absolutely drilled it.
Very low. Yeah, the reaction of Mosley at backward point, I think they do think it was a catch, although no one else had reacted. Would have been, yeah, he was a bit uppish.
Yep. There were a couple of hands on heads, and it was absolutely smashed by Jamie Smith. But just from the reaction, I think that may have been a very hard chance.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to... Oh, yeah, taken, I think, the one replay I've just seen from quite a long way away. But, yeah, it went very fast and maybe a little below knee height to Webster, but he got hands on it.
Gilchrist from the pavilion end. Here we go. Short ball again, and ducking underneath it is Dan Lawrence. Yeah, it would have been a terrific catch.
But that's interesting. The two chances this morning, the Hayne one at slip and that one, have both been from two strokes where Smith has tried to sort of slip the leash a bit and really flow into a drive. Otherwise, he's played, I suggest, a bit within himself.
Well, just tight. That's how he's played. As in over the wicket again goes Gilchrist, fuller of length, pushed away by Lawrence, and he'll pick up a single. Yeah, I did get a little confused with all the Ashes stuff anyway, but all the Jamie Smith stuff. Hang on, just a second here. He's got a massive 100 here at this ground. His start of his career has been unbelievable. He had a quiet series, but there's been many a player that's had a quiet series over the years. As forward goes Smith. That is a lovely shot. That is full face of the bat with mid-on very wide. He's pushed it down the ground and he's going to get 3. But what a lovely cricket shot that is from Jamie Smith. And as I say, I've got a little confused with a lot of things, but that whole Jamie Smith stuff has confused me. I think it's the wicket-keeping role as well for him. But what people have to remember is he doesn't keep for Surrey very often, as Gilchrist comes in over the wicket to Folkes, and Folkes to Lawrence. Sorry, I was thinking of Folkes for the keeping there, as this is driven straight back down the ground by Lawrence for 4 more. Lovely shot, and that's the 100 partnership. Done it very well so far, these two. So the 100 partnership comes up as well. It's been an attractive partnership with these two batting. Lawrence on to 58, Surrey lead by 33. So 5 tests back to back. It's a lot of work for the keeper, and if you are going to get tired doing it. As Gilchrist is in over the wicket, short ball, and Lawrence is pulling out towards deep backward square. They'll pick up a single, 1 more to the total. 250 comes up for Surrey, 250 for 3. Because I've always thought with Jamie Smith that he will end up batting 4 for England. You know, when Root knocks it on the head.
He could do.
And I wonder if there's any other team in the world that wouldn't have Folkes and Smith
possibly
in their 11. But it is what it is. Going to come around the wicket now is Gilchrist. And Smith ducks underneath this one. And into the gloves it goes of Kai Smith. End of the over. 250 for 3. Smith 79. Lawrence 59. And Surrey lead by 34. But at times it was almost as if James Smith had never made a run in Test match cricket. Some of the stuff that was I was hearing.
Yes, he seemed to be a real lightning rod for He wasn't the only player who struggled, as you say.
Well, it was the one shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was that one shot, and everybody got on his back. Well, here, 79 off 163 balls. Played very nicely.
Yeah. And so most of the time, I think within himself, Thompson bowls full to Lawrence to start a new over with 20 minutes to go to lunch. And this is driven firmly by Lawrence to mid-on. Warwickshire without a wicket to show for the efforts of the seamers this morning in 25 overs.
Bowled well this morning.
Yeah, they've been on target a lot. Wokes and Bamber were quite challenging, and Webster's spell had its moments, didn't he? But
yep. You need a bit of luck as well,
yeah.
don't you?
A couple of hard chances. Now quite a defensive field with 12 overs, including this one, to go until the new ball's available. And there's a run here for Lawrence, turning it away to mid-wicket. And now, with Surrey already building a lead, if there is to be much longer, unless Warwickshire did pick up a couple of quick wickets before lunch, and they can still reignite it if they do.
Or even if they don't do that,
yeah,
there is that new ball still.
Yeah, that might do.
You know, and that'll be around probably what, 6 overs after lunch.
Yes, something
new ball
like
of it. Now that could make it interesting.
Make a difference.
Yep.
By which time Surrey, you would think, would be, say, 75 or so in front. Thompson bowls and Smith places the bat there. Seems to have a lot of time here to defend this, and it runs down towards backward point. There's no run.
Yeah, absolutely. And then if you can use that new ball well. But they played very nicely this morning, both Lawrence and Smith.
Yes, they've had just the right approach, really. They haven't tried to chase very much. Smith has survived a couple of hard chances when he has, but that aside, he's timed the ball very well. And he's 79 and waiting for Thompson, and meets this with a straight bat. The main thing being they've read the brief this morning, which was to make sure that they bat securely,
yes,
and runs will come if they do.
Yes,
they have.
Which is sort of what we saw with even though Surrey were not at their best with the ball, we saw it with Yates, and Mosley took a bit of time to get going. Hayne as well. We said you just got to get it. We saw Folks do it. Got to give yourself a bit of a chance, haven't you?
Thompson heads in again to come in this over, and that's a slightly false stroke from Smith off a thick outside edge, but it went low all along the ground to Mosley.
That's the other thing I like about Jordan Thompson, is you know when he's slightly fed up.
Yes.
As well. He sort of stood there in the middle of the pitch as if the entire world was against him.
Yeah, and you've just got to fight that feeling this morning. They've been working hard. They've been close to making things happen 2 or 3 times. But it hasn't happened yet. Thompson bowls again, wider on the crease, and Smith defends. But defends with good timing, so that even with that classical defensive pose, the ball still trampolines back up to mid-on. And it's the end of the over. 251 for 3. Lawrence 60 and Smith 79.
Yep, and those two get together for a bit of a natter out there in the middle. And Gilchrist will continue from the pavilion end. And last thing I'll say on the Ashes is done now, but the other thing I had on that was you've been told to play away for 3 years. It's very difficult to change that in the middle of an Ashes series. Anyway, it's all done now. Nothing's changed. Here is Gilchrist from the pavilion end. Coming in over the wicket to Lawrence short. Pulled by Lawrence. Out to one of the 2 men. Out there at deep mid-wicket. And, well, old ball, slow old pitch. And he's playing that off the front foot. Here's Dan Lawrence.
Yes,
picks up another single.
Only a short leg as the close fielder now. No slip.
Well, actually, to be fair, there is a lot of players a long way away now third man. Sweeper on the cover point boundary rope. Genuine fine leg now. Deep backward square, deep mid wicket. Short leg. As Gilchrist is in. Another short one. And up on the toes goes Jamie Smith.
You can only really try and bowl bouncers with this field.
Well, and I tell you what, it's a good effort this from Gilchrist to be getting it up somewhere near Jamie Smith and Dan Lawrence's head. He may have to be carried off at lunchtime, but he's giving it a good old go. Here's Gilchrist. Comes in once again to Smith. Another short one. Well bowled, well played. He'd get that up there, and that was awkward for Jamie Smith, but he's aware of that short leg, so he's actually played that and kept it down through the offside and got a single.
Yeah, that was a pretty good bouncer as he goes. If with a ball that's into its this specific ball isn't into its 70th over, but it was replaced, but presumably of that sort of age.
I think as a batter, you just got enough time to adjust, haven't you?
Ed Barnard hasn't bowled today, incidentally, which is just... We have had 5 seamers, but Barnard hasn't.
Gilchrist in, another short one, ducking underneath. It is Dan Lawrence.
That's the one thing they haven't tried this morning. And Barnard has bowled as well as any of the seamers in this match without somehow taking a wicket.
I don't think he's got an injury. I saw him whirling his shoulder a bit yesterday after a throw, but looks all right, isn't he, out there? But no, he's bowled beautifully in this game. And, as Dermot Reeves said, one of the best 25s you'll ever see from him yesterday. As Gilchrist around the wicket again, another short one. And Lawrence is ducking underneath this. Guy Smith likes that. Lots of encouragement for the bowlers. 10 minutes until a well-earned break. Messrs Wokes and Smith are having a good old natter out there. A quick survey of the field again here does
Deep back,
Dan
which
Lawrence.
come in about 20 yards from that long boundary.
He hasn't tried a hook yet. Oh, he's playing that off his hip. Oh, shot. Well, behave yourself, Dan Lawrence, because that man's just come up. He's banged it in, and he's just stood up and punched it off his hip straight past that man who just come up from the boundary rope. That is a brilliant bit of batting from Dan Lawrence. He's on to 65, and it's 257 for 3, and Surrey lead by 41.
Beautiful timing.
Oh.
It's Barnard. Here he is.
There
No
you
sooner
are.
the word.
There you
Not
are.
before time. He's applauded. Now, there are some... I'm not saying this is the case, because he has had 5 other seamers to choose from, some pretty good ones. But sometimes captains, when they become captain, they become not shy of bowling themselves, but they think other people ought to have a go first. Barnard bowls with the keeper standing up, and Smith defends back to the bowler.
I was never like that. I got myself in the attack very early with my non-turning off breaks. Oh, yes.
It's all about deception, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's what they think was going to happen.
Well, I think they worked it out quite quickly.
As long as you keep playing a different team every week.
Yeah, exactly.
Got them foxed. Barnard bowls, and Smith is defending carefully up to extra cover.
I once, when I was very young, thought I was Craig McDermott.
Oh, yes.
So I charged in like he used to charge in.
Did, didn't he?
Yes, and then I could only bowl one over because I was so exhausted by the end of it, and the ball didn't go down very fast.
Barnard bowls, and Smith is forward, turning away into the leg side.
But boy, did I charge in!
Yes.
Oh.
He was quite a striking figure, wasn't he, McDermott? It was the hair. He had sort of
and he was aggressive.
Hair. Yes, he was. Yeah, he was a competitor.
Well. Yeah.
In comes Barnard and just holds this up outside off stump.
I saw a wonderful bit of footage. It was McDermott was bowling. It was in an Australia tour here in a warm-up game, and Border was the captain, and he was at mid-off, and he was telling McDermott something. McDermott just walked back to the top of his mark,
Barnard's bowling now, and Smith is driving elegantly for 4 runs, I think. Oh no, it might be cut off by the man running around the boundary, and it is.
Brilliant.
It's a good save. They're still going to have 3. It was a good shot and a fine chase to save 1.
That's a great stop, isn't it? Lovely shot from Jamie Smith. He's on to 83. I won't repeat the language, but you heard Border shouting,
I've seen that.
"Oi,
yeah.
oi!" And he ignores him, and he goes, and basically, to cut it short, "You will be on the next plane home."
Yes.
I'm not kidding. You do that again, you will be on the next plane home. I loved it.
Yeah, he came as a young bowler, wasn't he? But
Yeah.
ended up sort of carrying the attack
I
on
think
the
it was the
85
85 tour. That, yeah.
Here he comes, Barnard now to bowl to Lawrence on 65, and Lawrence is waiting for this and playing it square on the offside.
Well,
it's the end of the over, 260 for 3.
That 85 attack for Australia was how to put this? A slightly veteran Jeff Thompson, of course.
Yes.
Yes.
He did still have the hair.
He certainly did. Possibly not the pace, but the hair. Then Jeff Lawson, of course.
Yep.
As well, and then Simon O'Donnell as the all-rounder, and McDermott.
Yeah.
And
the 2-spin Bob Holland rolling in bowling.
Great Bob Holland.
Leg breaks.
Yes, indeed.
Second spinner played. Do you remember Bennett played?
Oh, Murray Bennett.
Yep,
Murray Bennett. Yeah, Murray Bennett. In fact, I think I'm right in saying that Murray Bennett was the final wicket of the entire series to Les Taylor.
Yes, Les Taylor played.
Yeah, the great Les Taylor. Yeah. Now we are going to get some spin. So Rob Yates is into the attack, but no, McDermott,
yes,
he was aggressive and he was quick
as
well. But that was his first tour.
Yeah,
and he almost was sent on the plane back for ignoring the captain. You wouldn't ignore Border, would you? Here is Yates coming in over the wicket with his spin, and this is turned, the first one by Jamie Smith down the ground to long on, and he'll stroll a long single.
I just think you'd only ignore him once.
I think McDermott knew.
Yes,
I think
you'd have done it twice.
McDermott. Well, that was the Dean Jones story, wasn't it? With it when he cramped up in India.
Yes.
And over the wicket goes Yates to Lawrence, and Lawrence punches into the leg side, and there's no run. And he was like, 100.
Yeah.
And he said, "I can't continue here, Skip." As in over the wicket goes Yates. Forward goes Lawrence, and Border said to him, "Okay then, you go off, I'll get a proper Australian out here." And he went on to get double 100. Yeah. I think he was quite ill afterwards. Here is Yates. This was pushed by Lawrence into the leg side. Because he was actually, he was, how to put this politely, he was being sick on the outfield.
Yeah.
But Border, I'll get a proper Aussie out here then. And he kept going. As this one's turned down the ground by Dan Lawrence.
He's a good player, Alan Border, as well. His captaincy to make Australia a much more competitive team and set up that team of the 90s.
Just made them really aggressive, didn't he? As forward goes the right-handed Smith and turns this one into the leg side. End of the over, 262 for 3. Because everyone talks about Steve Waugh. But it was really Border that started it.
He set the tone.
He really did, yeah.
But he was a fine player, left-handed bat. Got a big 100 on that 85 tour at Lords. David Gower got his double in that series here.
Yep, 203, I seem to remember. Was it not here as well? That I think Gatting got 100 in that one.
Gatting got 100. Yeah. Tim Robinson got 100
of course
in that
he
game.
Did. My cricketing hero, R.T. Robinson.
Ian Botham hit his first ball for 6 over the pavilion. It used to be here off Craig McDermott in that games.
But it was the 80.
Famous incident.
The Border stuff was the 89 tour.
Yeah, when he really got them pulled straight.
Yep.
Here's Barnard, the new captain of Warwickshire. I don't know if he's going to follow Alan Border's methods. I'm not sure that'd be necessary. Anyway, Lawrence pushes this up to mid-off. It's 5-1, so there'll be maybe this over and one more. Depends how quick they get through them. But a wicketless morning for Warwickshire, not for the want of trying. Barnard comes in again to Lawrence, who is turning this on. Good timing again. He beats 2 fielders and away to long on for 4. And he really is playing the ball quite dreamily at the moment, Lawrence.
That again is just a beautiful piece of batting, because he's timed that. He's got it past Hayne diving to his left and the straight mid on. But it was the full face of the bat again from Lawrence. Beautiful bit of timing.
70. 266 for 3. And now Lawrence is guiding this to backward point.
Well, Surrey started the morning trailing by 47. They now lead by 50.
Yes, this sort of strength in difficult positions, these are the things that make a team a championship contender, aren't they? As Surrey have so often proved. They win games from the front quite often, but they can also wriggle out of you. You've got to be on top for 4 days to beat them. This is guided by Lawrence down towards third man, and 3 fielders converge on it and eventually keep it down to 3 runs.
I still think that new ball after lunch will be interesting. Yeah, and I think it will be about 6 overs after lunch. Yeah. That new ball will become available.
That, I think, I'd say it's the last chance for Warwickshire to win this game. It's the last good chance for Warwickshire to win this game. Surrey leading at the moment by 53. Barnard bowls again to Smith, who plays this firmly up to mid-off. And it's still a small enough lead that if Warwickshire could nip a couple out, then they can put some pressure on. It's by no means over yet. But there's going to have to be quite a change of rhythm. They've created 2 chances this morning, neither of them held, both difficult. Forward comes Smith, playing away into the offside, and no run, 7 from the over. 269 for 3. They also had a couple of near things for LBW. Bamber was quite troublesome in his long spell.
I think there've been enough there to keep you interested. Yeah. Definitely, it's not been. It's certainly not an absolute road, this, by any standards at all.
Bo Webster made a couple hop, didn't he, in his spell past the gloves.
Yep. Well, it's going to be Robbie Yates. This is probably our last over before lunch. 269 for 3, and Yates is into Lawrence. Oh, now Dan Lawrence looking to be a bit more expansive on that occasion to Yates. Used his feet, looking to go inside out, but actually the ball squirts away towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yates is in again. That's very short. That's pushed by Dan Lawrence into short mid-wicket. I've noticed the floodlight shadow, because it's the big E for Edgbaston. Hey, it looks like a Pac-Man down there, if you remember those. And the Channel 9 coverage, as here is Lawrence driving super shot. Got his wrists into that, bottom hand in, got it away through extra cover. It's just drifted outside the off stump all along the floor. And he's on to 77, 273 for 3, Surrey.
We've seen some of his best work in the last half an hour, haven't we, Dan Lawrence?
Just beginning to tick it now, before lunch. As he's forward, turns this one in towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Couple of deliveries to go. As Yates is in, tosses this one up. It's a full toss, but Lawrence, it's toe end of the bat really when he drives, and potters out into the offside. Bamber goes around to do the fielding. So this will be the final delivery before lunch on this final day here at Edgbaston. Yates is into Smith. Smith is forward, pushes it up towards mid-off. We're just dashing round to see if they can get another one in. It's 12:59 on the digital clock. And umpire Shaughnessy wants his lunch because he's just flicked the bails off because it's just ticked round to 1300. But that's been a good morning for Surrey. Started the day 169 for 3, so they've added 105. They haven't lost a wicket. They lead by 58. Lawrence on 78, and Jamie Smith has 84.
Yeah, very satisfactory job done by these two for Surrey, steering them away from any dangers, at least for now, in adding those runs this morning. 105 added, but the new ball in 6 overs time gives Warwickshire one more shot at it. You'd think we will take a pause in the commentary now and fire things up again in just under 40 minutes' time. If you're listening on this channel, you hear a local radio update in a couple of minutes' time. But otherwise, back with you just before 1:40. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where lunch on the final day of the County Championship fixture here. Surrey have made successful progress through the morning to reach 274 for 3, a lead of 58, and they've managed to limit Warwickshire's ambitions in winning this game by preventing them taking a wicket in the first session. There were 2 hard chances, both offered by Jamie Smith. Both went quickly, high to Sam Hain at slip and then a low one to Bo Webster at extra cover. Neither was held, and despite persistent efforts from all 6 of their seamers, they've had no success. A new ball will be available 6 overs after lunch, but Surrey heading towards a draw here, leading by 58 at 274 for 3. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston.
Well, a very warm welcome back to Edgbaston here on the BBC Sport website and app, and on BBC WM and BBC London, and on your smart speaker, of course, if you've got one of those smart speakers. And the players are making their way back out into the middle after lunch on this final day with Surrey 274 for 3. That means they lead by 58, but no wickets for Warwickshire this morning. Surrey started this morning 169 for 3. So Jamie Smith, who started today on 51, has moved on to 84. Dan Lawrence, who started the day on 8, has moved on to 78. There is a new ball available in 6 overs time for Warwickshire, but very much Surrey's morning, and a fine partnership that's now worth 125. Mike Taylor will be back a little later. Brian Halford is going to come in and join me after lunch. It's going to be Jordan Thompson to get us started after the lunch break. He'll have one slip, a deepish backward point, a sweeper on the cover rope, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short straight mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. Dan Lawrence is the man on strike on 78. Settles himself down over his bat. You can see that the crease lines have all been repainted as well, so it's all looking spick and span out there in the middle as Thompson is in, and the first ball after lunch. Forward goes Dan Lawrence. Plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. And a very good afternoon to Mr. Brian Halford.
Good afternoon, Mark, and good afternoon to everybody. And it's hard to see this game getting out of this cul-de-sac, isn't it? Surrey have done it well, haven't they? They've really applied themselves.
They have.
Warwickshire have bowled as well as you can in these conditions, but I think the conditions might just win out.
As this is clipped off his hip by Dan Lawrence. First run after lunch is a single down there towards fine leg. They pick up one. Lawrence moves on to 79. I still think that new ball opportunity for Warwickshire, they're going to have to make full use of the opportunity as well. The other one that would be interesting if Surrey were, I don't know, what are we now, 170 ahead by T, as forward goes Jamie Smith, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. But the thing is, it's still a good pitch to bat on. That's the other thing. And we saw Surrey didn't quite get it right in the first innings. And you can tick along quite happily at 4s, can't you?
I can't see Surrey offering anything really, because there's a no-win situation. They're not going to take 10 wickets, are they? On this track. So
It would be very hard.
Yes.
Someone would have to have an absolute gold patches. Here is Thompson, and this is pushed by Smith. Down towards backward point, and there's no run. But with that new ball for Warwickshire, if they could pick up these two quickly with the new ball, then all of a sudden things could change. But they played very well this morning, both Smith and Lawrence.
They have. And this is just an illustration, isn't it, of why players rate the county championship as the main competition, because it is very difficult to win a county championship match.
It's a long old season. This is turned by Jamie Smith into the leg side, and there is no run, because they all say it is a long season, and it's hard work, and what with pre-season as well. And you know, they're all on these 12-month contracts now, so they start in October basically getting ready for it, and then you won't know until the end of September, as Thompson comes in over the wicket, and Smith shot up on his toes, punching away through extra cover. Off goes Alex Davis in hot pursuit with a slide and stop. Smith will get back for 2. He moves on to 86 now. That's the end of the first over after lunch. Surrey's lead moves on to 61, and Surrey move on to 277 for 3.
And who knows, Churchy, how important these points and how they're divided up will be come September. It's not out of the question that these two sides could be right in the title mix, and if Surrey, as it looks likely now, are going to earn a draw, and the points difference that makes from a defeat could be absolutely crucial in come September. We shall see. But Rob Yates is going to take up the ball after lunch. One would imagine just for a 3-over spell up to, or 2-over spell up to the new ball. But if he takes 4 wickets in 4 balls, that might change. Starts with a straight delivery, which Lawrence just defends to short mid-wicket. Just a slip and a short leg. As Yates is close infield, this one's a little bit short, and Lawrence eases it off the back foot to the man fielding beneath the crane on the deep cover fence.
The one thing you do know when Lawrence and Smith put a partnership on is it's going to be attractive. There's going to be some shots in there, and we've seen some of those so far.
Yates is looping this one slightly and met with a very broad forward defensive back by Smith. Yes, they've played really well. They've been watchful and diligent and punished the bad ball when they came along. Smith advances down the crease to play this defensive shot, much as Hayne and Mosley played.
Yes.
Actually, it's been a similar partnership, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Just nothing too. They haven't chased runs. They haven't done anything too extravagant, but just very good, solid batting. Yates in again. This one just is in the air for a moment on the leg side from Smith, but not close enough to short leg to be of concern. Warwickshire need to make something happen soon. This one turns from Yates, but it pitched on leg stump, so it turned away down the leg side. I think it maybe flicked the pad. Yes, leg by for Surrey, but a little bit of turn there. Surrey 280 for 3. Smith on 86 and Lawrence on 80. Gorgeous afternoon here, which will please Surrey. I don't particularly want to be batting under cloud cover because the memories of that first morning will haunt them, won't they? The rest of the match has been pretty benign batting conditions, but the first morning with damp overheads and glowering cloud, that was difficult for batting.
Yeah, it was. Well, worth remembering, what was Surrey?
65 for 6.
Yeah, as Jordan Thompson is in and forward goes Dan Lawrence. Plays this very solidly straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. Then goes for a little wander off towards square leg. Blue sky, sun. It's not particularly warm, but it's pleasant. It's best weather that we've had over the 4 days, and as we were saying, that the temperature's going to rise as the week goes on. Going to be very nice for Warwickshire down at Hove, I would have thought, by Friday, as in over the weekend, in over the wicket goes Jordan Thompson, and this is turned by Dan Lawrence in there towards short mid wicket, and there's no run. But yeah, we're very nice down there, down on the seafront.
Lovely.
Ooh.
Absolute Hove. I think Hove and New Road would be my 2 favourite grounds. I think gorgeous places to watch cricket.
Yeah, they are. And the other lovely thing is you can walk to the ground from your accommodation. As in over the wicket once again goes Jordan Thompson. This one's pushed back into the leg side by Dan Lawrence. Won't get a run. Good number in today. Sat down there at the city end and below us. Well, if you're in the bottom tier of the Hollies now, you're getting a bit of sun.
Yeah.
But our dear friend is still sat in his seat on the back row.
About half a mile away from the.
They are a long way away,
pitch.
aren't they? We were saying you need a telescope really to see what's going on. As over the wicket goes Thompson, and Lawrence drives straight back up the ground. Wokes does the fielding. Stood up there at mid-on. You can see Bamber getting himself ready to go for that new ball. I thought Gilchrist put a stint in this morning trying the short ball on this pitch.
Yeah.
He really did.
Yeah, Warwickshire plugged away. Got a good strong seam attack. It will possibly welcome a bit of variety when Keith Barker is around. Left arm into the mix. I mean, they all have different attributes, of course, but they all are all right arm seamers.
He's in again. Driving is Lawrence. Good stop by Bo Webster. Diving away to his right hand side, just tipping that one up towards mid-off. And after this over, that new ball's available in 3 overs time. Be noisy here tomorrow when the old builders come back on the building site. In many ways, we've sort of not had the full experience with it being quiet. I should think it'll be noisy at certain parts of the season. That nips back from Jordan Thompson. That has cut down Lawrence in half. Whoa, that has roared back at Lawrence.
Yes, out of nowhere.
Oh dear.
Went over the top of the stumps, I think. Out of nowhere, Thompson only got one to lift with the ball that is 77 overs old.
Terrific piece of bowling that from Jordan Thompson. He looks, I've always liked Jordan Thompson, and I've said to Mike that there's always something happening, be it bat, ball, in the field with Jordan Thompson. Real competitor, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yates begins his next over with a looped straight delivery, which is met by a forward defensive. Jordan Thompson, also a good writer. He's very interested in sports journalism, and he's writing a column for us at the Bear website.
Oh, super.
Good stuff as is too. This one is eased into the offside where there's nobody at extra cover, so there's a very simple single there for Jamie Smith, who moves to 87.
You and I did a bit of work this morning for the Bear and the Ree.
We did, that was good fun, wasn't it? Looking at a few old Surrey Warwickshire games, and as Lawrence plays this one back to Yates, there's a real relationship between Warwickshire and Surrey, haven't they? They've been playing each other in the Championship for 140 years, and players who have played for both clubs, some great games. Yates in again, and appeals for LBW, although the ball was firmly hit by the bat. But Yates wondering if there was a bit of pad first. The umpire's not interested. 281 for 3. Sorry, 65 ahead. And comes Yates again, and sweeping there. Another appeal for LBW.
Optimistic.
It is optimistic. A bit of a need. I mean, there wasn't too much risk because he got his foot a long way down.
I tell you what, in the good old days, that probably would have been given,
Well,
wouldn't it? With the old DRS these days and everything.
Yeah. Yates. 2 LBW appeals in succession. Nothing this time as this is clipped to mid-wicket. 281 for 3. Batting conditions are very good, Churchy, but you've still got to concentrate, haven't you?
I this morning, I thought Warwickshire bowled really well, and they went past the outside edge, and there was the odd one that kept low. And again, I don't think as yet Surrey are out of the woods, because with that new ball, we've seen a little bit of up and down, which we expected. As Jordan Thompson will continue from the City end, coming in over the wicket to Jamie Smith, who's forward solidly. Plays this one down into the leg side.
Yes, kudos to these two guys, these two batters, because anyone who's played cricket at any level will testify that it's jolly easy to get out, isn't it?
It is very easy.
So
I found it very easy
well,
anyway.
I thought it was an absolute piece of cake.
Yes.
But and especially, as you say, the bowling has been good. They've been probing away for errors and any lack of concentration, and there hasn't been one.
Thompson's in. Oh,
And
here we go.
one.
Jamie Smith has looked to run this down towards third man, and it's gone past his outside edge. There's a huge gap down there between the solitary slip and the backward point, but it just bounced on Jamie Smith, that one. Smith steps back to the crease and just rehearses that shot.
Yeah, that's 2 in 3 balls that Jordan Thompson's got to lift out of nowhere. Suddenly a little spark of life with the new ball just 2 overs away.
He's in again, Thompson, and Smith goes forward. Been very watchful here as Jamie Smith. Wanders off towards square leg. Just again, you see him all the time, just making sure that bat and pad are rock solid next to each other. Thompson gets the ball in his hands once again. See the sun glinting off the cars in the car park. Birmingham City Centre away there in the distance as Thompson's in. Smith goes forward. Plays a good length ball out towards Bo Webster.
Warwickshire could do with the Sam Hargreave character here, wouldn't it? One of the matches we spoke about this morning, the one in 1903, where Sam Hargreave was actually, when the match was due to start, in the middle of the English Channel, travelling home with the Ashes party, but there was no play on the first day at the Oval between Surrey and Warwickshire.
Turns again, does Thompson. Over the wicket he goes to Smith. Oh, well played. That's what he was trying to do when it went past the outside edge, but he's just played this a bit later, opens the face and guides it down to that third man boundary rope. We saw him rehearse it after the one went past his outside edge, but he's played it on that occasion.
Lovely shot, takes Smith into the 90s, but no play on the first day due to rain. Surrey versus Warwickshire, so Hargreave docked at Tilbury, travelled to the Oval, and on the second and third days took 15 wickets. Couldn't see that happening today.
No, what I was saying to you this morning, land at Heathrow and dash in a taxi. As over the wicket once again goes Jordan Thompson, using his feet this time is Jamie Smith, and works this up towards mid-on, and then puts his arm out pointing to where he wanted it to go, which was to the left side of the mid-on fielder. End of the over, 285 for 3, so one more over of Rob Yates, and then we have the new ball available. But you can imagine it now, can't you? They fly back, land, taxi please, take me to the Oval.
I think there's a case based on the last Ashes series that the chaps should travel by sea still, and rather than get the plane, then they can get some good practice in the nets
on the deck.
Yes, absolutely.
Imagine if you were on your all-inclusive cruise.
Yates begins what will be his last over unless he takes at least 3 wickets, I think, with this spell, but he won't take one there as Lawrence nurdles him away to long leg for a single.
Quite like the idea of that. You're on your all-inclusive, and there's the England team in the mornings
go
doing all their stretches, and you can have a bowl at them.
Smith is beautifully driving this one through the covers for 4. The man at wide mid-off was very close to the line of that ball, but it was so beautifully timed he didn't have a chance, and Smith moves to 95. Is he going to try and get to his ton before the new ball?
He does like that shot.
5 short of a richly deserved century. 4 balls to come from Rob Yates before the new ball is taken. Here comes Yates again, and Smith is back, chopping this one away to the man on the deep cover fence, so he will move to 96, but he's off strike. And Dan Lawrence is unlikely to get to 100 before the new ball, because he needs 19 off 3 balls. He'll get one of them. Lashes this out to the deep cover man. He moves to 82. Smith 96. It is strange to think, though, that I think it took them 6 weeks to travel to the Ashes by boat, and that's a big LBW appeal, probably bigger than it justified, because it was leg side and high. But
other than that, it had a lot going for it.
Right, yeah. But Yates at least beat the bat there. The last ball before the new ball, short outside the off stump, punched through the extra cover gap, and that is Jamie Smith's century. Churchy, a splendid innings.
Oh, it's been a really good one, this, from Jamie Smith. 100 from 199 deliveries. He has been very watchful, and he has played some gorgeous shots, as he always does, Jamie Smith. But his first 100 of the summer, in his second innings of the summer, and yep, Jamie Smith, well, as I said, during the Ashes, I was sort of, you'd have thought that Jamie Smith couldn't bat at all. Well, from what I was hearing, well, yes, he can, everybody. And he has shown again what a class operator he is here. And 296 for 3. And bringing it up with a punch through the offside. So Folkes 100 in this game, Smith 100 in this game.
And those two boundaries in that over just oozed class, didn't they?
Yep.
Immaculate timing, immaculate placement, and crowning a really good 4 hours work for Jamie Smith. His team needed it, and he's delivered.
Certainly has. Now the new ball. So Chris Wokes is into the attack straight away. Bamber will be straight into the attack at this city. And now this is an interesting passage. 2 slips and a gully. Lawrence is on strike on 82. Jamie Smith has 100. And in over the wicket comes Wokes. And the first ball, cries of catch it as it was flicked off his hip by Dan Lawrence. And it was one bounce down to the long leg fielder. He almost picked that up too well, Dan Lawrence. Almost picked out the fielder, but he picks up a single. And the partnership moves on to a 148. Surrey move on to 297 for 3. So that's a lead of 81. Jamie Smith, having just gone to his 100, settles himself down over his bat as Wokes is into him. He'll get a single here. He just pushes the ball away into the offside. Up comes Alex Davis to do the fielding.
2 slips and a gully, Churchy. I mean, clearly the ball's not doing a great deal, but I just wonder if it might be worth putting the 3rd slip in there. It'd be heartbreaking for one to go through there, wouldn't it? Because if Warwickshire don't take wickets in the next half an hour, this match is going to be a draw. So maybe a case for attacking.
Comes in again. Does Wokes, left alone by Dan Lawrence, just nips back and seams a touch at him. And that's taken by Kai Smith, moving away to his left-hand side. I was saying to Mike, I've always seen Jamie Smith, in terms of England, batting at 4 for England. When Jay Root decides enough's enough. Yep. I want to see him up the order. As in over the wicket comes Wokes. And Lawrence allows this one to go outside his off stump. But as I say, some of the stuff I sort of heard and saw from Australia, you'd have thought James Smith had never scored a run in a test match in his life. Yeah. And as I said, there have been some of the world's greatest players that have had a bad series and haven't been completely and utterly annihilated.
Well, some of the media deal in extremes, don't they?
Certainly do. As in over the wicket once again goes Wokes, and this one's left alone by Dan Lawrence outside his off stump. Just indicated that nip to touch at him. Comes down to do some gardening. Lawrence has played very nicely here for these 83 runs. He does play some wonderful shots, Dan Lawrence. The one off his hip this morning, where he just punched it off his hip between the 2 men on the leg side boundary. Wokes is into him, and Lawrence wants a single. Will get a single here. It's good running, well spotted. Jordan Thompson was just on his heels up at mid-on, and he scampered through for the single as Dan Lawrence. So the 150 partnership comes up, of which Lawrence has 84 and Smith has 62 of them in that 150 partnership. And here comes Ethan Bamber to operate from the pavilion end with this new ball in his hands.
Ethan Bamber's probably bowled 2 of the most dangerous spells in the game so far. He makes things happen.
He certainly does.
And Warwickshire need him to make things happen. It's just 58 overs left in the game now. Surrey 83 ahead. And they, from the dire straits of 65 for 6 just after lunch on the first day, and having been on the back foot all game really, they've really responded in a very strong way. Here comes Ethan Bamber, just drifting to the leg side and turned away to deep square leg for a single, which brings up the 300 for Surrey.
Yep, to a ripple of applause around the ground.
Smith moves to 102.
One thing I have noticed is the numbers on the back of the shirts for Warwickshire are very chunky numbers this year.
Smith stays on 101. Apologies, that was Lawrence who took the single. Is that, do you approve?
I do, I like them because they're big, aren't they?
They are unmissable. Smith might go to 102 this time. He doesn't. He's forward in defence to Ethan Bamber, who fields off his own bowler. Warwickshire just waiting to see if the new ball will offer them something. Nothing off the straight so far.
I was a big fan of the names and numbers coming in. I think mainly for, well, those of us who commentate whose eyesight is not great, but also for spectators because they can identify who players are.
Yep. Bamber in again, and this one does beat Smith outside off stump. He may feel that he could have left that one alone, just outside off stump, but the first vestige of encouragement for Warwickshire, that was a good delivery. And Ethan Bamber has got wickets for the Bears last season in his first season. An attacking, impressive bowler, a former Middlesex man. He's in again, and Smith is compact in defence, again playing it back to Bamber. 300 for 3, sorry, 84 runs ahead, edging towards safety.
Yep, and Ethan Bamber bowled very well in this game. I said it last year, he's definitely put on a yard of pace since his time at Middlesex.
Here he comes again, outside off stump, a good leave from Jamie Smith. And now he's got the wisdom of Graham Welsh, the bowling coach here at Warwickshire, who has got a pretty dazzling CV when it comes to bringing on bowlers.
I've said to you the number of players that say they've worked with him and he's made them a better bowler.
Bamber in again to complete his first over, and this one straightens a little bit, but Smith adjusts well, gets the middle of the bat on it, plays it out to cover. 300 for 3, and you will be rejoined, Churchy, by Mike Taylor.
Thank you, Brian. Lovely to have Brian alongside after lunch on this final day. And Mike Taylor is going to make his way back into the commentary box. Chris Wokes is making his way to the top of his mark at the city end of the ground. Still no breakthrough as yet today for Warwickshire. Been out there nearly half an hour after lunch. 300 for 3, sorry. Wokes is over the wicket to Lawrence. Lawrence goes forward. Plays Chris Wokes straight back up the pitch. Wokes does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. Mr. Taylor.
Indeed, I'd concur with Brian. I do think the bowling's been all right. They've run in. They've
very much so.
Close to a spot. It's not they've sprayed it about.
Not at all.
But they're up against good players in. I've seen them described as generous on the Guardian's website today. Battering conditions, which is a nice word.
Yes, this is turned into the leg side by Dan Lawrence. He will pick up a single. One more to the total. Lawrence moves on to 86, 301 for 3.
Increasingly generous conditions, I think Tanya Aldred wrote. I like that.
Yeah.
But they put it in roughly the right areas most of the time.
Absolutely. Look, this morning, if you hadn't batted properly, you could have lost 2 or 3 quite quickly.
Yeah, could have touched one of those awkward lifters from Webster. Bamber made the change ball snake about a bit.
Over the wicket goes Wokes to Smith. Smith's letting this one go outside his off stump.
So lots of people have had a good match. There's been quite a few runs scored. So I think 8 different players have passed 50 now. So 9,
yes.
I think, altogether if you include the century. So that's a lot of the batters are going home after this match. That will,
with some runs.
Bit of a pipe opener for the season. That's good. There's been some good bowling at times. Much of it from Warwickshire, not all of it, but quite a lot of it.
Wokes is over the wicket once more. Left alone by Smith. Coming back.
Ground staff have had a good game.
They've had a great game.
Pitch is really good.
Very good.
For, after a wet winter and first game of a long season for them, it's been a decent cricket pitch.
Certainly. You've had a good game.
But I don't like to peak too soon.
Well, no. It's a long season, Mike. It's a very long season.
If I reach my peak,
Don't use all your words up now. As in over the wicket once again goes Wokes, left alone by Jamie Smith off a goodish length outside his off stump. Ethan Bamber thinking about what he's going to try next over. Away there in the distance.
Spectators have had a good game. It's been decent attendance, I think. For there's always room for more, obviously, in these big grounds, but quite a few people have come out to see the first bit of cricket of the season. Some will have seen a bit of sun as well.
In again is Wokes. That hops a touch on Smith, who's off his feet, playing that one back up the ground towards mid-off. End of the over. Tidy over from Chris Wokes. 301 for 3, Surrey. Lawrence has 86. Smith's on 101. And that'll mean Surrey lead by 85.
Yes, so they've drawn themselves almost to safe harbour, I think, now, with 7 wickets in hand. And still Folkes, the first innings century maker, waiting for his turn.
Been waiting a while now.
Yes, been since the Pope wicket last night, which was as the shadows were creeping across at 20 to 7 last night. Bamber starts a new over and just drifts onto the middle stump, and Lawrence flexes his wrists and hits this firmly with good timing out to Davis at deep mid wicket, and they get 2.
I do apologise for you saying that. I just had a vision, I said it last night, and it's an obvious thing, but of Hank Marvin creeping across the ground.
Well, he didn't so much creep, did he? He sort of, stepped one.
Yeah, stepped one way,
and then back,
came
and
back.
Stepped
Yeah, well,
it's
good.
You could join in, couldn't you?
Certainly could.
If you were so moved. 88 to Lawrence, 303 for 3. Bamber scurries in again, and Lawrence defends back down the pitch. He's a bit of a scurrier, isn't he, Bamber?
Yeah, he is. He really is.
It's quite a difference. Bo Webster sort of
languidly in. Yeah. With his ploughman's walk.
Yes, quite.
Yes.
Chris Wokes, it's all quite
military,
well-oiled machine, a bit like like Andy Caddick, I think, not dissimilar to him. He used to have a very distinct run. Webster bowls a little bit, Bamber bowls a bit wider of the off stump this time. Lawrence lets that pass.
Well, I've always thought with the great Chris Wokes, obviously he could be a matinee idol with the beard and the good looks, but also I've always thought he'd be good in the military. He marches back to the top of his mark. So. He always looks very, very neat and tidy.
Tidy, yes.
Yeah.
There's a slight fleck of grey in there now. I have to report, but he looks good on it. Forward comes Lawrence, driving firmly to mid-on.
Well, there's a number of people that have said he looks like, I think his name is Chris Evans, not the presenter formerly of the BBC, but who plays Captain America.
Oh,
he
really?
has been compared to that, yes.
So he could be sort of Captain Warmly.
yes. Would that fly? I don't know.
Don't know. Probably William Warmly. Bamber bowls, just going a bit straight again, and Lawrence is having 1 this time out to the second fielder who's appeared on the leg side boundary. A bit squarer.
Yes.
Yes, product of Warmley Cricket Club.
Oh, there you are.
Which I think is the same club that, talking to the Bears women captain, Georgia Davis, she's going of Warmley as well. It's a good club just to the north, over towards Sutton Coldfield.
Captain Sutton Coldfield. I don't know.
No,
does it work?
Yes.
I'm not sure. As over the wicket once again.
Bamber, again, he's gone a bit straight. And Smith will have a run here, again, out to deep backward square leg. So 4 picked up in that over. 305 4-3 at the end of it. 89 Sir Lawrence, 102 Smith. Royal Sutton Coldfield, if you don't mind.
No, of course. Sorry.
Which is it's one of those peculiar places. It's technically part of Birmingham,
Ah.
but it's quite. I'm going to put this very politely. Some people think it's quite distinct from Birmingham, but it's also part from Birmingham.
Right.
It's a different. It's a different area, but Birmingham's got lots of different areas of all sorts of different character in quite a small area. That's the nature of it.
Yes, indeed.
But
I think I've
Warley's
seen
not quite Sutton Coldfield. It's over that way.
As Wokes from the city end. Oh, into
dear.
Smith. That's hit him right in the unmentionables. That will hurt. Oh dear, he's down on his haunches. That will hurt. I think I've seen quite a few of them. The different characters of an evening.
Yeah, sounds like you have.
But so I've only
dancing,
wandered for a quiet beer.
Mm.
And
No, you can.
yeah, it's a Caribbean night last night.
That's very good.
Yeah.
There's quite a lot of good sort of Caribbean restaurants around.
Yes, no, absolutely. As over the wicket goes Chris Wokes, and this is turned by Jamie Smith, neatly and tidily, out towards deep mid-wicket, and they will stroll another single. So as I was saying, the blue sky is up above the buildings of Birmingham city centre, including the big green one. As settling once more over his bat is the right-handed Dan Lawrence on 89. All it. Dan Lawrence just stepped away. I think he got a bit of grit in his eye there. So he's wandered off towards square leg, and Chris Wokes will have to abort his run and try again now. Turns down there in the distance, and then comes in over the wicket to Lawrence. That'll be 4. It's gone across his stumps and just picks it up off his hip and flicks it away down to the fine leg boundary rope, and he's into the 90s now. Is Dan Lawrence, moves on to 93. Partnership is 161. Surrey lead by 94, and they are 310 for 3.
I think there are just a few bowlers in this match who think that maybe occasionally they've gone a bit too straight, and I appreciate that to some degree that's what Warwickshire have been trying to do today, hoping that maybe the odd one will keep low. We haven't actually seen very many do that, have we? Thought yesterday we might see 1 or 2 more.
And goes Wokes again, and this will be another boundary because he's just gone on to the hip again of Dan Lawrence. Lawrence just gets across those stumps, and he's just helping that off his hip. So he's on to 97 now, is Dan Lawrence. Surrey move into a lead of 965. Lots of encouragement out there in the middle for Chris Wokes. Wokes comes in once more. Right arm over the wicket to Dan Lawrence. Oh, Lawrence has looked for a big old cut. It's beaten the outside edge, and it's taken by Kai Smith, diving away to his right hand side. For a second I thought he got something on that.
Yes, he's been very disciplined in this innings, Dan Lawrence, but he nearly gave it away on 97 then.
I think the shot was on.
Yes.
It was quite wide from Chris Wokes on that occasion. Wokes is in once more to Lawrence, lets him go. Outside is off stump, end of the over. So Jamie Smith 103, Dan Lawrence 97, 314 for 3 Surrey, and that lead has moved on to 98, and there are 54 overs remaining today. Minimum of, you have to say,
yes.
But I think it's probably going to be, I don't think we're going to get extras.
Not the way things are at the
No.
moment. There was one result in Division 1 yesterday. There's been another one this afternoon at Grace Road, where Leicestershire delayed Sussex for quite a while this morning with half centuries for Ben Cox and Steve Eskenazi, but they have now succumbed, all out for 258. So Sussex winning by 222 runs, which for a county that's had some difficulties over the winter, that's a very good start, as you say. Warwickshire are there next, starting on Friday. Bamber starts a new over, and the first ball is played carefully into the covers by Jamie Smith.
Good start for Ollie Robinson as well, captaining them in the championship this season.
Yes,
Sussex, so good start for him.
And for Warwickshire supporters, commentary on that game on the BBC Sport website from first thing on Friday morning. Sorry about the Oval, were they?
Yes, indeed. And Leicestershire are the visitors.
This is a little bit shorter outside off stump from Bamber, and back goes Smith, guiding it to backward point. And they don't get a run.
He is good, isn't he? Brian Halford. Surrey's 4th wicket record partnership against Warwickshire is 199 by Tom Hayward and Edwin Goatley at the Oval in 1906. Sam Hargrove took one for 134, the man who jumped off the ship upon arrival from the Ashes and dashed over and took 15 wickets.
The partnership is 167 at the moment. He's the first ball here, or the next ball from Bamber, is full outside off stump, and Smith drives it pleasantly to mid-off. So a little way off that at the moment.
Yes, a little way off. But they've both played very nicely.
They put the 7th wicket record, didn't they, in the other day?
Yes.
I think the Laws and Folks partnership.
That's right. That was 155 in the end, I think.
Somerset have declared at Taunton to set Notts 417 in 2 sessions, which is a little bit mean, even on a fast scoring ground like that.
Yes.
So the Bamber bowls wide of the off stump, and there's no stroke offered by Smith. 407 for 5, Somerset in their second innings. Centuries for Rue and for Kohler Cadmore, James Rue that is, and Kohler Cadmore. Patterson White, 4 for 175. In Yorkshire, have been set 295 to beat Glamorgan in Cardiff. Smith pushes the next ball safely into the covers for no run. Glamorgan declared, this is quite the other side of a declaration, Glamorgan declared at 218 for 5 and invited Yorkshire to chase 295. Dom Best took 4 wickets this morning.
See, I think it's turning there.
But Yorkshire have taken up the chase.
Yeah, have they?
63 without loss in 12 overs.
There you go.
Adam Lythe going through the gears. So that could be a good finish. This is Fuller from Bamber and nailed down the ground for 4 runs by Smith, just to the onside of straight.
That is a lovely shot again from Jamie Smith. Full face of the bat, checked down the ground, over the rope and away for 4. Has Mason Crane had a bowlers yet on that, Mike? Is he into the attack quite early?
Already had 3 overs.
There you go, you see.
So,
yeah, it's definitely spinning there.
Quickly, the second division scores. Not to say 13 without loss, starting that chase of 417 at Taunton. Worcestershire 177 for 5 at Derby, trying to hold them off. Adam Hose, formerly of Warwickshire, 47 not out, just been joined by Ethan Brooks, another ex-Warwickshire player. So they're holding on. Ed Barnard's coming on to bowl here. Kent 29 for 1, needing 357 to beat Durham in that game that lost a day. And Gloucestershire close to defeat, 182 for 8, still 47 behind Middlesex. Northants 114 for 6, needing 321 against Lancashire. Long way off.
Barnard then is over the wicket, and onto the back foot goes Dan Lawrence. Pushes this one out to Bo Webster. Ian Westwood's, he's doing this morning, he's doing some laps of the ground at the moment, around the boundary rope.
In his second season as the coach here, promoted after Mark Robinson left in February last year.
Seems to have taken to it very well.
Good leader, I think.
In over the wicket once again goes Barnard, left alone by Lawrence.
Quiet leader. Thoughtful. He was quite a good captain. I mentioned this before. A good captain for Warwickshire at a time where the team wasn't at its strongest.
Right.
And quite a sort of nuggety opening batter, hard to get out.
I think it's nice to see Gareth Batty, Ian Westwood, Stephen Croft, these younger gentlemen now as head coaches. As in over the wicket once again. Oh, goes Barnard. That just hopped a touch on Dan Lawrence as he pushed forward. thickish edge down into the gully region. Alfonso Thomas, of course, at Leicestershire. It's nice to see these sort of younger head coaches now coming out the back of playing and going into head coaching roles. Forward goes Dan Lawrence. Very solid looking shot this from Dan Lawrence.
You'll like this from Stuart. Thank you, Stuart, for,
Hello,
for your
Stuart.
email and your kind regards. He says, just listening to your comments on Chris Wokes, it has me thinking there's a touch of the actor's Paul Newman about him these days. Oh, okay. I see what he means there.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of him in... Oh, I'll tell you in a moment.
As Lawrence is on his toes, pushing this one back up the pitch from Barnard.
Thinking of him, Chris Wokes in the style of Paul Newman.
Yes.
In a hustler, colour of money sort
Yes,
of way.
yes, I can see a bit of that.
The young genius with the world ahead of him, and then the aging, still elegant, wiser old head, showing the young ones what it means to have talent, how you never lose it, and how the game is always part of your soul.
100%.
Very
I do
splendid
like that.
work,
I do
Stuart.
like
Well
that.
played, sir.
This one's left alone outside the off stump by Lawrence. Good over from Barnard. Obi-Wan Kenobi, of course, as well. You know, the handsome young Jedi.
Yes.
And then the experienced older head.
Yes.
Although I'm not saying that Chris Wokes looks like Alec Guinness.
No, he's got a way to go before he gets there.
Absolutely. But no, I was here for a T20 finals day, and I was very fortunate that Mr. Wokes was with us in the 5 Live commentary box.
Yes.
And then he was delighted that somebody had superimposed his head onto the Captain America.
Oh, he's...
Yes. But then everybody said, well, yes, we can see that.
His film career might go... He could get a part in Peaky Blinders, that's the thing.
Well, it seems everybody else is, yes. Well, everywhere I go, there it is. Art shops, all sorts. I've never watched it, but it seems to be everywhere.
It's very big in this city.
Yes.
Short mid-on's gone in, that straight mid-on, right in front of the non-striker, in fact, almost bumping into him. As Ethan Bamber starts a new over and Smith pushes ball into the offside. I was reading a story this morning, which is, it's a real product of the sporting age, of Matty Cash, the Aston Villa fullback, who, if you didn't know the story, he's an international for Poland.
Ah.
He's actually from the East Midlands somewhere, nothing, but he plays international football for Poland. It's a long story. Bamber bowls to Smith, who defends into the offside, and was hired, because of long story short, for a day, to go back over to Poland to film an advert for Peaky Blinders. They did him out in the garb and filmed it like it was in Peaky Blinders for the Polish edition, because it's apparently it's on Netflix Poland.
Oh, is it?
So as a promo, they flew Matty Cash over
that's
because
all right.
he's from Birmingham, giving it the Birmingham Peaky Blinders thing.
Oh, that's all right, isn't it?
Bambo bowls full, and it's defended out into the offside. So on his day off, they flew him to Poland, filmed him with the flat cap and all that, and then flew him back. And so he's the face of Polish Netflix.
Well, there you are.
So there you go. So
that is a great
if
story.
Matty Cash can do it, then I'm sure Chris Wokes'
absolutely.
moment is almost upon us.
Yeah.
You have to get the ball out of his hand first.
Yes.
But once you've done that...
But once you've done that...
He's stardom awaits. Here's Bamber bowling full, and it's tipped onto the stumps by Ethan Bamber in his follow-through, who appeals with no accompaniment whatsoever to suggest to umpire O'Shaughnessy that he might have run out Lawrence at the non-striker's end, which would be a bit much to be run out like that on 97.
Certainly would.
But Bamber is the only person entertaining the notion that he's done it.
Well, he struck that firmly.
It's well hit by Smith.
Not one of the stumps out the ground at the bowler's end.
Off goes Bamber again, and he's turned off his pads for 1 run out to deep mid-wicket.
He's played very nicely here, Jamie Smith. Long innings as well, 223 balls. Dan Lawrence back on to strike on 97. It's twice now that the stumps have been demolished at the bowler's end. It happened earlier on this morning, didn't it?
Did. So, want to come in this Bamber over. Might have a radio update to do in 2 or 3 minutes time, so I'll jump in when. Anyway, Bamber bowls wider of the off stump. Lawrence took a step over to that side, and then decided late to let it go, and it was probably a good idea because it did look as though it nipped a fraction from a wide start. And it's the end of the over. 319 for 3, 108 to Smith, 97 to Lawrence, who's been on that mark now for a little while, for nearly 15 minutes. And we've had 8 overs with the new ball, but not really anything alarming for the batters.
Nope, nothing as yet with the new ball. But it will be Ethan Bamber, I would have thought, who will continue from the pavilion end for the time being. Ed Barnard is continuing from the city end, and using his feet is Jamie Smith. Just pushing this one out towards Bo Webster. There at extra cover.
I think they've only bowled 3 overs of Chris Wokes in this spell. They might bring him back in a bit because he was quite crafty with the ball when it was 20 odd overs old, wasn't he? So they might have another go. But I don't think they want to overwork him.
No, as Barnard is in again to Smith, who plays this one back up the ground. The nature of the County Championship is, as we've all been saying, it starts again on Friday.
Yeah.
So you don't want to wear anybody out before Friday. Especially if it's going to heat up during the week, which is a very nice thought. As Barnard turns again. Comes in over the wicket to Jamie Smith. Forward goes Jamie Smith. Pushes this one out into the offside. Rolls out there towards extra cover, and there's no run. Smith steps away and settles himself down again. Must be very watchful today as Jamie Smith. Over the wicket once more is Barnard, and Smith will get runs here. He just punches this off the front foot out towards Alex Davis. He's almost not been in the game really, because he's been doing the fielding.
Forgive me just interrupting you for a moment. Apologies for an update for it's Warwickshire's attempt to push on towards victory today has foundered on a partnership between the two England internationals, Jamie Smith and Dan Lawrence, in perhaps the best batting conditions, or at least continuing good batting conditions that we've had since the first day. They have managed to steer Surrey safely through without losing a wicket today to 320 for 3, which is a lead now of 104. They started the day nearly 50 runs behind, but all 6 Warwickshire seamers have had a go. They've taken a new ball since lunch, but they haven't quite been able to break through. There have been 2 hard chances offered by Jamie Smith. One flashed past Sam Hain at slip, the other couldn't be held low down. It was hit very hard by Bo Webster at extra cover. And although the bowling has been pretty disciplined, they just haven't managed to find a breakthrough on a surface that's not offering much to the bowlers now. So halfway through the last day, Surrey on course for the draw at 320 for 3, leading by 104. There we are. Right, that's for listeners to BBC Radio WM. We're starting their football coverage. We might have 1 or 2 on the
What's the big game?
Big games today are West Brom at West Bromwich at Blackburn.
Yes, you said that. Which is 7,500. Did you say making
tremendous.
The trip?
So whoever wins that will be more or less safe in the championship, but the losers still have to look over their shoulder a bit. Birmingham are at Ipswich, but their sort of push for the playoffs has rather run out of steam.
Right.
So this,
I know that feeling.
Manager could do with 1 or 2 wins before the end of the season, I think. To quieten a few critics down, and Walsall still hanging on in the playoff chase. They've been through it a bit this season, but they're at Swindon today.
Ah, the mighty Swindon.
Yeah, that's it. So
up the M4.
They're trying, but they do need to win most of their games from this point. So they could do it, but they might do.
All I know about Swindon is they're under the management of Ian Holloway, aren't they? Who's one of the great men I've ever interviewed.
He's a character,
Oh,
I think is the word.
I used to love interviewing him. As Nathan Gilchrist is into the attack from the pavilion end, and there's a bit of bat on that, pushing forward. And Kai Smith flung himself to his right off Jamie Smith's outside edge. I don't think it got to him.
No, my impression was the same. I'll see if I can see a replay.
I think it bounced on the half volley just in front of him.
I think you're right. That was my impression from up here. It was very low. It was very low all the way.
It really was.
But Gilchrist at least finding the right line straight away.
He went short ball this morning, but I'm sure he's going to go fuller of length to begin with.
Yeah.
Might be the odd short ball in there, but he's bowling here to Dan Lawrence, who's on 97. Gilchrist, right up over the wicket to Lawrence, lets him go. Outside is off stump.
See if I haven't shown a replay on the stream yet, so I'll see if I can wind it back. But yeah, I'm pretty confident that that one didn't carry. Just maybe came low off the bat.
Yeah, I think it was one of those that he dived, and just as he thought this is going to go into my glove, it just bounced in front of him and hit the glove.
Yeah, hard to stop those.
Yeah, very difficult. 321 for 3, Surrey, with Dan Lawrence on 97 as Gilchrist is into him. And Lawrence, there it is. What a lovely way to bring it up. He just opens the face of the bat, guides it down to third man to bring up his 100. And this has been a beautifully, beautifully constructed innings from Dan Lawrence. He joins Jamie Smith in going past 100, 101 off 152 deliveries with 14 fours. And as I say, it's been a very, very nicely constructed innings this from Dan Lawrence.
The innings that the circumstances required. Has not taken too many risks, timed his shots very well, survived. Yeah, just a replay of that earlier edge off Smith. I'm pretty confident that went through low. Yeah, he's just looked in control. There's one marginal LBW shout, although I think he was right not to give it earlier. Other than that, not much.
Gilchrist in. He'll watch this go. Outside is off stump again. Well done, Lawrence. So the partnership now worth 176. Lawrence 101, Smith 110. 325 for 3.
And I suppose what we've learned is that if you are going to challenge Surrey this season, as Notts did last year, then it is going to be really hard work to beat them.
Waits again as Dan Lawrence flashes this off the back foot for 4. Through cover point, bit of width on it. And he has jumped all over that delivery, has Dan Lawrence. He moves on to 105. Surrey move on to 329 for 3.
So you might have to be the better team for 4 days against Surrey, not just for 3. But then that's as it should be in the Championship.
Yes.
I think you were saying earlier on, it should be hard to win games in the Championship.
It really should. And winning a Championship is damn hard work.
Yeah.
It really is. Just winning one game is damn hard work. As in over the wicket again goes Gilchrist. And this is turned by Dan Lawrence into the leg side. You probably heard the cry of "yep" from Dan Lawrence. And they'll pick up another single. Mr. Taylor, I'm just going to leave you for this over.
Okay.
I have an update.
Oh, good man.
Oh,
It's all happening now. It's all happening. 330 for 3. Look, these are the things that keep us, I was going to say on our toes. You know what I mean. The end of the over, 330 for 3. Mark has gone elsewhere to go and do that. And there are 49 overs mathematically left. How far we shall get depends very much on the whether there is a sudden flurry of wickets or not. But that aside, they might shake hands a bit earlier. In comes Barnard to start a new over, and he thinks he nearly sneaked that through. It came off the bat and the inside edge. The way they appealed makes me think they thought it came off the edge, off the bat, the pad, I should say, first. But they've taken a single as it ran away towards backward square leg. Lawrence has survived that. He hasn't had too many alarms today, but he gets one there, up to 107. Barnard tries again to Jamie Smith, who defends with an economy of movement. Out on the offside. These two coming together at 147 last night, when Surrey was still in a dangerous position. At that point they were still nearly 70 runs behind. Barnard, the new Warwickshire captain, in his first 4-day game in charge, has Smith coming forward in defence, playing the ball back to him. A slip and a backward point, and a gully between them, the only sort of close catches. There's a man at extra cover, maybe 1 or 2 strides closer than he might normally be. Forward comes Barnard, and forward comes Smith in response to defend this next ball back to him. The breeze has picked up again, but it is a pleasant day, as pleasant as you could ask for Easter Monday. And as Mark's been saying, and relishing in fact. Looks like good weather set for the week. Hopefully it's going to stick around until the start of the next round of championship games on Friday. In comes Barnard again, and the next one is wide of off stump, and Smith doesn't play at that. Hasn't changed the rhythm at all, Jamie Smith, since going past 100, playing with the same level of responsibility that has got him to this position, and it would be something of a statement for him if he can stick around right until the conclusion of this match. He defends back to Barnard to complete the over, and it's 331 for 3 at the end of the 3rd over in Barnard's spell, with Lawrence 107 and Smith 110, and Surrey now 115 runs in front. And you've updated.
Hard hitting.
Was it?
Hard hitting.
Good man. I should expect nothing less from you.
Thank you. Gilchrist will continue from this pavilion end. I do enjoy an update where all I hear is urge.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, right, that'll be me then, will it? Right, yes. Off we go. He turns again, down below us, does Gilchrist. He'll come in over the wicket to Dan Lawrence. Ooh, that climbed. Well left by Dan Lawrence. Gets bat and gloves high in the air, so they're nowhere near the ball. And taken by Kai Smith, rising above his right shoulder. 182 the partnership now worth. The record partnership's 199. Back in 1906, as Gilchrist in, left alone by Dan Lawrence outside his off stump. I doubt they're aware of that. This is Lawrence and Smith.
You don't think they'll have it? Somebody will send a note out.
Well, I was wondering whether there's, I don't know.
Send a note out saying Churchy's getting very excited.
Ryan Patel is into the cricket archive at the moment.
Is he?
Yeah, just.
There's always one in every team, in my experience.
Oh, there's a cricket badger in every team.
Yes.
As he waits again, there's Dan Lawrence with the bat raised. As forward goes Lawrence, solid looking shot. Defensively pushing this one away into the offside. Oh yes, every team has a cricketing badger. Off goes a pigeon, flying high above us. Mr. Clive Eakin is away to our right, tapping away on his keypad, keeping an eye on the action out there in the middle, putting words together in sentences. As in over the wicket again goes Gilchrist. Forward comes Dan Lawrence, turns this one down into the leg side. Will pick up a single. Dan Lawrence moves on to 108.
And they're still batting with the same air of responsibility that they've had all day.
Absolutely. They haven't changed tact at all here, have they? No risk taken as yet. by these two. As over the wicket once more goes Gilchrist. Oh, straight drive this time. Gilchrist can't get anything on that. The shape on that shot was perfect from Jamie Smith. It's fairly dismissive, actually, that from Jamie Smith.
Good shot.
Gorgeous looking shot again from Jamie Smith. Moves on to 114. Partnership moves on to 187.
Yes, been some attractive batting today without necessarily being the most fluent or free scoring batting.
Well, I don't think
It's
they've
just
been allowed to
pace.
by
No,
the
that's
bowling
true.
as well. That's the
true.
other thing. I think they've had to play good shots.
Yes.
As he waits again, does Smith. Gilchrist is into him. It's off his hip. Turned into the leg side. It want two, but they only get the single out to Bo Webster. Bo Webster just a flick of the wrist there, really. And again, the ball just whistles into the gloves of Kai Smith. End of the over. 337 for 3. And the lead has moved on to 121.
So, you know, I'm not suggesting that this is the reason for him batting in this way, because obviously there's a situation in the game itself that's far more important. But for Smith to bat, and if he carries on batting, and he might carry on batting all afternoon at this rate, in this manner, he is in a way answering some of the criticism that have been made of him against a good Warwickshire attack. Barnard starting a new over and bringing that ball back late, too late to bother Smith as he lets it go.
All I would say with that is I'm not hugely surprised that
No, I don't.
Jay Smith has got to 100 in the opening game of the season.
No, he's a good player.
He hasn't forgotten how to bat. Even from everything I read and heard in Australia, he can still bat. He's settling himself over his bat.
And he's waiting for Barnard, who defends into the offside.
So all he can do is go out there and score runs.
Yep.
That's all he can do.
And it's good that the sort of word appears to have gone out to players that if you go and score runs in the Championship, then it'll be noted.
Well, yes.
That applies as much to those who currently...
Is that not common sense? Yes. Would that not be... isn't that...
Some questions are best not answered. Barnard bowls and Smith defends back down the pitch.
I'm not sure really you have to have a phone call with all the coaches to tell them that.
But, I mean, it's been the case for 100 years that scoring runs in first-class cricket tends to get you noticed. So, some things don't necessarily go out of fashion. Barnard's coming into bowl to Smith, who is doing something else that never gets out of fashion, a solid forward defence.
I'm being deliberately cynical
I know
there. Look. With all that's been talked about and whatever else, I think it went too much one way, really, which was the relaxed. But it worked. It worked. But then it stopped working. So now the challenge is to manoeuvre.
Yeah.
And everybody has it in all different walks of life, and work, and all sorts of things. It works for a while, and then it doesn't. And it's how do you react to it not working, really?
Barnard trying to make something work. It's the first one in a while that just sat down a bit after it pitched. And Smith played it well out to the offside.
My only thing with it was I think there was a disrespect there to the county game.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Certain people who shouldn't have been disrespectful to the county game. And that's the thing that annoyed me about it. Now, what they have to do now is prove to everybody that they are respectful of the county game. And yes, you go out there and score an awful lot of runs, you'll be in the frame to play a bit of international cricket. Which is what it's here for. Oh, this is quite funky. Look at this.
Yes. Three very close straight midfielders now, or fielders now in the traditional sense of silly mid-on and silly mid-off.
Yes.
There were two on the leg side, but Smith defended back on the offside. It's the end of the over. A maiden from Barnard, which is never a bad thing to achieve at 337 for 3. And Smith stays 115 and Lawrence 108. Yeah, that's not to say that you can't have a player who you fast track in because they look very talented,
Yeah,
as Bethel has and one or two others have.
Yep, and that's great.
Yes,
that's great. But
all those players were produced by a county, though, weren't they?
Absolutely, and not by Instagram and YouTube, because these days a couple of clips of that and you might find yourself suddenly playing Test match cricket. As Gilchrist is in over the wicket. That's short. That's pulled in front of square by Dan Lawrence. He'll get a couple here. Bo Webster's giving chase. And they'll get back for 2 more. 2 more to the total. And yet, the live streams are great. Brilliant. And it enables you to be able to keep an eye on what people are doing. But you've also got to go to the games.
Yes.
And you've got to talk to the player. And you've got to talk to people who know the player.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got to talk to people who've played against that player, because then you get to know the player. As waiting once more is Dan Lawrence as Gilchrist is in, and this is left alone by Lawrence outside his off stump. So all will be revealed in the goodness of time. What have we got? A couple of months to go until Test cricket starts again. So we'll see what the lineup is for that opening Test match.
And there'll be a reasonable body of work to look at for players who've been fit in this early stage of the season.
Well, 7 games gives you a good old go, doesn't it? Lawrence waits once more with that bat raised high in the air. Forward he goes. Pushes it straight back up the pitch.
I am happy to acknowledge a correction from David in Coventry, who correctly points out, he says, on your list of football matches in the area today, you forgot to mention Hull against Coventry tonight at 8 o'clock, and you're quite right to pick me up on that, David. I mean, I was thinking more this afternoon, because for the ones this afternoon. But you're quite right, of course, that for a lot of Warwickshire fans as well, that is the big event today.
The big one. As forward goes the right-handed Jamie. Apologies, Dan Lawrence picks up a single because the mighty Coventry, they're looking like they're going up.
They're nearly there.
They are under F. Lampard.
Yep, that's it.
Yes, indeed.
So yes, you're quite right, David. And a lot of Warwickshire supporters in the what I sometimes literally refer to on here as the Warwickshire end of Warwickshire, as opposed to the Birmingham end of Warwickshire. We'll be very excited about that.
He's in again. Is Gilchrist and forward goes Jamie Smith, punching this one up towards mid-on.
I should also add that you'll be able to hear that game live on BBC CWR tonight after the cricket, so you'll be able to you can get us burbling on until it's finished here and still get the Sky Blues.
When I was last here, of course, it was when Mr. Eakin was presented his shirt by Frank Lampard.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. You thought he was playing left back.
Yeah, well, that would have been something, wouldn't it? As over the wicket goes Gilchrist, driving his Jamie Smith. Lampard
put a few on the gate, wouldn't it?
Lampard got a real surprise when Clive presented him with his shirt as well. They swapped shirts at the press conference. But yes, well, good luck to Coventry tonight.
Yep, they're at Hull.
So what more do they need to do? Coventry,
I don't know, maths, but they're quite close. I think they're within 1 or 2 games, depending on what other games, what results happen this afternoon.
Yes.
Yeah, they really might not be far away by tonight.
Oh, now this is interesting, right? So out come Patel and Topley with drinks and things, but they were out there a little longer with Patel. A couple of messages, I think. Did you know, lads, that the record 4th wicket partnership, 1906.
Barnard is going for a conference at the far end, and he's going to bowl now. I thought for a moment he was going to go around the wicket, but he's going to stay over to Lawrence. 10 overs, none for 40 in this innings, Barnard. And he has Lawrence just pushing slightly away from his body, but safely into the offside. And Dan Mosley's finding games to play in the outfield. Throws a quick throw into Kai Smith and then demands the ball back and throws it on to somebody else. So he's still floating a bit. Spoke to Dan last night after scoring his first championship century.
Played very well.
And that noise, in the ground on Saturday when he got it. Well, there was him, and everybody here, all the noise that the fans made, really meant a lot to him.
Good.
This is brought back by Barnard from outside the off stump, but too late.
Well,
because it really was a big cheer. Sort of cheered here at the T20 game, or
Yep.
but no, that meant a lot to Dan.
Well, I think it'll be the first of a run of hundreds now he's got over the line.
His mum and dad were in the stands. He
Oh,
told
that's
me,
lovely,
so that's
isn't
very
it?
good.
That is lovely.
340 for 3. Barnard draws Lawrence forward. He defends out into the covers.
Oh, that's great. It was a real roar as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's quite frightening.
Well, it's been a little while. He's been close 2 or 3 times and been up and down the batting order. So batting a bit higher now at 3, I think, confers some new responsibility on him. So yeah, good for Dan. Barnard bowls, and it's driven handsomely up to mid-on for no run. It's a good job for none.
I was telling you last night that we were at Old Trafford once, and Manchester United were playing at the other Old Trafford, and as Ben Folkes pushed forward and played an immaculate forward defensive right on cue, Man United scored the opening goal, and the roar for Folkes' forward defence was quite extraordinary, I have to say.
Forward comes Lawrence to defend the next one from Barnard. So, looking at this, by the way, I'll make it. If Coventry do win tonight, then I think
they're there.
Well, not quite. I think they'll be one of those where they can only be caught in goal difference. Depends what happens with Middlesbrough, who are playing a bit later.
Righto.
But their chasers are kind of going backwards at the moment. So if they don't do it tonight, they'll probably be next week.
Right.
So
and then it'll be Frank back in the Prem.
He will.
Yeah.
Coventry haven't been there for, must be, David will know, he's better in 20 years now, I think. Barnard goes a bit wider on the crease. Lawrence, he's wise to that, comes forward, nudges it round his front pad up to mid-on. And who's that at mid-on there, getting the football skills out?
That was very
flicking
impressive.
That up the old keepy up.
Jordan.
Is it Thompson?
Yeah, that was very impressive, wasn't it? Both left and right foot.
Nice. 340 for 3 at the end of the over. That was a maiden as well. 2 maidens in a row from Barnard, which is no mean feat at this point.
I think we're going to get a bit of spin. I think Rob Yates is going to come into the attack. I remember them winning the FA Cup.
Yes.
Coventry.
Keith Hanchen's header.
Yes, I remember that.
Jordan Thompson's from Leeds. He must be a Leeds fan. He's from Leeds. You only get Leeds fans in
Leeds. In Leeds, yes.
It's one of those cities. Sometimes some cities you get people who support, Manchester United or Arsenal or whoever, Barcelona. My experience in Leeds, you get Leeds fans.
Leeds fans that support Leeds.
Yeah, quite right too.
John Sillett, wasn't it, was the manager?
John Sillett,
that's right. Yes, I remember that.
Coventry.
Who did they beat in the final?
Tottenham.
That wasn't the Mabbott.
The Mabbott own goal.
Yes.
Clive Allen scored in the first minute.
That's right.
It was a great cup final.
Yeah.
Keith Houchen's diving header, one of the great cup final goals. Yeah. So.
Yeah, and then Mabbott deflected own goal, wasn't it? Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, so that's good. Up the Sky Blues.
Up the Sky Blues. So it's going to be Rob Yates.
My colleague Rob Gurney, who commentates on the Sky Blues now, reckons if you stop the tape in the right place on the 87 Cup final, you can see him.
Oh, there you are.
He's worn his VHS copy out, I think, some time ago.
Here is Yates, and that's very short. First up, that'll be 4. So yes, he just waited for that, did Jamie Smith, and crunched it through the covers for 4. Just quite interested in what that little chat was with Ryan Patel out there in the middle as Yates is in, and this is just pushed off the back foot by Jamie Smith.
Don't think they're far enough on to think about having a little dabble, are they?
Not yet.
No.
Not yet.
They'll have to really crack on with it.
As Yates is over the wicket once again. This one's turned into the leg side. But it may be one of those where they say to themselves, right, can we give ourselves, I don't know, can we give ourselves 20 overs to produce a miracle?
Yeah.
As this one's worked by Jamie Smith down the ground, and it would take a miracle.
Yeah.
And one more to the total.
But you might just undermine the confidence of one or two, in a potential rival team. I don't know whether you think that far ahead in the first game of the season.
But also what I'm thinking is, no chance of chasing it even on here.
No.
But we can have 20 overs. Now, if we don't take any wickets, this one's whipped by Lawrence out towards deep mid-wicket, and they'll stroll a single. If we don't take any wickets, then we can just say, right, we gave it a bit of a go.
Yeah.
But if we were to pick up one or two early, could we cause a jitter or two?
Yeah. It's a no-lose gamble, isn't it?
As Yates is in, and this is turned by Smith down towards fine leg, and they will pick up another single. So the partnership now, this is exciting. The partnership now is worth 198. Now the record, just to remind everybody, for the fourth wicket for Surrey against Warwickshire is 199 in 1906. So that's 120 years ago. So could be a moment of history here.
It'd be quite fun to achieve something and think, well, look, if my record lasts as long, then we could still be in the books in 2150.
Exactly. Yes. Well, who knows?
We'll still be here.
Yeah, but there is that. And what will the game look like, I wonder?
Barnard bowls. We beats the outside edge of Smith, pushing forward. This is quite a tidy spell again from Barnard, who has still got no wickets in this match.
Clive might
Which
be.
Is the one anomaly. Oh, Clive, yes.
Clive might be in 120 years' time. He might struggle with the technology minded by then.
Do you think?
Well, he might. Although in that, all you'll do then is just say a word and everything will happen, I would have thought, by then.
I thought that already did happen. Here comes Barnard, comes past the umpire and has Smith flicking to mid-on.
I wonder what the game will look like in 120 years' time. Because it will still be around in some way, shape or form.
I think so. Barnard's gone back to the start of his mark. People will still be saying you need to get runs in the championship before you get picked for the Ashes. Barnard comes forward and Smith is defending back up the pitch.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they will. Well, it's been going on long enough for the old championship.
Yeah,
it's got through.
It's outlasted a few things.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's still loved by lots of people.
Oh,
that's the thing. That's why we're talking to you now.
Exactly.
Barnard is running in towards us and makes that climb from just a fraction short of a good length. And Smith played at it and didn't touch it. And to beat twice in the same over a fella who's 120 odd not out on a flat pitch is a pretty good effort.
Yeah, good effort that.
He has bowled well in this match.
He really has. Yeah, he's had a good game, hasn't he? He's had a good game without his sort of figures suggesting that he's had a good game.
Yeah, he's none for 91 in the match.
And as I say, best 25 you could ever wish to see.
Well, he's coming in again to bowl to Smith, and he firmly defends this out to extra cover.
Of course, first game in charge.
Captain, well, I mean, they've been making the running for most of it,
Absolutely.
so he hasn't had a bad first run as captain. So, no, good start for him. I think the captaincy's come at a good point in his career, Ed Barnard. Smart guy. And a very good cricketer mainstay of this team in the last couple of years with bat and ball. And he completes a third successive maiden as Smith plays him with due respect into the offside. 347 for 3 at the end of the over, 121 to Smith and 112 Lawrence.
I just want, and I don't know, but I'm just, always when the spinner comes on sort of at this stage as well, I'm just wondering about over rate. That'll be the other thing here.
Yeah, well, in the first innings, they bowled as near as makes no difference, 15 overs an hour, Warwickshire. They were on target on the first day. So I don't think they can be very far behind.
No, but it might be just slip some overs in now of
Yates, it wouldn't hurt.
And get if there is a little problem there, because Surrey will be fine because we had quite a lot of spin from Surrey, didn't we? So we're just waiting for Yates to get his field exactly as he wants it. And Dan Lawrence settles himself down over his bat. Yates is into him, and Lawrence is sweeping. Nicely played. Down towards that fine leg boundary rope. It's going to go away for 4. That was very nicely swept by Dan Lawrence, completely in control, and that is the record partnership.
There we go.
So there we go. That's 120 years of history, and well, there are some very, very, very knowledgeable people in the ground. Although I think they're probably more applauding the fact it's the 200 partnership, but there will be people here who've got their archive books out. So that goes past Hayward and Goatley in 1906, and the 200 partnership and the 350. So it's all happening out there at the moment. As Yates is in, he's sweeping again. Here's Dan Lawrence down towards that fine leg boundary, but he will get round on this occasion, Will Davis. And Lawrence will pick up another single. He moves on to 117.
Do you think after that game in 1906, Tom Hayward said to the local reporters that he expected to live around long enough to see flying cars and robot skates, but
Probably.
he hoped he'd live long enough to see somebody score a 200 partnership against Warwickshire?
As forward goes Jamie Smith. Plays this one out towards deep mid-wicket. Funny, isn't it, how excited we get about these things?
Yes.
353 for 3.
Again, I'd like to think that if you've clicked on this feed today, then we're amongst friends.
Yes. One would hope. One would hope. As Yates is into Lawrence. And Lawrence is whipping this out towards deep mid-wicket. He will stroll one more. And Lawrence moves on to 118. Jamie Smith comes back onto strike on 122. 354 for 3, sorry. Forward goes Smith, just tucks this gently back up the pitch. Sam Hain doing the field. Known as Bobby, I think, Rob Yates. I keep hearing well bowled Bobby. As in over the wicket he comes. Oh, here we go. Down the ground goes Jamie Smith. Wasn't quite to the pitch of it, but it's going to go away for 4. So the first time he's really used his feet and looked to go over the top to Yates. Didn't quite get to the pitch of it, but just got enough on it to get it away to the boundary rope for 4. Smith onto 126, 358 for 3. And Surrey's lead is 142.
Yes, he appears to have been under a sort of self-denying ordinance for much of the day, Rob Yates, which is a phrase that suddenly comes back to me from A-level history. But
they were a great band.
Allowed himself, yes.
little known first album, but they were very good.
Yes. I was going to say they would come on as support to whatever it was I said earlier, but I've forgotten it. Anyway, that's my career summed up. And this looks like we're still going to have Ed Barnard continuing after 3 maidens in a row, and he's going to bowl this time to Dan Lawrence, who plays it away on the offside. I'm going to have to behave myself shortly to do an update down this line for BBC CWR. I'm waiting for a shout from them. So 358 for 3, and they're still continuing with the slip. Rob Yates at slip, and deepish set backward point, and forward comes Lawrence defending back to Barnard. Sticking at it here, Warwickshire. 358 for 3. Just say, because studio in Coventry are listening, but I can hear you, so I'm listening for the cue to do that update while we continue commentary here. Barnard walking back towards the tarpaulin, and here he is to bowl to the right-handed Lawrence. Takes a step across to the offside as he's waiting, and then checks his drive. It comes along the ground to mid-on, and here we go, and there it is for no run. And the latest here is that the game is heading towards a draw. Warwickshire had hopes of pushing towards victory when they came back this morning, but they haven't. Despite fervent efforts from all 6 of their seam bowlers, been able to take a Surrey wicket today. The visitors 358 for 3. Their England internationals Jamie Smith and Dan Lawrence have batted very responsibly to see off and blunt the Warwickshire attack. They both made hundreds, and that steered Surrey away from what was quite a delicate position, still 50 behind overnight, to a lead now of 142. There's not been a great deal of assistance in the pitch for the Warwickshire bowlers, but they have continued to bowl with decent discipline and keep the Surrey scoring rate at least limited, while not being able to dislodge either of these 2 fine players. Smith now 126, Lawrence 118, but at least there is a sunshine to greet the start of the Championship season, but there isn't, I'm afraid, probably going to be a Warwickshire win today. Surrey 358 for 3. And in the middle of that,
look at
there
this.
was an arrangement of Warwickshire fielders. We've reached the slightly creative field
well,
stage.
it's like an aeroplane, 2 wings of an aeroplane, isn't it? I like this.
From this end, you can see why they call it an umbrella field.
Yes.
It does look like an umbrella. 6 men, 3 either side of the stumps, in front of the bat, and forward comes Lawrence to defend, and that's a 4th successive maiden. I make it from Ed Barnard. 358 for 3. I don't know whether you, like me, would have had that. It was called Test Match, the tabletop game.
Oh, I still play it.
Do you? Splendid.
Yes.
Well, when you're playing that with the little men that had the sort of horseshoe between their feet.
Yes, and
to
you
catch
were
it.
out. Yes.
But really, what we've just seen there is the only decent field you can set when you're playing that.
Yes,
because it's quite hard for the ball to go behind.
I found reverse sweeping tough.
Yes, that's quite tricky. You can only do it once.
Yeah.
With he doesn't move his feet terribly well. Batter.
I've still got my set. Yeah.
Because I'm quite a ham-fisted so-and-so. We broke 1 or 2 batters just with the force of.
Yeah.
So they ended up with the bat. You could whirl it all the way around.
I've got an awful confession to make. As Yates continues from the pavilion end, when my lovely daughter Isabel was younger,
yes,
I tried to get her into cricket. So Daddy went out and bought all the gear, obviously. Well, all the coaching gear. I had a baseball mitt.
Good for you.
Yeah. But I also sat her down with Test Match and explained fielding positions to her.
Oh, yes.
Using the men on the field, poor thing.
Dude.
She was only 6. As this is a quicker ball by Yates and just turns Lawrence round a touch. Unsurprisingly, she doesn't bother anymore with cricket at 16, but I thoroughly enjoyed myself explaining, if the ball's really bouncing, is he?
You did check she was still in the room when you started.
Down the pitch goes Lawrence, trying to whip this leg side, hits the pad. Shout for LBW. He's not going to get that because Lawrence was almost stood next to him by the time it hit the pad.
Yeah, that's ambitious. But you could only, in that game, you could only really have that umbrella field.
Yes.
There was no point in putting.
No.
You kind of had to have 4 silly points.
Yep, marvellous. As Yates is in, and this is punched into the leg side by Lawrence. It's a great game.
It is, still is.
Rolling the ball down the bowler's arm. Oh.
You need an iron really for the pitch.
Oh, but be careful with that.
Yeah.
I went. Well,
did you put a hole?
Mum went through at least 2.
Oh dear.
Yeah. As forward goes the right-handed Lawrence, pushes this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
You have to do 7 minutes of heavy ironing between innings.
But be very careful, because you might find you've got an iron-shaped hole in the middle of your pitch. Just sweeping again is Lawrence, but he's outside the line of the off stump, hits the pad. That's going to run away down towards third man, and they will pick up a leg by. End of the over, 3:59 for 3. In the equivalent, I did have an Astro pitch for Sabutio.
Did you?
And I had the stadium, all the bits and pieces. And I found it the other day. I found my Manchester Rovers full set with my Blonde Roy Race Sabutio set that I saved all my tokens up for and sent off for. And I found it the other day.
Good man.
Yes. So now Roy...
So is that what you're going to try and get her into next, is it?
Yeah. No, I don't think I've got a chance of that. But my blonde Roy is now sat on my desk at home. Yes.
He never had streaks of grey like Chris Wokes,
Nope,
did he?
never aged, did Roy.
No, that was the thing. I've been reading Roy the Rose for about 4 years before I cottoned onto that. Barnard starts a new over, and Lawrence drives the first ball up to mid-on.
Well, there was me blathering on about being Martin Kemp in a charity game. Of course, him and brother Gary played for Manchester Rovers.
Yeah.
Big signings
That's it.
for Manchester Rovers, alongside Charlie Nicholas. He was a big signing for Manchester Rovers.
It's a somewhat random selection policy.
It was, but it worked. Got to an FA Cup final, I believe.
360 for 3. In comes Barnard, and this is played very late by Lawrence. He got rather cramped for room.
Barnard's looked
It's been a
by
super spell.
far the most difficult bowler to face this afternoon.
Well, the fact that they're taking, I mean, they haven't really taken too many liberties with anybody, but they're taking none at all with him. 360 for 3. I suddenly remembered we had two cricket. You can be 2 ball bearings in your test match set.
That's right. Yep.
But we lost one of them when I hit a 6, which landed behind my nan's fridge.
Yeah, well, that's...
In comes Barnard, right arm over the wicket, and Lawrence plays this away on the offside.
Yeah, hitting a 6 was a good effort, wasn't it, in that?
Yeah, it went off the side of my nan's kitchen table, rolled under the fridge.
Well, that's disappointing. I thought you meant it went right over the top and down the back of the fridge.
It may still be there.
Yes.
If you grace me a crescent all green, have a look for it.
Wait, yeah, yes.
360 for 3.
Please return to.
Yes. A replacement ball. This one's gone out of shape. Forward comes Lawrence to defend, back up the pitch to Barnard. And again, they don't get a run. This is something of a feather in Barnard's bowling cap, if you would stretch that metaphor a bit, in that they've been nudging runs fairly comfortably all day without forcing it. But they are not doing that here to Barnard. And he's keeping them honest to the end of this game. Sets a good standard for the captain here, and dropping it on a length again for Lawrence to play out on the offside. So it's a good example to set, isn't it? Even though there isn't much for the bowlers and it looks like their chance of winning has gone, Barnard is
he's still
running in and making good, and we're talking about good players, by the way, Lawrence and Smith, and making sure they've got to play properly right to the end here. It's just an admirable effort. He tries a bouncer and Lawrence gets out of the way of it. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successive maidens for Ed Barnard, which in the circumstances, I think you'd have to say is a remarkable effort.
Shall we dive headfirst into the record books for the most consecutive maidens?
He's some way off that.
We had to do this when Hashim Amla made that magnificent, what was it, 32 not out off 258 balls. Keith Barker and Sean Abbott between them that day bowled, I think it was 38 maidens between them that day, as Yates continues, tosses this one up to Jamie Smith. He's rolling his wrists on this. That goes out towards deep mid-wicket, and Smith will pick up a single. He moves on to 128.
Off the top of my head, the first-class record is in the 20s.
That's a good effort.
But
that is a good effort.
I will try and
it?
find it, but somebody might find it first.
As reverse sweep here from Dan Lawrence, doesn't get anything on it. So taken by Kai Smith. Looks like Jordan Thompson's getting warmed up for a bit of a go. In there at short mid-wicket. Lawrence is just readjusting his gloves as that's really tossed up by Yates, and that's driven firmly by Dan Lawrence. He will get a single here, will Dan Lawrence?
David emails back to say it's 25 years since Coventry win the Premier League. Is it really?
Goodness me.
Millwall have lost this afternoon to Norwich, so the chasers are making it very easy for the Sky Blues. Well, they've waited long enough.
Well, there you are. Waits over his bat once more. As that's very short. That'll be 4. Jamie Smith just waits for it and clubs it
Yes.
through the cover for 4 runs. So Jamie Smith will move on to 132. Surrey move on to 366 for 3.
He's batted with a lot of discipline today, Jamie Smith, but he's not going to look a gift horse.
Well, he was able to free his hands up for that one. He's in again, he's Yates. And down the ground goes Jamie Smith. He could go here, yes he will. He is caught down at long on by Chris Wokes. It's the first time he's tried to really go down the ground over the top. It's been a fabulous innings this from Jamie Smith. Very watchful. And he goes for 132. The partnership is broken on 217. It's a record 7th wicket partnership, 5th wicket partnership, 4th wicket partnership for Surrey against Warwickshire. But well batted, Jamie Smith gone for 132, and Surrey are 366 for 4.
Yeah, and along with Dan Lawrence, they've taken Surrey to what should be a safe finish to this game, sometime around 5 o'clock, you'd think. The lead of 150. So it's really now, if they want to really give it a run and set up having 20 overs to bowl, they could do that. Equally, at least some of these bowlers have probably got to come and play on Friday. So, given it's the first game of the season, the percentage thing to do might be to put them in cotton wool and concentrate on Friday. But they have at least found a way out of the maze that Surrey were in, potentially 200 odd behind. But certainly last night, things could have gone more, taken a very different route. But a good hand by Smith to start his domestic season.
Very much so, yeah. I thought he played really well there, Jamie Smith. Very watchful. Gone for 132. So the centurion of the first innings. Ben Folkes joins Dan Lawrence. Wasn't quite to the pitch of it, Jamie Smith, so the bottom hand came in. And Chris Wokes with a very safe catch down below us at long on. And it's a wicket for Rob Yates. So Ben Folkes, right-handed of course, Ben Folkes. There is a leg slip and a slip in there for him. As Yates is in, and Folkes is off the mark straight away with the ball on his pads that he can tuck down towards fine leg, and Davis gives chase and does well. And they'll pick up a couple more, 2 more to the total. 2 more to Ben Folkes. I said Alex Davis, I'm not sure he's actually on the field of play at the moment. 2 more to the total, 368 for 4, successful over for Rob Yates.
Yes, his first wicket of the season. Took quite a few wickets in the early games of last season, Rob Yates, before he was used a bit less after that, but 12 first-class wickets last season. And has been a useful option for Warwickshire when they're not playing a front-line spinner, occasionally even when they are playing a front-line spinner. Barnard is going to keep going with this spell. I think this is great here. To his first game as captain, comes in to bowl to Lawrence, and his run of maidens is broken anyway because he's given Lawrence some space at mid-wicket, which he's nudged the ball into. It means he can have a look at Ben Folkes, I suppose, the new batter. Well, we had just showing us, I as the captain am prepared to do some of the hard yards here.
Absolutely, and it's sort of showing that he's leading from the front here to his teammates.
I don't think anybody would doubt his determination to do that, but all the same, here he is doing it, and proper bowling as well in the circumstances.
Absolutely, he's kept them quiet.
Yeah, very good. And now there's a man coming on the drive at mid-wicket for him to bowl to Folkes, who is forward defending respectfully. It tells you something, the way that players who've got hundreds have batted so carefully against him.
Because if there was any thought of sort of pushing the button a touch from Surrey. They haven't been able to against Barnard.
No, not at all. So, yes, because after that chat, we did just raise the possibility that they might try and score some quick runs and see if they can ruffle Warwickshire. But, oh, that one sneakily kept low there from Barnard. And, folks, even for a fellow who's just come in, he adjusted very sharply to stop that.
And it may not happen, but that was why I was wondering whether Surrey might fancy just a little go. Because if you got one of those in the first over,
yeah, that'd be awkward.
And knock your stumps out of the ground,
that would be awkward. 369 for 4. Barnard comes in again. Oh, and that one pops and beats the shoulder of the bat.
Good luck.
Yes.
Wow. What a double that is. One keeps low and the next one is the one that kicks off a length.
Nasty.
Played it pretty well, actually, Ben Folks.
Folks has just gone to examine the spot because it's not far off the same spot as the previous one.
Absolutely not.
Could be a bit tricky now. He's 2, made 128 in the first innings, without which, sorry, might have been in the mire. Barnard bowls fuller to him, and Folks drives confidently. It's not very neatly fielded at mid-on, but it's effective in the sense that there aren't any runs.
He's done his job.
End up in a heap.
That bit of fielding.
Over there.
I was just remembering, it just jumped into my head when we were talking about sort of consecutive maidens, when Ollie Hannon-Dalby was on for the longest number of balls without scoring a run.
Yeah, he's quite good at that. There's a no ball now from Barnard, and Folks is defending it into the offside.
But I remember it was a leg by to get him off the mark. He didn't get any bat on it, and he looked absolutely crestfallen when it wasn't signalled as a leg by.
Yes. No, he's developed a nice line in stubbornness.
Oh yes.
He's also developed quite a bit of a slog sweep, which he only gets out on high days and holidays. But it's rather good. Barnard bowls. Oh, Folks played that very late and has diverted it round slip. He played it very well, actually, because I don't think that bounced all that much either.
Didn't.
And it went away for 4. Barnard looks very cross.
Yes.
That his little run of keeping the runs down has been broken by that, but he might easily have had Folks' wicket in that over. 375 for 4 at the end of it.
Well, that's why I just wondered whether Surrey might think about a little go at Warwickshire.
There's a case for it.
Because if nothing happens, then you all shake hands and off you go home. And let's be honest as well, if Surrey were going to win it, and we're talking about the bowlers not wanting to wear them out, they're going to have to do it quick.
Yeah.
You know, they're not going to be bowling 50 over spells or anything.
True.
So I just wonder, but we'll see. We'll see, because we've only got the 15 minutes till tea now.
Yeah. They're not quite far enough on, are they?
No, not yet. As Van Lawrence, the man on strike to Rob Yates, and he tucks this one away out towards deep backward square. There's Alex Davis back on the field of play now.
You'll like this. Bobby emails me. wm.sport@bbc.co.uk, by the way. Although you do well if you can improve on this from Bobby. Regarding the test match game we were talking about.
Waiting.
Wait for it.
Over his bat is Folks, and he's using his feet. Tucks this into the leg side. Good work from Jordan Thompson. Tumbling stop to his left. There's no run.
I used to stick real grass on mine, said Bobby. No, you didn't. But I used to stick real grass on mine back in the 70s.
What? On the outfield? Surely not on the wicket, as this one's punched back up the pitch by Ben Folks, and Yates does the fielding.
Although he says back in the 70s, as if
that explains it. That's what everybody was doing in the 70s, was it?
Yeah. Good, this is marvellous. More of these coming.
In over the wicket goes Yates, and this is pushed again off the back foot by Folks, and there's no run.
I used to stick real grass on mine in the 70s, and also some Vaseline, so I could recreate real English conditions. It certainly made the ball deviate.
Vaseline on the ball, I take it, as this is turned into the leg side by Folks, rather than on the wicket.
It certainly made the ball deviate off the seam, which I think you must have had a different one, because it was a ball bearing in mine anyway.
Yeah.
could do with some Vaseline on this current pitch. Well, that's just who's to say.
He put Vaseline on the pitch. This is turned by folks into the leg side. And he'll pick up a single. End of the over. 377 for 4.
There you go. You didn't think he was going to say that, did you?
Mum,
Yes.
what are you doing with my jar of Vaseline?
Yes.
Well, I'm just putting it on the
I'm putting
wicket.
it on a length.
I'm putting it, yeah. Gets the
So I
ball to nip around
so
a bit.
I could recreate real English. That's marvellous.
Well,
So
well
it says,
done, Bobby.
Up the Wolves, he says. Well,
Brilliant.
boy, I think I know where Wolves have been going wrong this season.
Wow.
Now.
There you are.
That's
eh?
terrific. Well, if you can beat that, then
Wow.
we're all ears. Well played, Bobby.
So, Bobby, I'm taking that what Bobby did then was put real grass in the outfield and then Vaseline the wicket.
Because English cricket in the 70s were known for its Vaseline pitches.
Absolutely, it was. Yeah,
know.
they often talk about that, don't they?
You're going to be thinking about that all the way home now, aren't you? I know I am. Well played, Bobby. That's marvellous. That's set a standard for the season. If you can beat that, email me wm.sport@bbc.co.uk. Good stuff. Barnard is giving way to Jordan Thompson, who starts a new spell from the city end and bowls a shortish delivery wide of Folkes' off stump.
Visions of Bobby watering his wicket just for the
Yeah.
sort of overnight rain. Uncovered pitches and all that.
Dare to think about what he did to his Sabutio pitch.
Well, I don't want to know.
Perhaps he thought it was the baseball.
I do not want to know.
377 for 4. That's outstanding. There's just one slip for Jordan Thompson, who has Folkes parrying this away towards backward point.
It's as you say, because, because it was the 70s, obviously.
Yeah.
That's what you did.
I think we're overthinking this.
I think we are. I think we really are.
It's really splendid.
But why wouldn't you?
Good.
With a revelation like that, you're bound to overthink it.
So, yes, modifications for board games. We can take all your suggestions on that at wm.sport@bbc.co.uk. This is chipped by Folkes just past Thompson in his follow through.
Stop
So,
coming.
yeah, well, that's what happens if you put Vaseline on the pitch. I suppose you just held in the pitch a bit. Folkes is now. He's found a bit of the pitch that's suspicious that nobody else today has found, but he looks at it and accusingly and pats the bottom of his bat.
Who am I to talk, having spent most of COVID playing test matches against garden furniture? Same difference, really.
Thompson bowls to Folkes, who checks his drive and pushes it up to mid-on. There's no run. You see the kids today, they don't know they're born, do they?
They don't. But again, there with that previous delivery just stuck in the pitch.
And we are talking about the odd one.
Well,
odd ball is kept low.
Yep.
The odd one, not just one every few overs, but just now and then. Thompson, he has quite a long run, doesn't he, Thompson? But he comes chasing in, passes umpire Middlebrook, and bowls on a good length to Folkes, who is moving into position late to defend that back on up the pitch. Moves very easily around the crease, Folkes, when he's batting. Looks unhurried.
Bobby played against others or on his own?
He's given his clarifications are right.
Thank you.
The Vaseline was on the ball bearing,
and
right, sometimes furniture polish on the green pitch. This is bowled wide of off stump by Thompson. Folkes doesn't play. It's the end of the over. Thank you, Bobby.
Bobby,
that's livened up the afternoon.
Well
appreciate that very much.
Well done.
377 for 4.
Well done.
See? The creative minds we have listening to these broadcasts.
Oh, absolutely.
I couldn't have even thought of that. That's brilliant.
No, I would not
enjoyed that.
I can actually see the logic behind Vaseline and furniture polish.
Yeah,
you can see it skid off.
Yeah,
absolutely. Bit more West Indies, really, isn't it, than sort of reenacting English conditions?
I don't know. It could.
It's going to
see, Mike Hendry could have bowled well on that.
It's going to be the spin of Yates to continue, and Lawrence is forward. 121 for Dan Lawrence today. Jamie Smith 132. They put on 217 for the fourth wicket. Surrey lead by 161. As Yates tosses this one up, here goes Lawrence down the pitch, tucks it away to Chris Wokes at long on down below us. And they will take a single. 378 for 4. Settles himself down again. Does Ben Folkes. And this one's pushed into the offside. My dad and I used to fall out all the time with Sabutio.
Did you?
Well, he was a right old cheat.
Oh, okay.
He used to use his entire finger. So basically, not only would he sweep the ball into the net with his finger, he'd sweep his entire forward line into the net as well. As this one's turned into the leg side by Folkes. They're going to come back for 2. Lawrence got to get his skates on with the throw. It's a good throw. 1 bounce from Mosley over the top of the stumps, but Lawrence is back for 2. 2 more to the total. 380 for 4.
Did your mum have to come and ref?
No, but basically it was every Sunday afternoon competitive Sabutio.
Oh, okay.
Very competitive. Stormed out once, I remember that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he didn't like losing, as this one's turned by Folkes out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll pick up a single. Lawrence comes back onto strike on 122. Oh, genuinely hated losing. Hated it. Ruined many a Sunday evening. As this one's whipped into the leg side again by Dan Lawrence. Pick up another single. 382 for 4. And end of another over from Rob Yates. Ticks through one more. So we have got, what, 5 minutes until the tea break. We're going to be about spot on here because it's going to be 32 overs remaining. So we were about right here.
Very diligent effort from both teams actually today.
Absolutely.
Warwickshire have stuck at it, and Surrey they've had to bat properly, taking no liberties really. Smith eventually chipping to long on, but he'd already made his point by then. And the seamers still trying to keep the batters honest. Thompson sets in again, his first game for Warwickshire, and he's made a good impression. He bowls short, ball climbs on Lawrence, and he's played it very well, riding the bounce to guide it down to third man for 4 runs.
He did play that extremely well. Because it came back at him as well, I think, and he's just leant back, opened the face of the bat and guided it down to the third man boundary rope for 4.
Yes, you've got to have quick reflexes for that. Very well steered, just took it more or less off his chest.
Yeah, very well played.
.386 for 4. Thompson starts in again, and this is full and hit firmly by Lawrence up to mid-on.
I must admit,
Mosley's having to do mid-warming up at the moment.
I actually set up a Sabutio club at school.
Did you?
Yes. And sort of we had games and I was in charge and big wall charts and all of that stuff, yeah.
Should have set it up. They should still be playing for the church. Church Shield.
Well,
I'm surprised you didn't set that up before you left. This is pushed by Lawrence. You're thinking about it now, actually. Lawrence pushes this to mid-on.
We had a cup.
Did you?
We had a cup, yeah, definitely had a cup. But it was taken very seriously. Everybody had their own team, obviously, because you couldn't get your team. And we're very, very serious.
Adam sends me a message on this theme. Says, I always struggle to play tabletop cricket at home due to a pitch invasion from my cat called Stan.
Yes.
This is tucked off his hip by Lawrence. I think that just nipped a little bit into him.
Did.
And he nevertheless steered it down to long leg for 1. He's 128. Maybe I was missing a trick, says Adam. I should have put Vaseline and furniture polish on a length to prevent Stan from being affected. He'd have skidded through, wouldn't he?
Would have done.
He'd have gone off the other side. Used up one of his 9 lives. So, yes, if only we'd known, eh, Adam?
Absolutely. Well done, Adam.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
This is on a length outside off stump, going away from folks. Last word from Bobby says, sorry if I'm overstaying my welcome, you're not at all.
No, Bobby.
But do I remember the ZX Spectrum 48K test match game?
Yes, I do.
Bobby. Well, we might have a symposium on that during the tea interval,
yes,
during which time we
indeed.
shall sadly have to turn the microphones off, otherwise we'll probably have the old BBC
I had
turned
a
off.
ZX Spectrum.
But of course, and I shall read, you sent a long email about that, which I shall read at length and probably agree with every word, but I'm all for that. This is pushed away on the offside by folks. It's the end of the over, 387 for 4, and at the end of it, Lawrence is 128, folks is 10. There was that in the Formula One management game, Bobby, that I spent large sections of my childhood. And we taught these days at the kids and say, are they wasting their life in front of screens? And they didn't, honestly.
Well,
not like we would have done in our day, but you, Bobby, you're very much a man after my own heart there. So thank you for your thoughts this afternoon. But of course, and I should be. There was sites you can play those old games on, and I suspect I should be doing that for most of the evenings this week now. Now that you've mentioned it, remind me of it. And here, in the meantime, is a man unsullied by such thoughts, Dan Mosley, who is going to bowl with his glasses on, bowling some off breaks from this end.
Yeah. So Dan Mosley into the attack after his 100 in the first innings. Gonna, as Mr. Taylor says so rightly, bowl in his sunglasses.
Well, it's nice to say on Easter Monday that you can.
It certainly is. So here's his first delivery. Oh, it's down the leg side. Lawrence is just trying to help it down towards fine leg. Dad used to work in America quite a lot, and I remember the excitement when he brought back that first ever games console thing. As this is whipped down the ground by Lawrence. He's going to get a single, one more to the total. And the only game on it, Mike, was the one where it was the 2 blocks at either end of the screen and the ball bounced and you had to knock a bit. Oh, it was great.
Marvellous.
Really good fun. As this is turned into the leg side by Ben Folkes. He'll pick up a single, Will Folkes. He moves on to 11. 389 for 4. I think I dislocated both index fingers doing Daley Thompson's decathlon. As forward goes Dan Lawrence, pushes this one down into the leg side.
That was a bit of a keyboard killer.
Well, it was, because
and a joystick killer. Went through 2 or 3 joysticks.
And then he had to hit the space bar as he jumped in the long jump. As forward goes Lawrence, pushes this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Yeah, you used to run, you'd hit the 2 keys, wouldn't you, for Daley? And then if it was like pole vault, and then he hit the space bar as he went up on his pole, so to speak.
Somebody somewhere, an AI machine is taking down all our words in the last half an hour. At least it's our lasting contribution to humanity.
This is probably the last time we were on air. As this is punched off the back foot by Lawrence, down the ground. He's going to take another single, and he will move on to 130. And that will be tea, I think. And he has played extremely well here. Dan Lawrence. And Surrey will go to tee 390 for 4 with Lawrence 130, Folkes on 11, and Surrey lead by 174.
Yeah, and we are heading towards the draw now. Whether Surrey will decide they're going to have a little bit of a go with the ball, they might do that, but it looks likely to be drawn at this point at tee, and a very tidy effort from the Surrey batters today, who are going to leave the field just now for 20 minutes. Warwickshire have kept them honest, but it looks as though Surrey are out of the woods now. So we shall leave you in peace for 20 minutes while we go and remember other parts of our childhood, and we'll see if we can drag ourselves back. Were there any other parts of our childhood? Thank you for indulging us. If you do want to email us, you can even email about cricket if you want. I mean, you can. wm.sport@bbc.co.uk, and we should be back for the final session of this match for however long it goes on in about 20 minutes. And a draw, the likely result, not quite a certainty yet, but with Surrey 390 for 4 at tea, leading by 174, it looks as though it's heading that way, perhaps in an hour or so's time. Surrey have lost only 1 wicket today. Warwickshire came with hopes of pushing for victory, having made the running for most of the first 3 days, but against high-quality batting, England internationals Jamie Smith and Dan Lawrence have been able to hold the Bears at bay, despite a very disciplined bowling effort underlined by Ed Barnard coming back to bowl 5 successive maidens to 2 players who'd both got centuries just before tea. But they eventually did get Jamie Smith caught at long on off Robbie Yates for 132, but that's the only success so far today. Lawrence unbeaten at tea on 130 with Ben Folkes for company. Surrey should be safe now at 390 for 4, leading by 174. The only question is whether they want to have a few overs at Warwickshire before the teams shake hands otherwise. Well, players are coming out for, well, what is probably the final session of this match. Well, it is the final session, but you know what I mean. The last section of play, it could be that Surrey will declare and ask Warwickshire to do a bit of batting, but for the moment, they're going to press on. The lead is 174, and we'll see if they do really press on. They've batted as if the time wasn't an issue all day, and it's been good. It's actually made for competitive cricket, while not necessarily things like terribly high stakes. You know what I mean? It looks as though it's going to be drawn for quite a while now, but it's still been played out properly, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and I think if you were to say, could you give yourselves, I don't know, 20 overs to see if a miracle could happen?
Yeah.
What would you want so that Warwickshire don't even consider? They've just got to see out those 20 overs.
Yeah,
that's the basic equation, isn't it? Because you could go at sevens, but they're already leading by 174. So I don't know whether they will. I think it might well be that they'll just see this out and get on the bus and go home.
Yeah, if they've got a blank week next week, maybe.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a bit of Brian Halford.
We are. Yes. Well, yes. Well, I was just
yes.
allowing you to build up to the great man there. Yes.
So Brian's going to come back. We'll hear from Mark again in a short while. Jordan Thompson's going to start the session with a ball outside off stump that Dan Lawrence, 130, has pushed away into the offside and takes a single. So Lawrence 131, Folks is with him, has 11, and the lead is 175. Thompson turns through a half circle and sets in again to bowl. Oh, and he finally gets that one to pop and hit Folks up on the shoulder as he was pressing forward. And just occasionally, and it really has been occasionally, Brian, one or two deliveries have done something a bit naughty, not enough to really build any pressure though.
Indeed, Mike, and it's been Jordan Thompson 2 or 3 times who has just prized that little bit of life out of the surface, which is encouraging for when bowling conditions are a bit more helpful.
Yes, he certainly bowled with a great deal of energy. In comes Folks and defends, or he comes in again to Folks, who defends back up to mid-off. And it's been a very disciplined effort with the ball, even with nothing happening.
Yeah, it's been solid, hasn't it? But there is not too much that you can do, is there? They're good bowlers, and they have not given up, and they haven't gone through the motions. They've kept on pushing, which is about all you can do.
Reflects well on them. Thompson bowls again to Folks, who holds the bat straight to nudge it away to mid-wicket.
But Surrey have done it well, haven't they?
Yeah.
All credit to them. The concentration has been immaculate, and as we were saying earlier on, you know, it's one thing to have good conditions, but you're still only one error away from getting out, aren't you? And Lawrence and Smith didn't make that error until it was safe.
Yes. Folks has 11 to go with his first innings century, and Thompson has him nudging this round his front pad for 1 to deep backward square leg, and 392 for 4. I do think coming away from this game, and it's dangerous to extrapolate too much from, one game into what is going to be a very long season in all formats, but there's some evidence here to suggest that both these teams might be up towards the sharp end.
Yes, absolutely. I think both will take plenty from it.
In comes Thompson, right arm over the wicket, and this is guided off the outside edge by Lawrence. He played it very softly, so it's run all the way along the ground to third man for 4 runs, but Thompson still pressing to find the outside edge.
Yes, Surrey will, I think, take a lot out of the fact that they, without doubt, got the worst of the conditions, didn't they? They had to bat on the first day when there was a lot of moisture and cloud cover, and they've really dug themselves out of trouble well. Warwickshire can take a lot out of it because they got into a very strong position, A lot's been said about the strength of the bowling attack. I think one or two supporters at Warwickshire were wondering about the batting. Well, that started pretty well, hasn't it? A great innings from Mosley and Sam Haynes. So yeah, both teams will take plenty from this game, as will the spectators. It hasn't been gripping today, but
if I may, I'm going to talk through because I've got a local radio update coming in about 60 seconds.
Okay,
and then we'll drop back into a more pattern after that as Yates bowls the first over after tea from the pavilion end outside the off stump to Folkes, who drives away into the offside for no run, and Wokes, who hurries through his overs, now has Folkes standing up to hit this with a straight bat out to long on and take 1. 397 for 4. And Yates straight away, he's ready to come in again off 4-5 paces, floats this right up outside off stump, and it's hit a great scything drive by Lawrence, but along the ground to mid-off, and he doesn't get a run. It's that radio update coming now. We're just into the final session of this match now. A draw is the almost certain result, with Surrey at 398 for 4. They've managed to resist the sterling efforts of Warwickshire to force home their strong position over the first 3 days today, but Surrey's high-quality batting lineup has found the resolve to keep them out in conditions that have been increasingly favourable for batting as the match has gone on. Only one success for Warwickshire today. Jamie Smith, the England international, caught at long on by Wokes off Robbie Yates for 132, and that was only after a big partnership between Smith and Dan Lawrence that put the win beyond Warwickshire's reach. Surrey now 183 runs in front, 399 for 4, and the likelihood is that in about an hour's time, I think the captains will shake hands and will say that's drawn. Commentary continues on the BBC Sport website in the meantime, but a draw, the almost certain result, Lucy. So the last ball of that over, there was a single pushed away through mid-wicket. So 4 singles in the over, 400 for 4 in 110 overs. Yeah, I think there's a lot that Ed Barnard will take back, Ed Barnard and Ian Westwood to take from this game. They've reshaped the squad a bit. They've added some bowling strength to it, and they look at a decent unit.
They do. I think this game may have highlighted one aspect that might be of a little concern for Warwickshire. Noble though Dan Mosley and Robbie Yates are as spinners, they are not fully fledged spin bowlers that are going to bowl a team out, are they? And that may be the area that Warwickshire need to look at. I think they've got another overseas signing possibly available, haven't they? I don't know whether they've made any moves at all, but I just wonder if they've got a very strong array of seamers, quality seamers, but Dan Mosley might be about to prove me wrong by taking 7 for 12 in this next few overs. He opens the bowling after tea from the Birmingham end and starts with one outside off stump, which Lawrence misses a cut at, and this time Lawrence tries to go big and doesn't connect properly as well. Just scuffs it into the offside. So can Mosley follow his maiden century for the Bears with a quick fifer?
He's gone very wide now.
He has gone very wide as Lawrence flaps that one out to backward point. Just one slip for Dan Mosley from the Birmingham end. This one is eased through the vacant extra cover gap, and Lawrence takes a single. Still quite a few spectators in the ground watching this match peter away. There's been plenty of entertainment from it. Mosley this time drifts to the leg side, and Folkes just tucks it round the corner for a single. And it's just nice for cricket lovers to be at a cricket ground in the sunshine, isn't it, after a long barren winter. It hasn't been particularly warm, but it's a good sunny afternoon in Birmingham. Mosley, and again this is very wide again, and Lawrence slaps it straight to backward point. 402 for 4 at the end of the over. Lawrence on 128, Folkes 15.
And there's been a lot of good cricketers and some good standard cricket played at various times in this game. And if it is sort of heading towards a conclusion now, then we've seen two good teams battle hard for 4 days. Surrey have had to tunnel out trouble twice, and it might be that there are not too many other teams who can put them in trouble over the course of this season. Warwickshire had more helpful bowling conditions on the first morning, but they made very good use of them. Yates starts a new over and floats this up to Folkes, who leans on it down to long on and for 1 run. And a lot of players have got their seasons underway. They'll be feeling good after this game. I think 9 players have passed 50 with the bat at some stage. Obviously, Mosley, you've talked about, has gone on to score his first 100, and it was nice to talk to him last night about what a relief that was. There's a single here pushed up to long on by Lawrence and bringing Folkes back on strike, and he's not going to get a run, turn this to mid-wicket. But it's easy to be pleased for someone like Dan Mosley, isn't it? A very popular figure around here.
Absolutely.
Slipping a leg slip now. Yates floats this right up, and Folkes, I think, thought he'd made a mess of that for a moment. He's flicked it maybe into his pad and then away to square leg for a run. There is a defiant cry of Hugh Bears, or you Bears, and I'll drop my H. Is Yates trying to skid this through to Lawrence, who goes back and takes the single that's on offer away into the covers. And 1 or 2, not cheap runs exactly being scored, but easy singles being gathered in here by the batters while the going's good. Folkes turning this next ball from Yates into the onside. It's the end of a brisk over. And another 4 singles, 406 for 4. But a lot of players from both teams actually can go away and say, well, I'm up and running for the season now.
Absolutely. There's been a lot of intense and excellent cricket. It's been a good advert for county cricket and the county championship. It's now getting a little bit going through the motions, isn't it?
Yeah.
Understandably, because the game is sentenced to a draw. But that's one of the quirks of cricket, isn't it? Sometimes you get little sessions like that. Mosley starts another over with a one very wide outside the off stump, and the umpire's waved to the dressing room for some reason. What's happened there? Mosley has he damaged himself in some way?
He's immediately signalled, and the square leg umpire O'Shaughnessy is running across as well.
Yeah.
But I think Mosley is going to... What's happened?
It's a curious one. This is Mosley as...
He's not gone straight off.
No, there's no sign of a physio coming on, so
No.
it's the umpire, the square leg umpire, that's left the field. So he's heading for the box of balls. So what on earth is going on here?
I don't understand that.
I'd be surprised if that forward defensive
Unless he
damaged the ball too much.
Yeah. Did it pop up? It didn't pop up and just... No, I don't know.
I don't think so, because Mosley delivered the ball, didn't he? And before anything else had happened, he almost immediately seemed to say something to the
Unless
umpire.
it's flicked up and hit Kai Smith, which I didn't notice that.
No, and Kai Smith is chatting to the physio there with his gloves behind his back, looking entirely relaxed.
Yeah.
This is a strange scenario, Mike, because we haven't got a clue what's going on. Mosley is talking to the umpire at the Birmingham end. Kai Smith is talking to the physio at the...
Unless the ball glanced up and caught the side of his helmet.
But
It didn't look like it did.
Nobody's getting any treatment.
No. So did that count as a concussion check? Mosley's gone back to get ready to bowl again. But here I think is the evidence that this one is going to be settling for a draw.
Yeah, the physio is walking off the ground.
I think it might, just looking at the replay, I think it might be that as the ball went through, he did just kick up and maybe just lanced Kai Smith on the head. So technically, they needed to do a concussion.
Mosley is in again, and that is a wide. That's way wide of off stump. And Kai Smith heroically battling on after that savage blow that he obviously took from the takes it very comfortably. Mosley is again, he's wide of off stump again. Hasn't quite got his radar right, Dan, so far. And this one is smashed away to the man at deep extra cover. Lawrence moves to 141.
I think he's the first to attempt a bowl off spin from that end with the short boundary leg side.
Oh, this one gets through, folks. I think that came off the pad, did it, or was it an outside edge? But a moral victory there for the batter, for the bowler, and it was an edge. So 2 runs there to Folks. Yeah, that's a good call actually, Mike. No wonder he's erring towards the offside, because the building site side is quite a short boundary. This is on off stump and crisply driven by Folks wide of mid off, and they take a single. 411 for 4. Surrey lead by 195 runs. Mosley in again. Quicker delivery, speared in and pushed up to mid off with too much pace on it for there to be a single this time. One thing we didn't mention to Dan Mosley yesterday, Mike, as he comes in to complete his 3rd over and beats the bat, is we were talking about a possible merger of Birmingham City and Aston Villa last night. I think Dan would have a few thoughts on that.
Yes,
Wouldn't he?
well, that would get his attention. He will notice that April the 1st was last week, so he's not going to buy that one.
But I guess Mosley and Yates are just going to try and speed through a few overs here, aren't they? And
I don't think they've been remotely in overrate trouble, but they might as well. And also, the seamers, at least some of them, I know they've got Michael Booth and Keith Barker itching for a go, but in 3 days' time they're in Hove, so they've got to travel down there, and there's no point in putting extra miles on the legs. There's going to be enough of those over the next 6 months anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Yates rolls in again to bowl to Folks, who turns it away to mid-wicket and floats this next one up. Folks drives out to extra cover. I'm taking it. Mark's been sort of floating the possibility, and it's a fair thought, that Surrey might say, well, we might as well have 15 or 20 overs at you. But the same might apply to them. They've got another game on Friday as well, and 1 or 2 players injured, so not going to overwork their bowlers. This is driven down the ground by Folks for 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Or Lawrence rather, for 1. Sorry.
I'm not sure there's too much point in Surrey pulling out, is there, for the reasons you give.
Yates turns this in towards Lawrence's front pad, and he's going to get a run through square leg. And everybody's accepted that's 1 run. There's a sort of slow motion trot in by Davis, who gets somebody's ironically cheered. I heard that in the effects microphone. It's a bit harsh. Folks goes to 22, and Yates bowls again. This is a late cut by Lawrence. Good shot. And they will have 1 run down to 3rd man. You think sometimes how hard it is, and batters go half an hour without scoring a run.
You know, Mike, I was just thinking that thing. Cricket is so full of quirks, isn't it?
Yeah.
Some first-class runs are so hard-earned and skillfully earned, and others just come like from a tap.
Yes. However, that last one from Yates did just keep a little bit lower. Well played by Folks to block it out, and it's 415 for 4 at the end of the over. But yes, somewhere later in the season, in fact, even in this game, Dom Sibley battled through 2 hours to lunch on Friday for 21 not out, and it was a proper shift. And here's Ben Folks, 22 not out.
Yeah.
Which is entirely different character, but they'll all count the same on his average.
Mosley aborts his run up, not that there's much of it to abort, but he got halfway through the 5 paces and didn't fancy it. Here he is again, very wide of the off stump, and slapped away to Davis on the deep point boundary. A single. And the 50 partnership.
Yes.
The ground rises.
It's come up to an applaud.
50 from 75 balls, one of the less intense 50 partnerships in Surrey's history, and it moves to 51 as Folks drives that one up to long on. 417 for 4. Mosley in again, driven straight to backward point this time.
Warwickshire are going to bank a full 8 full 8 bonus points from this match, which is handy.
Mosley, and again, straight ball this time, met by a forward defensive from Lawrence. Yeah, both sides will take plenty. It'll be interesting to see Warwickshire's team at home, won't it? Because they have, as you mentioned, they've got 1 or 2 options to juggle the bowling attack. Mosley beats an attempted cut from Lawrence this time. Smith takes it neatly.
Yeah, I mean, and they are worthwhile options, given that you're going to be playing a championship match every week for a while.
Very wide again on the offside from Mosley and slapped away to backward point by Lawrence. No run, 417 for 4. Another plaintive cry of "Come on, you Bears!" echoes round the ground, which has still got quite a lot of people in it, considering the match is fizzling out.
Well, look, we're still watching good cricketers. We're still at the cricket. 6 months is a long time. If you love cricket, and this is a day for people who love cricket, and if you're following this broadcast, then you're the sort of person who loves cricket, because that's who we're talking to here. It's county cricket on the final day. But as Yates starts another over, and Folkes defends firmly on the onside. 6 months without cricket is a long time for all of us. So even if it's just to come and be at the cricket with cricket people, watching good cricket as well, what's not to like about that? Yates just turns this one a tiny bit to Folkes, who's well forward, and follows the spin to turn it into the leg side. And Yates, wasting no time, he's back for another go and gives this one a bit more air. And it's cover driven, bounces off the end of a practice pitch and bobbles away to the extra cover boundary for 1 run. And it's 4-1-8 for 4. Yates, 1, 2, 3, 4 bouncy paces arrives, and Lawrence turns this through mid-wicket safely for 1. So he's 145. Particularly admiring cheer for that. For some reason, Yates is floating this up. Folkes has 1 down to long on in trots. Bamber, he's very popular, as you can hear down in the members below. And Yates rolls in again, and there'll be another shot, another single in exactly the same fashion for Lawrence. And well, you might have to clap to keep your hands warm during this match, but nevertheless, it's nice to be at the cricket, and that's the overriding feeling I go away from the day, is that it's nice to be at the cricket.
It is.
That's what we're here for.
I would like to see Mike Ed Barnard throw the ball to Sam Hayne here. I think it's time Haney got his first class wicket. He's bowled 43 deliveries in first class cricket, and we've ticked off Dan Mosley's long awaited maiden century for Warwickshire. Wouldn't it be nice to see Haney get a wicket? But he's not going to get the opportunity yet, because Mosley is still on at the Birmingham end, and Lawrence turns this one to mid-wicket for no run. A boundary short of 150. Lawrence smashes this one up to long off and will take a single.
He's got an indulgent shot that he's pulled out a couple of times in the last half an hour or so. Lawrence's great sort of scything drive like that.
Morris mostly over pitches this, full toss but driven straight to extra cover. I think it's that Bamber who fields it,
He always gets a big round of applause.
Yes, Folkes missed out there, full toss which he picked out the fielder. Mosley in again on the leg stump this time, and just tucked away to the deep mid wicket for a single. Folkes moves to 26. Beautiful afternoon. The skyline of Birmingham is really looking stunning. Lots of trees in amongst the buildings, a really glorious sight. Mosley in again, good delivery this time, draws Lawrence forward. No run.
I was thinking last night how unusual it is to start the cricket season. I was driving around because there's no leaves on many of the trees yet. We started so early.
This is almost an offside wide, but Lawrence does reach it and slaps it up to Wide long off for a single. He moves to 148, 424 for 4.
I mean, there are some valid questions, and both teams will be asking things like this week. Like, for example, when you've got championship games at this frequency and as many bowlers as Warwickshire have now got, yes, obviously you want Chris Wokes to be your attack leader, and you'd think in any circumstance you'd want Chris Wokes in your team. Who wouldn't? And I'm sure that Chris Wokes is up for playing whenever called upon. However, there is a valid question to ask, to say, do we want him to play all of these games in the early season? If he's up for it and he feels fit, great. But it's not as if they don't have options now. So I'm not suggesting that they will make that change this week, but it's that sort of question that they have the strength now to be able to look and say, well, how do we want to manage this? Do we want to have squad rotation, for want of a better phrase? Is that necessary? It might not be necessary yet, but at least they have the ranks to be able to think in that way, which at various times in the last few years they haven't. Yeah. Yates starts a new over, and she's patted back on the leg side by Lawrence.
Yeah, I'm sure they will be thinking that way to keep them all fresh.
Yeah. Turn through, well, almost a square leg. Two fielders race for it, and Alex Davies wins the race. They take one.
Ian Westwood said last week, didn't he, that that was the intention. That obviously bowlers will impress and they will nail down a place in the team, but it is good to have that depth, isn't it?
It is. She's turned to mid-wicket by folks. I mean, there have been times in the last few years where kind of the first choice bowlers have kind of had to play in every game.
At times it's almost been Ollie, Hannon, Dolby and who else, hasn't it? Very thin at times.
But at least for now, they're not in that position, so it doesn't have to happen. Yates has this one floated right up to Folkes, who turns it to mid-wicket. So if you've got 7 fit seamers and they're all strong, then you can say, okay, maybe we don't need to run our first choice. We don't need to run Ethan Bamber into the ground this season if we choose to. Yates bowls to Folkes, turns this away to mid-wicket for 1 run. Now look, Bamber and Wokes and I dare say all the others are the sort of people who are going to want to play every game, and I completely understand that. But would you rather them play sort of 11 games absolutely fresh than 14 managing their effort? We'll see, but at least they've got these options. That was a full toss low from Yates, and it's hit with a straight bat by Lawrence to mid-wicket, and he raises 150. And it might have been intense for a while this morning. He survived one tight LBW call. It was correctly given not out, but it was close from Ethan Bamber, but has not given a chance. And he is earning these serene runs now as on the back of that effort.
Yeah, super innings from Lawrence. As you say, it's pretty straightforward now, but he's only there to take advantage because he batted so well earlier in the day. And all credit to him. I'll just describe one more over from Dan Mosley, if that's okay, and then go and write some drivel. As Mosley is straight this time. He's been way outside off stump a lot of the time. This one's right on middle, and Lawrence just forward in defence. This is straight again. Mosley leans. Lawrence leans into a defensive shot.
150 for Lawrence off 239 balls with 18 fours, incidentally.
Again, just tucked away to short mid-wicket by Lawrence. Mosley halfway to a maiden over. Of course, Surrey will have players back in the coming weeks, won't they? Mosley is again, and this is driven very firmly to extra cover, but straight to the fielder again. And Mosley closing in on what would be a historic maiden over, and he hasn't got it because it's turned to leg side. Honestly, just as our hopes were rising, 2 runs down to long leg for Lawrence, moves to 152. But Jordan Clark will be back soon, won't he? And
Dan
Worrell. So I think Surrey will be well pleased with this, in the light of the start they made and the people there without. This is hammered away to deep extra. Moseley has none for 18 from his 6 overs. Lawrence has 153. Folkes 27. 430 for 4. And here is Mark Church.
Thank you, Brian. And you can read more with Brian, of course, on the Bear website about this game and other things. 430 for 4. Thank you, Brian. Mark's moving back in alongside. A plane is making its way quite slowly, as it appears from here, presumably not all that slowly, over towards Birmingham Airport, and the sun just catching it. A white plane with a red tail fin is making its way. It's quite therapeutic to watch it glide towards. Well, it's not gliding. I hope it's not gliding towards the runway over there. It's Elmdon, as it used to be called. Slipping a leg slip for Robbie Yates at 430 for 4, and this is defended by Lawrence into the leg side, and Lawrence batting with the patient air of a man who wants to make sure that he'll be applauded off at the end.
Yes, and Surrey won't be going out there and having a bowl. I think the way they played this, we'll just bat till we can shake hands.
Gets a run here with a cross bat away to extra cover.
That's some great work from Nick Friend.
Oh, yes.
Of the cricketer.
Yep.
I've just seen a tweet from him. He's gone deep into the county championship regulations for this season.
Jolly good.
Deep, deep, deep.
Yes.
Now, if a pitch is rated below average this season,
yes,
right, you get no points, even if you've won.
Oh, okay. This is turned by Folkes for a run out to mid-wicket. And it's 432 for 4, Folkes to 28. So is this in place of points deductions?
Yeah.
This is a different method?
You do not get a point from that game.
Yates floats this right up, and it's driven back on the bounce by Lawrence.
So it's good research that from
Okay,
Mr.
that's
Friend. I think
useful
that's
to know.
quite deep down in
Yes.
the many regulations that there are.
Well, let's hope nobody needs to invoke that clause,
Exactly.
because there'll be a lot of chuntering if it happens. Yates has Lawrence back and defending almost without movement from within his ground into the leg side.
Been a super innings this from Dan Lawrence.
Be nice to head back to London. I don't think he's going to walk back to London. You know what I mean?
Well,
walk off.
yes.
I was going to say walk off at the end and then head back to London.
Head back to
Yes. If he walks back to London, he might just be there
Well,
by
he
the time
might-
they play Leicester.
No, I'm not sure he would be, to be fair.
It depends. But to go back feeling in a bit of touch to start the season, that's a nice feeling, I'm sure. Yates turns, it's the next one from Yates, he's turned to square leg. It's the end of the over. 19 overs remaining on the board officially.
Yeah, I was listening as well to what Brian was saying about, players coming back for Surrey. So D. Worrell, J. Clark, G. Atkinson.
Of course.
And they'll all be in contention for Friday, I think.
They've decided to have a drinks break, by the way.
Quite right, too.
Which
eats a bit of time up.
Conference, yeah.
Jewish. But no, I think Warwickshire will take a huge amount out of this game. I think actually the way to look at this, and the way it's gone this game, is winning the toss was crucial. Surrey could have been all out for 100 in that first innings. Then you are right up against it. As it was, even at the 65 for 6 or whatever they were, it could have been worse than that, because went past the outside edge quite a lot, and there could have been some that hit the edge, and so Surrey could have been all out for 100. Then you're dead in the game, really. So I think, but from that point on, it was always going to be difficult for either side to force a result, because the pitch dried out, and it's done bits, but it hasn't done it consistently.
No, I think it's been a good pitch.
Oh no,
there's
I'm
been
not.
some,
Absolutely,
it's demanded you play properly on it.
Absolutely, but I think it was going to be very, very hard for one side to take 20 wickets on this. So,
that's right.
So I think both sides will take. Warwickshire will take out of this that all the bowlers have bowled well, and their batters have made runs. So great,
it's a good start.
Surrey will take out of this that some of the batters have made runs, but they'll also take out of it that they didn't bowl well in that first innings,
No.
and they know that. They'll, even on this pitch, they've put their hands up and said, yeah, we didn't do what we normally do. But they've got themselves out of it, and they've got themselves out of it in style, and they've played it very well today. And, you know, they've got Jamie Smith making 100, they've got folks making 100. Sibley's, even though it was only 20 odd in that first innings, was crucial.
Yeah.
We've seen Dan Lawrence play today. Tommy Law's obviously got a career
Burns
best.
got runs.
Burns got runs. So they're all looking in pretty good nick. Ollie Pope doesn't look out of nick.
No.
But that can happen.
Yeah.
So I think for both sides, they'll take a lot out of this opening game of the season, and Warwickshire will head to Hove, and absolutely you need that depth of bowling because there is so much cricket. You know, 3-day turnaround, back in you go again. And I heard what you were saying about Chris Wokes, and I completely agree with that as well. You know, what you do not want to do is drive Chris Wokes into the ground by the end of May.
That's the thing, because, I mean, look, would you want Chris Wokes to lead your attack in every game? Of course you would. Who wouldn't? Dan Mosley starts a new over after the drinks pause, and first ball's pushed back by folks on the offside. Obviously you would. But you don't have to.
No.
That's the point. This is floated up by Mosley, and folks drives to run off. Because how many games do cricketers start where they're carrying something?
Well, I'll use two examples from Surrey because I see them a lot, obviously. One is Dan Worrell and one is Matt Fisher.
Yeah. Mosley's next delivery turned to the leg side by Lawrence. And
I'll put my hands up freely and say I didn't realise what a bowler Dan Worrell was. I've seen him bowl for Gloucestershire. Yeah, I can see he's got skills and whatever else. There is no great surprise, as there's a single here for Lawrence down the ground. No great surprise that he doesn't have to play every game for Surrey, whereas he did for Gloucestershire.
Right.
So he's not when he's playing, he's not knackered. Same with Fisher. You know, it's no wonder that Fisher can string games together.
She's pushed back on the offside by folks for no run.
Because Surrey have they could rest Fisher for a couple of games if they want to and bring somebody else in, then Fisher's fresh. It's going to be the same here for Warwickshire this season.
And that's what can win you championships. Folks, chips this over short mid-wicket. It wasn't too far over Robbie Yates's head. And it's dropped away short of the deep mid-wicket fielder for one run. First full stroke from folks. And it's 4:30, 5 for 4 at the end of the over. Yet this, assuming that people maintain reasonable levels of form, because it's not just injuries, it's form.
Absolutely, it can drop
but
off.
there shouldn't be any reason this year for Warwickshire and Surrey not to start a game with 4 fresh seamers. You know, everybody comes in out of form, and you pick up niggles as you go along, but you don't have to flog somebody into the ground, because you're gonna have. Will Ethan Bamber want to play? I bet he does.
I bet he does.
But he doesn't have to.
No, exactly. But you know, and bowlers are tough.
Yeah.
They'll play with niggles.
Yeah.
But you can give them a break if you've got that depth of bowling. As here is Yates continuing from the pavilion end. This is tucked down the ground by Ben Folks.
Yeah.
So in a long-winded way, what I'm saying is both sides will take a bit out
No,
of
I agree
this.
entirely. They both look strong.
They do, very much so. As this one's turned into the leg side out there towards deep mid-wicket, and they'll pick up another single. And what I would say as well is, on pitches like this, if you have got that spinner that can, world-class spinner, doesn't half make a difference. And obviously that's why getting Chahar back for those last 8 games of the season is going to be so important for Surrey, I think, because this is turned out towards deep mid-wicket by Dan Lawrence, and that is taking nothing away from what I think Ralphie Albert did yesterday, but the kid's 17.
Yeah.
As in around the wicket goes Yates. This is turned by Folks off his hip out towards deep backward square. He'll pick up another single, and he will move on to 32, 438 for 4. And of course, from a Warwickshire point of view, going to Hove, and Sussex has started with the win against Leicestershire. This is around the wicket from Yates and just punched off the back foot by Lawrence. He'll pick up another single. Lawrence moves on to 157, and of course Leicestershire are coming to South London on Friday. So, yeah, I think actually Surrey could have easily lost this game.
Yes, they could have.
In that first session, on that first morning. That could have been the game done, really, as this one's pushed by Ben Folkes out into the offside, and hindsight is a wonderful thing, and we'll never know. But Surrey would have bowled first had they won the toss, and I'm sure life would have been really tough for Warwickshire in that first session.
But from what you were telling me about, Surrey's analysis as to why they lost the title last year, because I mean, it's the fact of life. Surrey are going to start every season in the immediate future as the favourites, and justifiably so. If they're asking why didn't we win, it was because they weren't able to pull themselves out of difficult situations. Because every team comes in difficult situations.
Absolutely.
So in this game, they have had to tunnel out of trouble twice.
I arrived this morning, and yes, they are refocused and they're hungry again.
Well, that's what you need.
But today has proved that in the way they've gone about it today. It started this morning. It could have gone wrong.
Yeah.
It could have gone wrong this morning at 169 for 3, and now 440 for 4, and a lead of 224, and they have taken no risks today at all. No risks.
Yes. Mosley starts a new over and a back foot punch up to extra cover, and the Ethan Bamber fan club thrilled to report that he stopped it. And now Folkes just checks a drive to mid-wicket, where Yates does much the same, and his fan club obviously are washing their hair today.
You know what I'm like, Mike Taylor. I like to pick up on a news story whilst I'm around the ground.
Yes.
Especially in the breaks.
Mosley, with his sunglasses on, bowls to Folkes, who gets a run down to long on.
Well, the breaking news is it's somebody's birthday today, because over on the far side of the ground there was a crescendo of happy birthday to somebody from the stand.
Very good.
Yeah, so I don't know whose birthday it was, but during the tea break, happy birthday was sung. So the breaking news is that somebody sat in the stand at the city end of the ground. It is their birthday.
That's good.
Ah, there you are. You see.
That's nice.
Whilst you're all doing what you do during the intervals, I'm out there.
This is the heavy stuff. Lawrence pushes away into the offside, and they take one. One member of our staff at Radio WM, who I don't know quite how this started, but it's become a thing to wish him happy birthday after every sort of staff meeting that we have.
Oh, that's nice.
And every time there's an email, a mass email sent around, somebody tacks on the end, and don't forget to wish happy birthday to Matt.
Isn't that lovely?
Except that we eventually found out when his birthday was, and made sure that nobody did it on his birthday.
Quite right too.
It's very important.
Yes,
and Matt, if you happen to have come to listen this afternoon, we know how much you love it.
Yes.
And that's why we keep doing it.
Quite right too.
Because yes, we're a very serious outfit.
There are quiet news days.
I'm sure there weren't quite meant to be as many as this. Leg slip now rather than a slip. Folkes drives out to extra cover. Who fielded it?
Yeah. It's the Bamber fan club down there. I think that's three what look like to me students.
Yes, they
down
might
there.
make
Right.
the pitch if he dives. This is Mosley, who just makes Folkes adjust and stand up straight to that. It's the end of the over. Because I'm never quite sure how far we are away from shaking hands, let me just tick off a little bit of correspondence that people have been kind enough to send us in the last few minutes from Paddy, who says he's enjoyed listening and says, do either of us remember, to pick up on our theme from earlier, Super International Cricket on the Super Nintendo? You see, you must be a fraction younger than me, Paddy, because I didn't have one of those.
No.
He says, growing up an England fan in Australia in the 90s, it was the most likely place to see an England victory.
I do remember.
You must have been good at it, Paddy.
I do remember Brian Lara's cricket.
Yeah, had that.
On the PlayStation, I think it was.
Graham Gooch's cricket on the Spectrum was
admit
quite a feast.
As well. I've won the Masters a couple of times on my daughter's when she was younger.
Did
on
you?
her, Tiger Woods' golf. I was outstanding.
Is that another game you tried to teach?
And then she had one of those ones which I think they're called a Wii.
Yes, we've still got one.
But you actually have the club and swing.
Yeah.
Oh, I spent hours doing that.
Yes, very good.
All on my own.
Liz, who's far more grown up than us in Fairfax, Virginia, has been getting... Look, given the sort of stuff that you and I have been serving up this afternoon, I feel slightly guilty that Liz has got up at 6 o'clock every morning of this match to listen to this.
I'm sorry.
Rubbish. But she thanks us very much for the commentary. It's the pleasure is all ours, Liz, and how kind of you to get up so early every day. It's almost everything this match I could have hoped for, she says, when I've joined you at 6 o'clock every morning, but it's been an encouraging start for the Bears, and I hope for even better at Hove. Yes, you'll be able to get the game from Hove through the BBC Sport website and, I dare say, through Sussex's YouTube and all the usual places you'll find it. On Friday morning, when it's going to be tropical, if I've read the weather forecast rightly, or something like that. So it'll be very good. Surrey will be playing Leicestershire at the same time, of course, and this over started with a run off Yates, his first off break, fiddled out to deep mid-wicket, and it's all sort of walking pace now. Here's Yates, barely quicker than that to approach the crease, and Folkes is taking a run out to mid-wicket. And I would never denigrate somebody scoring first-class runs, because they've all scored more than I have.
Yes. This is help yourself at the moment.
But this is, yes, when you consider, as I was saying before, how Dom Sibley had to work his fingers to the bone on scored 21 by lunch the other day, and must have walked off feeling exhausted after battling for 2 hours. And here's Ben Folkes on 35, and he's barely lifted a finger. But that's the game. That's the game. Yates floats this up, and Lawrence drives out to mid-off, and he gets another run as well.
Well, the other thing here is make sure you're not out at the end, because it doesn't do your average any harm whatsoever. No. Come the end of the season, a nice little sort of 40, 45 not out here.
Nobody's looking then.
No.
Wisdom, it doesn't say, well, it's all gone a bit soft by then. Yates is trying to make this one spin, and it's punched off the back foot by Folkes for another one. But it's all part of the tapestry, isn't it? These runs, you work hard when it's green and overcast.
Absolutely, absolutely.
For days like this, don't you, as a batter?
Absolutely. And from a Lawrence point of view, he had to work damn hard last night and damn hard this morning. So why not, eh?
No.
Get yourself some runs. You know, he's obviously in nick.
It's a hard
Just keep it
game.
going.
It's a hard enough game. Enough times you've got to make the most of it when it's your day. And it's certainly been Dan Lawrence's day. He's 160 and waiting for a very slow off break from Yates.
They always go back to Yates.
Which he drives. You can't say he's not giving it a chance to spin.
No.
And he drives it up to extra cover for one. He's had a good match as well. Rob Yates looked very good in making 70.
They all
the
have.
other day.
You know, that's the thing. From a Warwickshire point of view, they've all had good games in their own ways, really.
Yeah.
Ed Barnard, you know, with his bowling figures and only 25, doesn't really tell the story.
No, he bowled terrifically well. Has put a mid-on and a mid-wicket in close.
I think this will be
for
shaking
a bit of sport. It looks a bit handshaky, this, doesn't it? Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Rob Yates says, are we done? They shake hands, the bails are taken off. And the game is drawn. A proper tug of war between Surrey and Warwickshire. Surrey justifying, in a sense, their status as one of the favourites by battling out of trouble twice, and Warwickshire backing up the optimism that there is within the club, and I dare say among some of their supporters as well, that they might have the squad to be able to challenge this season, because they had the better of the favourites for 3 days in this game. They couldn't quite force it home against a good rearguard effort from top players today, but nevertheless a lot to be encouraged about.
Very much so, and as I just said there, Warwickshire, every member of that side's had a good game, and from a Surrey perspective, that first session on the first day was horrible. Horrible conditions to bat in, damp old pitch. They could have easily been knocked over for 100. They weren't. They recovered. They then didn't bowl as well as they can, and they put their hands up to say that. But getting here this morning, this was about, right, let's just bat properly and let's get through the day. And they've done that in some style. And Dan Lawrence will walk off 161 not out. Ben Folkes, 36 not out, of course, made his 128 in the first innings. And beautiful innings today from Jamie Smith. Proper knock that. 132 not out. So yeah, good first game for both sides, and Warwickshire will head to Hove starting on Friday, and Surrey will have their first home game with the visit of Leicestershire starting on Friday.
Well, that was a really enjoyable and interesting 4 days, and wherever you've been able to follow it from, however much of the game you followed, most of all we thank you for your company, because it's great to B, sharing this experience with other cricket lovers, which I think you are if you're following the county championship. So those games to look forward to from this Friday, and of course more over the next few weeks. There'll be reaction in all the usual places. You can get it locally on BBC Radio's WM and CWR, and Mark will be sending stuff back to BBC London, and we shall look forward to being with you again from various places on Friday. Do keep an eye on the BBC cricket pages for all updates between now and then. But for now, can I thank Brian Halford for his contributions, for Dermot Reeve, who we enjoyed and gave us great insight over the first 3 days, and I know from hearing from quite a lot of you that so many of you enjoyed hearing from Dermot, and from Mark Church, and from myself, Mike Taylor. Thanks for your company. Enjoy the rest of the games that are still in progress on the BBC Cricket website, and we shall see you again soon, hopefully on Friday morning.